Good evening. Let's practice the map just a bit before we get absolutely wrecked on this horrible map. Let's see the world record. He is quite far ahead of second. There have to be some shenanigans here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Firelion. So far, there's nothing really. Wait, he takes the water that way. I had no idea that was faster. That surprises me. Controller doesn't work. For some reason, it needs to be restarted. Then it works. This entire map just feels bad. I don't know why. Every turn feels a bit miscalculated. Especially the reactor part. Slightly different start line, and I'm over 0.15 behind. Now it's 0.3. And that's behind me. How is this faster? You'll have a similar adventure to mine with the ISP. Is it the same ISP? Telecom. Oh, I didn't get it. I don't understand anything on this map. There is absolutely no chance I'm gonna win this today. just don't see how that would possibly be faster. I came yesterday and was supposed to install everything, but he didn't know that he needs big ladders to drill it from outside the house. Said he's not clear to work on big elevations, someone else has to come to install this. Yeah, of course. It's ISKCON. They should be better. We used to have them back when I was a kid. There were no issues, ever. That sounds a bit weird. Surely he should have checked where he is coming to work. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then it took 46 days. Okay, not the worst time, but I don't really get it still. Oh, but they should know anyway. You should have had to submit your address and everything. That's how I did it. Like, they knew what floor I'm on. They knew the address. Is it also a two-part job like it was for me, or is it the same company who's supposed to do both? Oh, they'll get wrecked there. Let me see the line once again. Okay, takes it as late as possible. I see. It's depressed by the lack of efficiency. Oh. I had to wait my entire life for it to be available, and then 46 more days for someone just to bring the router. Let's see if this is gonna work. Never mind. Wait, it's crashed in the checkpoint. Oh, then I guess you just skip phase 1. Judging by that, it should already be available to you. They'll find a way to long it out. What is up with all of these turns? Why is this not faster for me? You just have to wait. For me, it was day 46, so get ready. Just another month and a half, and you'll get there. How can it be done if you're gone? Are you gonna leave them the key to your house? I still don't see how this is better. You have a roommate? Oh, I see. Just make sure you're ready for it not to be done when you're back. I hate this map. No, you should think about it. And you will, even if you don't want to. Because what's gonna happen now is that they've been there once and didn't do anything. The request might go to the bottom. And now they might go over to other people's places. And then it's always one person shifting the responsibility to someone else. And nobody cares what it says in the contract. That's next week, pretty much. I think it's the 9th today or the 8th. The 16th is the Monday after. I think it's set in mind that it was supposed to be in 30 days. And phase 1 was also longer than it should have been. By like 2 weeks or so. Like 22 more speed. I guess it is worth it. Yo, Spider. I was World Tour yesterday. Probably the best World Tour so far. Best day one at least. I actually missed a really good one. Like, decent level of matches. And most of them were extremely close. I haven't watched Swift at all. And they are on 5-0, so I would assume they've been the best. But out of the rest, I can't really tell who's second best, maybe third best, and so on. There were many teams who look kinda equal. So I would definitely recommend watching today. You paying them while waiting? No, of course not. Phase 1 we didn't pay at all. That was covered by the ISP themselves. And then phase 2 we started paying when they installed it. Oh, you are paying. Yeah, this is a bit different. Because as you know, before I just used my phone internet, I didn't have anything. So it was a completely new service, and I only started paying for it when it finally got installed. -21. Play pad now? Always have been. It's starting. I see. Don't worry. I'm gonna get smashed today anyway, so not like it matters. I don't get the water part. Like in the slightest. Makes no sense to me. Trust the process, I guess. What's with the legs? I guess that's good. That's a huge PB. Okay, maybe I do get it. But the entire run gets decided by the water part. But I think the run overall wasn't that good. I just got the water part insanely good. Yeah. Lost 0.1 and lost 21 speed. This should be good for rounds, surely. That has to be good. And I lost everything. I love water physics. Action key turn. I'm already using the analog stick. What's the difference? It's just about steering less, that's it. Let me try an entire run with the stick. Stick on plastic is not good. Thanks, Spider. That's 0.3 away from world record. I'm pretty sure something like that would be really good for rounds. I can't reproduce the water turn again. That was good. Guess that was acceptable. Yeah, this is fine. It's equal, but I had 20 less speed. Yes, as straight as possible. That's the idea. But it's kinda hard. Have a straight line and steer as little as possible. That's how it should be. I think the problem is my car is turned too much to the left. And then that in combination with having to steer a little to the left as well just kills off my speed. And the PB did that really well. Again, I lost over 20 speed. It was green before, I'm pretty sure. How does water ruin every map? It's fascinating. I lost, what, 30 speed, I think. That's good consistency. It's summer. But water is good in the summer. Also, technically, it's not summer yet. We're 2 weeks away. This start. That Hobbit is playing. No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that in Trackmania. That's why the winter campaign doesn't have a lot of ice, for example. They don't care. Fortunately for us. I think a water campaign would be an all-time low in terms of how many people played it. I just lost 32 speed. I don't know. I think today we just trust the process. If I lose because of the water part, it's not because I bottled it or choked it. You can see that it doesn't make any sense. This feels pretty good, but I messed it up. Was pretty good. This loses 26 speed. It would have been good. No, they're not, but it's random, that's the problem. I can get it really bad one round, they get it really good, and I'm out. I can see that very likely scenario. From 3 more speed to 28 less. Not sure I can do that all the time. Hey, let's try the old strategy. Let's just see the difference. Instead of driving on water, what if I go for a smooth line? Which was like this. I just lost 0.1 and I lost even more speed than usual. This is not it. I gotta go for it, and then whatever happens, happens. That's the only thing I can do. Trust the process. This is still the second best time, and it's only been beaten by the world record holder. Interesting. And I feel like I'm ahead every round. And then water physics. That was better than usual. I guess that would be fine. I've got 2 minutes to improve this. Nice. Hey, 8 people have driven a time under 0.7. 7 and me. It's not a lot, I guess. Probably one more chance. Had a bad angle. Think it's better to start a new run. That was bad. Okay, well, there's no going back now. I have no speed. Oh, this is a bad one. I need to be ahead here. Well, then just for practice. Minus 39. I need to see what I did. I lose too much every time. He'll choke in rounds? That's what he said last time, and then he ended up in the final with me. Let's see. I went all the way to the right, over the gap, for a better angle. And then just didn't steer a lot. Steered like 30%. That was good. So apparently this is how you do it. That was so much speed. PB is 42.2. I don't know where you guys get 0.8 from. Probably the water. You're probably not going wide enough in the drift. And then carrying the speed through the water. That's the most important thing on the map. The rest is all self-explanatory. Like, there's no tricks up until this section here. So I went all the way here. It's a little bit random. Like water always is. I think that was one of my better attempts. It was only minus 15. Only. A few times you get div 1. I gotta aim for more. Gotta aim for more than top 45. This is a Trust the Process Cup. Oh, I can push this round. Nice. That's a good start. This was the only round left where I could have hunted without any consequences. Oh well. Comfortable win. I like the positivity, but I don't see it. He's out by top 8. I don't think the map is that difficult. I just don't see where he would make a huge mistake. Maybe here, if he mistimes the drift and goes out of the map. That's the only thing I can see. I don't think so. I think he'll do well. Once again, everyone has an insane start except me. And then they start falling off. See, I even lost the position. That's bad. There's a 0.6. We'll see. I don't think so. It's too hard to predict this one. How is that 10th? I'm hoping that's gonna be good enough. Why did Hobbit go? Did he miss the end? Ah, he finished. He got top 55. Got a no slide. Where can I get a no slide here? But first drift. Surely not the second one. Like, well, there's always tomorrow. Oh no, it's gonna be like this every round now. Someone's connection is shit. I know it's not mine anymore. Yeah, that's terrible. I'm not gonna do any water shenanigans. It's a horrible round overall. Let's just finish it. Okay. Hey, Projort. Let's go worse in rounds than the quals. Well, then you know what to work on. You just need to play more rounds, that's it. It's about the mindset, probably. When was the water patch? October 2022. How'd you work on consistency? By making sure you always survive instead of going for fast times. It's just a different mindset, and couple of day really helps with that. You gotta stop thinking about trying to improve your best time every single round and just focus on driving a clean round. And then over time, your clean rounds will become faster and faster. But you have to play rounds, there's no other way. I'd say Cup of the Day and Matchmaking are the best two for stuff like this. Inside line on plastic with luxury speed leading to good checkpoint. That's where you're slow in the start. I just don't risk the start at all. That's why. Yeah, you're supposed to go as tight as possible. It's about going tight in the left turn before the plastic part, and then tight there. Like here, but I don't want to go too far left, because then you can get a slide. And then that opens up the plastic turn. I'm just safing a lot. I lost again there. Oh, there's always a 0.6. I always go for top 5 creation TTDs, and now I got second, so I got something good out of it. Yeah, that's pretty good. At 42.2, you're less than a second away from world record. Or around a second, I think it's maybe 0.1 now, so around a second. Yeah, that's solid. Lost the position again there. Oh, rib spider. No. He's out by 06 and he saves Nath, who's pretty fast. I don't think any of the faster players have gone out yet. It's just slow. Not won a single round so far. He failed the start jump. And that's why I'm safing the start. I don't want that to happen to me. Got a nose-line first drift, your heart stopped. That should be alright still. I don't think you lose that much with it. Like if you nose slide this, surely you're still fine. Okay, Nathan Campbell route. That's pretty good. And it seems like Hobbit has no consistency whatsoever. Yo, for real. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Okay, maybe that's too safe for the first jump. Yeah, I was told Hobbit will go out by top 8. Damn, that was bad. Didn't even lose that much. I think that's one of my better water parts. Yep. And Demir and Braxi, 2 really good rounds in a row. He'll be long gone by top 8. Yeah, you guys keep saying that. I heard the same thing in the previous cup, and then he ended up in the final. So I'm not so sure. Another slow round. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It was always gonna be a jump. Yeah, I knew I wasn't winning this. There's too many jumps for me. I don't really know how to judge that. I should have just jumped higher. Too many weird transitions for me. I guess we'll stay till the end, since it's around top 20. Yeah, I knew I wasn't winning this. There was no chance. Just not a map for me. I've been bad on this from the moment I clicked on the map. It didn't bet anything. I think Hobbit actually wins this. If you like transitional maps, then I don't think this is that difficult. So many people are still going for a slower water strat. He went off the finish. Though. And now it's +5. Unbelievable. Even I would have been in. Hey, last 4 KO round. Someone is dead already. I think he can stay in. Let's see. He's got one. There's another one. It seems like the map is just too easy. Well, now he's out. There's just no mistakes until this part. Ah, there goes another one. Good jump, and he's in with that jump. Another pretty bad round, +3. I'm convinced Hobbit is winning this. I don't see anyone else who's even close to that level. That's one out. Surely there's gonna be a mistake in the water part. And just big difference in pace. Actually, pretty good round. Not at the top, like that's pretty slow for the winning time, but the rest, only +1. Significantly better. It chokes so hard. Same. But I never believed anyway. Maybe that was the issue from the start. No clips in the start, but of course when I say that. I think Flash Tube is last, maybe, yep. Judging by the previous round, he might be out here. Needs to catch over 0.3. He's using the batter strategy, I think. No, he's not. Catches anyway. Nah, he's in easily. No way! Hobbit, so lucky. Zone out and locked in, but first crash, we do zone in and panic. I guess sometimes it's better to be zoned out and just use the muscle memory. Don't even think about what you're doing. Once you start thinking, it's over. See, now Hobbit has had that scare of almost going out, which means he's now winning. Hobbit guaranteed winner today. Oh, no bigger mistakes so far. Let's see the drift. There's 2 out, no way. Respawn and he's just really slow. That should be over. No subtle. He went off them. Oh. +5 in top 8. Incredible. He just gave up. Cliff got wiped out and gave up. I get that. That's happened to me a lot when I was discovering the map. Couldn't understand the jump at all. Knew it was gonna be the end. Yeah, it was. Even with a respawn there, you were done. It's a weird transition. I don't really get it. I don't even get why the jump that works is viable and a bigger jump isn't viable. I don't understand that part at all. Clip the checkpoint as well. Okay then. That's like the worst possible combination. This is a good round. I think Swami is going out. Yeah. Best round so far. I was told that Hobbit would be out by top 8. So what happened? The line was way off. Yeah, blame the water. Nah, he's winning. Easy. Interesting line, almost worked. Okay, solid round, like no mistakes really. Oh, there's one. Into engine off. Worst place to crash, probably. He made it. Oh, so it's our fault, of course. Why didn't you play and knock him out? Why is it always someone else's fault? How about you take on the responsibility of knocking out Hobbit? How about that? I don't know how good he is in finals. Elsa is last here every single round and somehow finds a way back in. Who's gonna save Elsa this time? That's a bad drift. Oh, it might be over now. Yeah, nobody clips. And everyone jumps over. They're jumping so far away from that wall that I crashed into. Had no top 5. I think he was by far the slowest. The rest are almost evenly matched. It's just Hobbit who's a bit better. Oh, Hobbit also drifted but saved it. This is how I expect every round to go from here. He's gonna be first every time. There's the mistake. Again, horrible place to crash. Into engine off, he has no speed. This is really strong. That's top 20 world, I think. I'm guessing Hobbit versus Dipper in the final. He was so close to his time before the water part. That's how you have to be. That's why his time was so good. He just seems comfortable with risking every round. He's already so far ahead that he can save if he wants to. Yeah, here he always goes close. You can even see it in his PB. What is that line? I don't know what the hell he just tried, but that definitely didn't help. 39. Okay, now he's just flexing. Nah, he's actually winning. I told you guys. I told you he's gonna win this. It's just a Hobbit map. Am I the only one who doesn't like the sign placement? No, I don't like it either. I don't like it when signs become obstacles. I think signs should be placed on walls like those before. So they're both going for the water bounce and he's going for a different line, so he has no chance. Fake mapper added it? Are you sure? I thought it was carbon copy. Have to hope for a mistake is the worst thing you can say in chat, by the way. Because now your opponent knows that you're slow. Because maybe until that point he wasn't even paying attention. But now he just knows he can save it and win. He almost crashed the start. He is lucky to even be alive still. Okay, okay. Great. I was so close to the checkpoint. Sign maybe? No, he's saving it. He's actually saving. That's a very low speed too. Doesn't feel like a good round. Yeah, look, horrible time for him. No way, he actually saved it. Right, Hobbit is evolving. It's not just mindlessly risking anymore. That was actually pretty good. Smart play. After almost dying in the start. Right, what do I need? Yeah, he wasn't... He used to be horrible in matchmaking. I used to hate having him on my team before. Because he was just risking every round and he'd usually end up last almost every round and then first maybe one of those. He was the worst possible teammate you could get. But he's clearly playing a lot better. So that's what you get from playing a lot of ranked and a lot of COTDs. And now we're gonna move on to a new project. Since I think champion medal hunting is kind of fun, I decided to go back to older official campaigns. So that's what we're gonna be doing from now on. Instead of playing a million new campaigns, we're just gonna be hunting champion medals in older official campaigns. So let me change the title. I only started doing this in summer 2024. Like, I couldn't have cared less about champion medals before. I'm pretty sure they were introduced here. I have none. Let me just check here. I think the plugin shouldn't even work here. Yeah, plugin doesn't work. Hobbit again. The plugin should work here. Yeah, there we go. 23, 34, and it's 24. Okay, maybe let's start with something else. Not hunt. Are they all possible? I hope so. I don't really remember any of these maps. Is there a map here that doesn't suck? Maybe this one. But we'll see. I don't remember this. What, did you like Winter 2022? For me, all of these maps are almost new. I don't remember any of this. As you can see, I have 0 champion medals here. I didn't play campaigns at all back in the day. Yeah, that's a drift. It's your best campaign ever. I couldn't recall a single map from that campaign. Also water shenanigans. That's probably why I didn't play. Look, I'm already ahead. Didn't even do anything. This is from back in the day when there were other things to do. Okay, let's watch the record. Hey, Hobbit again, he's everywhere. Smeb had a weird bug slide. Probably in the big jump. I'm pretty sure it's there. And Shimaniel in first doesn't sound good. I see Paco in third though. It has to be here, right? Sure. This is the map I picked for first. But that's a no slide. And then slide here. Yeah, I can see why this is the world record. He's 0.16 ahead. .4 ahead. Nice bug slide. I'm only 2.5 seconds behind. Great. The style of maps seems completely different to what it is now. I don't think this is gonna happen. I wonder if it's possible to get it without the bug slide, because the angle is so off. This is gonna be so slow. Okay, I got half a second there. This feels so awkward. Not even a PB. Inside tree cut. Yeah, I'm discovering new lines. I'm actually going for world records, not champion medals. Did it later box slide? Doesn't he box slide straight away? True. It looks so weird. Okay. Okay, 0.65 better. It feels like the entire map is in that bug slide. Somehow, I don't think this is gonna happen. I just can't remember if there's any, let's say, normal maps from this time. I'd rather play those. But then again, at some point I gotta get this too. This was no slide and then slide. And then no slide, okay. It just looks weird. How about we find something more normal? Instead of starting with that. This looks alright. Surely this is a normal map. It's almost 1 second behind run record. Okay, this is normal. We're going for this. What is that turn? Who built this? This is not normal either. I'm starting to remember why I didn't play campaigns back in the day. Of course, go here. This makes zero sense, no matter how I take it. What do you mean, oh, this map? Did you actually try this? I'm missing almost 2 seconds. That sounds insane. What drugs do you need to be on to build a turn like that? Hey, we'll do one more improvement and then we'll check the record. This is also very strange, but I presume it's kind of like that, where you go on the outside. Keep forgetting this. Alright, 1.2. I think it was full break. Let's see. There's Hobbit in third again. So this is obvious. Now the first interesting part is here. Drift into jump into full outside. Oh, and then he overjumps that. Looks kind of crazy. Look at the speed he has. Suicide drift to the left. Okay, but I don't have to do all of that. That's an insane record. That's better already. Yeah, that's like halfway there. Only 58 more. I think I just gotta pick one of the two strats and max it out. I don't have to do both. Start might be easier. Jump into that outside. Because I didn't make the jump smooth later. So if I make this outside entirely smooth... I mean, it doesn't have to be the entire outside. Just the second half. If I can make this smooth, I think that's enough. And I can full save the end. I don't have to do it the way he did. That's better. Imagine, already 0.18 and 11 more speed. How does he do that? Oh, he stays on the outside the entire time. Doesn't release at all. That's just next level. Doesn't release, doesn't break. Yeah, he is a madman. I think he might have won one of the campaigns. Can't remember which one. Hobbit seems to be everywhere in this one, so maybe Hobbit won it. Just continue. See what I can do in the end. If I do it like that, how much does it give me? Nothing, pretty much. I hesitated too much. Actually had it. Will be an improvement at least. That's okay. 0.42 more. No way. I feel like I just gotta get lucky with the start once, and I'm not really gonna fail the end. If I got a good advantage, then I'm not gonna fail it. It's easy to save it, it's just difficult to do it the way Kebi did. Okay, that's a dumb one. That's exactly what I expect to happen if I try to drift here. I think he did drift into full release to the right then. But I feel like if I even try that, I'm just gonna lose more. Very lucky there. Maybe chance to get it. I was too safe, I guess. I even got lucky with the start. That could have easily been a slowdown, because I bounced off the wall. No, I missed it. I think the start might have been good enough to get it. But the end needed to be clean. Okay, just 0.25 more. New wallbang strat. I think it could actually work. Because I only lost 0.1. No. I just don't trust Trackmania physics. Keep braking there and releasing. I just don't see how it's possible to make it full speed. That's pretty good. Oh, what am I doing? It's just, I've never had that much speed here before. That's 14. Would that have been enough? Almost. Just need to risk the end a bit more then. Would have been a good attempt at least. Unnecessary break there. I need to stop. No braking. I need to remember that. I need a no brakes block here. It's not that difficult actually. I'm just playing too scared. I think a little release should be enough. Braked again. There's a slowdown. Something like that should be enough. Well, obviously that was bad because I got a slowdown. But just a little release. Somehow I'm ahead with this. Maybe a little PB. Okay. Wait, 19 more.
Good evening.
This has to be faster. Wall bounce. What? 24. I guess it's because of the wall. Let's see if that helped. Oh, good evening, crazy bus driver. I'm surprised that was slower. Despite the fact that I died in the wall. Does he turn right just a little bit? I need to know that. Let's see. That's like one right tap, just to correct and get the angle. Might be turning right too much. Remember, this was fun in MM. This must have been carnage in MM. I don't see how anyone survives this consistently. If they're going for this. It's that second outside that's incredibly difficult. The jump into the first one is rather easy. Especially once you memorize the approach. Probably not going for this. Also possible, but I feel like you lose a lot. Maybe you just go for the first one and then go inside second one. It does seem like it. If you can make that jump later clean, should be top 100 immediately. Let me just try actually. What if I go inside? What if I just get the jump into the first one? Let's see what this would be. Hey, don't lose that much. Then with a good end. Like mid to high 30, I think. I would assume that's how you do it in MM. Let's try to start with the ghost just so I know if I'm ahead immediately. Oh, never mind. It's way more difficult. I just don't remember the PB run being that fast in the start. That was enough. Yeah, 26, that was enough easily. 31. Yeah, doesn't matter, I'll get it again. Just wasn't used to having that much speed there. It's fine. It's fine. Didn't want to release too much and then... Yeah, it is. You just gotta survive pretty much. Yeah, look at this. I did a full release, just didn't want to throw this one. See, I only failed before because I wanted a better time. Trust me. I'm just gonna open up that webpage with all champion medals. Wanna see which ones are easier. Let's go for those first. So spring 2022. First one, apparently, almost 1,000 people have it. And you have 0.1 between the world record and a champion medal. 3, 7, and 8 seem easy. Yeah, just gotta get the start right. What's 7 or 8? This looks full speedy. Looks terrible as well. 3. It's because people are full speed prodigies. Let's see what this is. Oh, it's water. Wait, it's water and ice. Lovely combination. Oh, maybe the physics are different here. This one could be impossible. I've done the same thing again. Oh, this one is an ice slide? Maybe full no slide? This is PF. This has a cut. Okay, let me improve one time, and then we'll watch the record. Lovely. I don't see where you would cut. And I don't think the water physics matter here, because you don't water bounce anywhere. What was that? Ice physics are different as well. This seems terrible to play. What's wrong with this campaign? Once again confirms my theory that the spring campaigns are always the worst. Doesn't want to gear up. Like, what is wrong with this car? Or is the ghost? I have more speed. Get wrecked. It was a PB, so let's check. Maybe it's the icy version. It's more likely that it's the normal version, I think. What is that? Okay. Well, he has the gear already, and then full outside. I don't see any cuts here. Yeah, that's it. Okay, it seems doable. We'll ignore what happened in the end. That doesn't exist. I hear he did something weird. Like that. I love when that happens. I'm so excited to watch Sunburn today. Just to see that. Why is it sliding? I need almost 2 seconds. Sure. Sounds easy. How many times can I do that? Jumps are almost impossible. So it's not really a cut, it's something you have to do. I went to gear 2 and then back to 4. Interesting. Well, this should be a lot faster. Okay, only half a second more. So, basically the entire map is just one ice slide. I failed because I went to gear 2 and then back to gear 4. You do one ice slide, get the exit clean, and then survive the outside, and that's pretty much it. This seems horrible for rounds. Okay, we'll just hunt the ice slide then. Much fun. How does that work for him? I don't get it. Now I get the feeling any of these maps are made with rounds in mind. But the first campaign that was released after Matchmaking was released was made with rounds in mind, actually. That was spring 2021. And many people will say that's one of the best campaigns ever. So I guess it should have continued that way. Same goes for the winter campaign this year. Again, many people say it's the best campaign of all time, and it's very good for rounds. Well, most maps. Hey, Kian. This map. That is absolute despair. But the problem here is that physics are different. Both the water physics and the ice physics are different. Compared to what they were then. Is that better? Oh, it wasn't worse. Think like that maybe? Why did I lose speed? There's no way I touched. That's 11 more speed with 09 ahead. Let's see. Actually loses. This might not be easy. People often say 2021 campaigns were the best. I think I actually played a few of those. Winter, no, but I did play spring. It was pretty good. Then for some reason they just went away from it in 2022 completely. And went crazy with water and like random shit. This is so miserable. We just like different things at the end of the day, and it's impossible to please everyone. I mean, the rounds map in Jericho, but some people like the wacky stuff and they say it's too boring. Yeah, well, that's why the champ medal is so difficult on 20 this season. Because while it baffles me that there are people who enjoy that, some of them are so crazy about it that they went mad in the very first week. So yeah, I get that. I would definitely enjoy rounds-based maps more. Like in the winter campaign. I hate water wheels. Now that they have changed the map pool for ranked, I think it would be nice if the ranked map pool only included rounds friendly maps and then kept the wacky stuff out of ranked. So that way wacky enjoyers could have their fun by just hunting, and rounds enjoyers could have fun by playing those maps in ranked. I think there is a way to please everyone. don't think this is enough. Okay, point two more. I'm potato salad. Has the same time as me. Amazing. Remove Bob from MM. That's kind of on you. You just need to rank up. Run away from Bob. Now I need gear 4 when I exit ice. Like, I need it immediately. I think I had a few attempts like that before. What's my favorite salad? Well, if you know anything about me, you're gonna know that I don't eat salad. Any salad. There is no such thing as a favorite salad. Too late. That's kind of the same type of food as soup for me. Kind of useless food, doesn't serve any purpose. Okay, wait. Now, see, if I gear up during the ice slide, that's bad. I should keep gear 3 here. Favorite salad, mixed grill. I don't even know if that's the real thing. I couldn't even tell. I just don't eat salad. What do you mean I can't? There's no way you like salad too. Just want to see if I can improve later. Yeah, that was better. Do we have any other salad enjoyers? Do you guys really like salad? I just feel like it's kind of pointless. Not you. That was still better even with less speed, so I should have gone lighter. Eating salad and soup daily. Okay. I feel like those two things go together. If you like one, you probably like the other. Why does that happen? Too far behind. Let's compare. Hey, he has more speed on ice. I shouldn't be losing that much. So he goes left and then goes straight to there, I see. I'm already in the mud here. It has to be down to the physics. He takes more outside than I do. So it was like this. Yes, it does suck indeed. But I feel like with my exit, it's never gonna work. I'm always too far here on the left, and then I always steer and die. Yeah, you mean that? But I don't really understand what this is. It has to be something that includes some water wheel shenanigans. I don't think that would work otherwise. But I don't understand what that is. I don't really know how that's supposed to work. So, you know, that would have been good. Okay, simple added tomato green salara with pumpkin oil. The stuff you eat is stuff I've never heard of. Dude. Why does LD have this WR? Because he's good at the map? Isn't he some short map enjoyer? What is this? That would be 8 more speed, that's good. No, I've never heard of pumpkin oil. Why would I eat oil from a pumpkin? I assumed that was a typo, but I've never heard of pumpkin oil. Late gear shift. Why does this not work? No, for me it goes to gear 1. For him it doesn't. Let's watch the gearbox. It's gear 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? Maybe it's the angle. He doesn't angle it more than 90. He's a bit under 90. I've never seen this before. I felt like that was terrible. I'm slightly ahead, but it doesn't feel good. What the hell is happening on this map? Very popular in the north, basically are olive oil. No, I don't think I've ever eaten anything with that. Yeah, olive oil, obviously, yes. Let's just see how much I can gain with a good outside. I like that at least here you don't jump out. Pretty much everything. So if I'm ahead and just get a good outside, that should be enough. You just gotta figure out this mysterious ice slide. And again. This Croatia sounds so different across the whole country when it's so small. I don't know, but it is very different. And people are very different too. I'm not sure this is faster. Oh, not enough. Feels like it's more than 2. I think people from different parts of the country don't even understand each other's customs and traditions very often. Something is wrong here. I just don't know if this even works today. Or if this was a 2022 thing. That didn't hurt. Yeah, but even the regional differences are huge. I have no clue what this is. Maybe we should watch someone else, like Mika. I keep gaining there, but it's not enough. Let's see what the Ice God says. Goes tight. Yeah, he also does it, but it feels like they're forcing that weird thing where it sounds like your car just shuts down. And they kind of do it on purpose at the exact moment when they exit ice and enter road. Well, I had to try. I think it would have been enough, actually. If I just survived. That was so close. It would have been enough, maybe. It's around enough. Mika just does the exact same thing as LD. So, it's a known trick. I've just never seen it before. Like, I've never seen this before used as a good thing. This, for me, is just something really annoying on ice. Because the car randomly turns off and it refuses to do anything. But here they're using it to get gear 4 right after ice. And now it just worked. Okay. I'll take it. It worked. I full saved the outside because Zinio was far ahead. I don't really get it, but it works, so it is what it is. I guess we'll try this. Sometimes I guess you just don't question stuff, you accept it. Well, this one seems difficult. I don't like the fact that Wills is first. But then there's Karyan in third. But if Wills is first, that means there's a speed slide somewhere. That's bad. But then if Karyan can do it, so can I. Yeah, I guess without getting a slowdown. Same as usual, we'll get 1 PB and then we'll check out what's going on. Five more, 4 more speed. I'm gonna miss. I saw it. Alright, that's a PB. We're 0.4 away. Let's see. Because I was shit at the game at the time, but I hated all these maps. I hated them as well. There was just something wrong with these maps. I don't know what it was. I just never enjoyed campaigns before. Also feels like there's nothing here. Does he maybe get it smoother? I have no clue. Feels like it's pure precision in the start. Look, I have 5 more speed. And now I failed the ramp cut. And then here, just full tight. That helped a lot. 8.31. But you can clearly see a big difference between campaign mapping back then and now. Well, 19 more. That entirely depends on the season. I remember not that long ago there was a campaign where I hated the green maps. Might have been fall. This should have been a white map. I think it only wasn't because of the length. Doesn't that feel random? Still losing. Okay, a bit weird. Still high. Pretty sure I can PB a little. Let me watch this using cam 3 for the end. Okay. I guess it just magically works. That has to be a lot faster, surely. But I'm not gaining anything. Okay. Too wide. That's too early. Once I know I'm making this turn, I think I should go into cam 3. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay. Can gain a bit more there. We know I can gain in the start. 2 more speed even. Okay. That surprises me. Seriously? I've done it again. It should never happen with Cam 3. I guess I'm trying to cut too much. That's 07. Looks like an 01. Kinda does. I guess they thought that jump would be difficult for people and that it deserves to be green because of that. I don't see another rational explanation. Cam 2, we can try. It's good for getting dizzy. Cam 3 is way better. I'm gonna stick with Cam 3. Why? See, this is what I don't get. Just lost 5 speed. Like, why? Its SDs are great for 01. It feels like it's like that on every 01. It's always about SDs. Okay, pretty big improvement. Now just 7, 8 more. No. World record doesn't SD. You don't have any way to start it without doing an S4D. And there's just not enough room to gain back the time we would lose by initiating the S4D. I think I need to compare. I'm not exactly sure where I'm losing 22. Slower. That's worse. Oh, he doesn't go to the left, he just does the trick. Okay, I'm losing a car length. Way more. Different approach. And he just goes lower, gets more speed there. Oh, his end is different. Yeah, just tighter, nothing special. Let's see if this was worth it. Not at all. That's 5 more speed. All that because of the ramp cut, but overall the run was so much worse. It's gonna be hard to do the same ramp cut. I'm missing 2 speed in the start. Yeah, 1 more speed, that's huge. -4. No! That's so close. You don't get more speed because of the wider line. It's just the angle. I think at this point we gotta compare again. Not sure where the rest is. All of that looked pretty good to me. Went inside here. This was really low. Maybe? I have to try. Okay, this is more of an analog map, to be fair. I don't know why I'm playing this on D-pad. There it is, 1 more speed. Just need to do this on D-pad and then the rest analog. Too wide. Ah, that was too wide. I would prefer something like this to be 01 compared to SD nonsense. I think this is more fun, actually. Even though there isn't as much to it. Like, it's just precision and nothing else. But it's better than doing SDs, in my opinion. Worst line. No, I clipped. But I don't think I lost almost 400 because I clipped. Too wide. It's got to the point where I cannot afford to have a single bad turn. Like, this has to be as tight as possible. This might be doomed. Let's see. So he does go a little further to the left there. This feels like he has 1 or 2 more speed. Again, slightly better ramp cut. And better line there. And that's it. Same end line pretty much. I mean, there's a reason why that's the record, right? That's it. Pixel perfect. There it is. There's the 100 that we need. I think this is bad. Maybe too wide, maybe good. No way that loses. I was sure that was enough. I had more speed even. think that's a scam. Convinced that's a scam. Is that good? It's terrible. Budimir going to Real and Perisic to Barca. I know the first one, yes. Second one seems unreal because he's so old. And he's doing well in the Dutch league. I just don't see what he could possibly bring to the Spanish league. Budimir, that's just a hostile replacement. I think that's why they want him. Hostile pretty much won them the Champions League the season before last. Man. Show Yamal how it's done. It's looking like Yamal should win the Ballon d'Or every season for the next 15 years. Could be good enough. I love precision gaming. Okay. Slightly too wide. Could be fine still. Exactly. Calculated. I have no clue where I even lost. I don't know why. It was more speed, and I was further ahead, and then I lost. Whatever. I got it, that's what matters. Dominating the green maps. What else do we have? I skipped 3. Like, 3 is supposed to be easy. 20 and 23 are supposed to be easy. I still have almost an hour. I think this has a crazy cut, if I remember correctly. I have no clue what this is. Let's see. Almost 3 seconds behind. Wait, did I not get this in Random Map Challenge? Maybe last week, 2 weeks ago, something like that. Is this that map? Yeah, it is. It is, and I think I actually got this exact version. Well, yeah, Barca have no money. That's why they're looking free agents, but still. There are better free agents than him. For sure. Okay, we can play this. Buddy Franklin should have gotten the Ballon d'Or. Here we go. Crazy bus driver with the random name drop. The people you mention are complete randos to anyone except you and their parents, I swear. Why is it forced for so long? Is that another Australian athlete or... Let me just remember this, but I swear I played this 2 or 3 weeks ago in Random Map Survival. What, you knew Team Cahill at least? Yeah, of course, because he played in the Prem. Of course I knew Team Cahill. I remember watching him. Now, Buddy Franklin sounds like a Johnny English type of name. Someone from a comedy movie. Okay, I sort of remember. But isn't his real name? Yeah, I didn't expect it to be. How do you go from Lance to Buddy? And don't say by becoming friends. Oh, we gotta make both of these. Better end, maybe. Oh, I can gain so much there. Short for Buddard. Alright, so here, much wider. This is such a shit turn. I'm missing 8 speed. Almost. That has to be a massive time gain. If you make it clean, I believe. Okay. That's a bad crash. And now there's over a second in the end. And there's some shenanigans on the sand we're about to watch. Link to the video in the football chat of Buddy getting his 3,000 gold just before retiring. I'll take a look later. IC campaigns were very popular back then. I think even I played a few. A full no slide again. I mean, it's what you expect when it's Soliva guns in first. Full no slide here, this is disgusting. But look at the difference between the champion medal and the world record. All of it is no slide pretty much. It's the one where the entire stadium runs onto the field. I had to pause the game for like 20 minutes. Buddy Franklin making everyone go crazy. Hail Buddy Franklin. Okay, that looks very impressive. Let's see what I can do here. It's like Chem 1 isn't really optimal. I don't understand here. How am I supposed to get the nose slide if I cannot see the car? What is the idea behind that? Cam 2? It doesn't work. It's forced Cam 3, that's the issue. Okay, 0.8. 1.5 left. But there's so many mistakes everywhere. I will never understand how people can do no slides and speed slides in Chem 3. How do you know? I gotta see the entire card in order to know if it's sliding or not. I guess with the no slide you can feel the grip, right? But speed sliding is something I'll never understand. Like, speed sliding in Chem 3 is insane. Backwards cam, that actually makes more sense because you actually see the skids. I think backwards makes way more sense than Chem 3. It's 0.4 already. Is it enough? Not quite. I don't think I'm supposed to drop that gear. Oh, I forgot to switch to analog. It's all good. Alright, 1 more second. Hey, does it? There's no way, right? I never knew. Let's try. Okay, I learned something new today. No way. This has to make it. Okay, keeping the gear there is huge. Wasn't punished. I don't know why or how. Okay, halfway there. Thought it was common knowledge? No. Complete news to me. But I guess it makes sense because the backwards cam is just called look behind. It's not an actual camera. I never really thought about it. I mean, that's only useful for speed sliding, I guess. I don't see where else you would use that. That's a pretty good start. Why am I doing that with the stick? Was an FS map in the Mahi Cup that had an upside down reactor turn with forced Chem 3 and everyone using backwards chem in rounds to speed slide? Yeah, that's the only usage I can see for it. But it's pretty cool. I never knew. I'm gonna say that's why I'm not as good at full speed. Now that I know I can use the backwards camera, I'm gonna win every 4-speed competition from now on. Just you wait. That's been holding me back for years. You'll see. You'll see, next 4-speed cup of the day, I cannot wait. I'll win every round. I'll do what Mada did years ago. I'm not even gonna use the forward camera, I'm just gonna do it all with the backwards cam. You guys aren't ready. New line. Oh, I think I know how to get this. People do GDS with backwards cam? Galaxy drifts. Well, that makes sense, yeah. How else would you see your skids in that situation? If you mean Galaxy by GDS. Oh. I think this could be enough. Why is it 7 less? Why am I getting scammed again? What a no slide. What a reactor! Unfair. Any chance you're going to XP Evo? There is a chance, yes. I would rather not, but there's no other competitions to play, then I might have to. It depends what I decide to do with stage 2 now. Now that the rules have changed, if it works now the way I think it works, then I might just play stage 2 World Tour. If I find someone. Maybe there's more people interested now that the rules are a bit different. And in that case, I'm just gonna focus on World Tour and not go to XP Evo. If I don't play, then there's a much bigger chance I will go. What changed is that, for example, if Carl and Pack win the global playoffs, then it's not the second best American team that's qualified, but the second team from the global playoffs. Because they qualify through the American regional. Which essentially means you need to get top 2 in the global playoffs and not just win. Makes it quite a lot easier. So it's quite obvious that Puff Bros and Jetlag will make it, like that's pretty much guaranteed. And I think it's highly likely that whoever wins Europe will also win the global playoffs. Which means the second place in the global playoffs will also be enough. It's not enough. Too wide. Okay, it is an improvement though. Means Mahi won't get to World Cup? No. I don't think they have a chance. I can't see them getting at least top 2 in the global playoffs now. Regional guaranteed seeds are really stupid, I agree. I think regional separation is stupid in Trackmania in general. That grip is mad. Okay, way more speed. Don't scam. Yes. Oh, I should have no-slayed that. I had the angle. Deservedly punished. Wait. Maybe I gotta clip a little bit on the inside. But I cannot afford to drop the gear. What am I even doing? I'm 0.3 ahead. There's no need. Just want to be qualified to globals, and top 2 range globals should go to WC. That will be top 6. Oh, the first stage is completely useless. If, again, I understand it correctly, if you can qualify to stage 2 playoffs just based on stage 2, then I am very interested in playing. If the points carry over, then yeah, obviously I'm not gonna play, because then it's pointless. It could have just been 2 from Global Playoffs 1, 2 from Global Playoffs 2. Instead of regional winner. Plus 1 from Global Playoffs 2. That's just the state of Trackmania esports right now. No doubt everything will be different next year, once again. Wasn't enough anyway. Had a massive minus a few runs ago. I think if I get this quickly, we can get one more. Sure. Sounds like something a scrappy fanboy would say. Rage bait failed. Rage bait is not trendy anymore. I think everyone knows at this point, if you say something like that, you're not serious. I would only believe that if it was said by someone who's either new to the game or a complete casual. You're too invested in the game for me to believe it. This could work. don't know if the priority there is to no slide or keep the gear. I'm guessing keeping the gear is better. If I have to pick, obviously both, but that was wide. It's good enough anyway. Nice outcome one. Yeah, because I forgot that I didn't do it manually. But it's good enough. And now this one. Paco with the record. Is also over a second ahead. I don't remember anything here. It feels like I've never seen this in my life. I thought it's the one with the cut, but I don't think it's the map I'm thinking of. And those reactor turns were very common back then. With the weird cakes and shit. Hello? Oh, mega jump. Hey, then this might just be pure driving. Poles. Jump. This is going on forever. Drift. Okay. I don't remember, but I'll do my best. This does seem like a good map. I think I would enjoy this in matchmaking. Well, I would absolutely take this over the current 23. Like, it's not even close. Look at how much better this is. I think it's between the poles, actually. Weird drift. I like the flags to show you what to aim for. Reactor penalty. It's following me. It's not even the way. I just had to do it. Now here you go from there, I guess. I need something to aim for, because this is not gonna work. Oh, maybe there's a cut? I always like to get a PB before I watch. Might have to take this one differently. Yeah, it's always my fault when it's reactor penalty, of course. No, but for real, I think this is how it should be built. The way it's on this map is actually perfect. I think penalties should be used sometimes instead of walls, so that if you end up on penalty, it means you're doing it wrong. But your run isn't completely over. Just the way it's here. There was one turn on 21 in the last winter season where I think penalty was used really well. And same goes for 24, the ice map in the winter season. I think that's really how penalty should be used. It should be used as an obstacle of sorts, and not something you have to drive over and then bounce like Humpty Dumpty over it to save time. I mean penalty in general. I don't think penalty surfaces should be driven on purpose. I think they should be around the route, so that if you do end up driving on them, you get punished, but your run isn't completely over. Like, it's better to put penalty there than nothing, so you just fall off the map. Like here, for example. not used to change the physics of the surface, it's used to keep you on the ground. I like that. No, that's also better usage of reactor. I was talking about penalty exclusively, not about reactors. But even when it comes to reactor, I think this is a good usage of it. Crazy how much worse the mapping got. And then you go from this here to Red Bull downhill, which I think is the worst usage of penalty I've seen. I think that's exactly how penalty should not be used. Where you just kinda land and hope you get a shit bounce that's actually not shit. And this is pretty much the same run as PB. What's with the gear there? Oh, of course. Surely I get the PB now. It's also only 1 second here. I'm not missing almost 3 seconds like on the other maps. So that should mean that I played the map a bit, I guess. But then again, it's not even top 2k. I'm guessing here I got the AT and then played a few more rounds. I took it safe. You remember this? Did you actively play campaigns back then? This was 2022. Let's see. Full inside. Hey, that makes sense. It is under after all. That makes sense. He stays on the edge of the gear shift. Smart. He eats the gear, doesn't care. Oh, drift to avoid penalty. Again, I think that's good usage of penalty. What in the line is this? Sure, I've never seen this record before. And this is a weird drift. Very weird. It's the first thing I ever played. Spam the campaigns from spring 21 to winter 22 or 23. Probably 23. Because you needed to play that campaign in order to play the World Tour maps in matchmaking. So you probably did play that one as well. He release tapped on the jump. Did he? This one maybe. I never knew you were a campaign enjoyer back then, Epos. Oh yeah, but you did play TSCCs back then. That actually makes sense. Alright, so here I should probably use a different camera, because this doesn't work in Cam 1. It just doesn't. swear this end is better than Pakuzen. Summer 2107, your first ever top 5 on the worst map ever. Let's see. I can't even go that far back because champion medals didn't exist back then. What is this? A big difference compared to Corny. I remember this map. Oh, it's this bullshit. I hated this. No way you hunted reactor zoops. I can't believe this. I would never expect you to play this. 40 hours on this. That's crazy. That's where the dirt skill comes from. It's from hunting the reactor zoop on this. Learning the game by hunting a reactor zoop for 40 hours, but it seems to have worked. Yeah, from hunting reactor zoops to dominating World Tour. That's the trajectory. I can't believe that. I don't remember you at all being in the top 5 there, but... Damn. I do remember playing matchmaking on that map pack, and I remember hating that map. That was a terrible one. Okay, that's very unnecessary. That's what you have to do. Yeah, see, he says true TM skill. You gotta learn reactors. Well, these days there's reactors everywhere. Seriously. I'm smacking everyone on that in the map, then I go smacked everywhere else. I think that's the matchmaking when France had a really sick team for TSCC as well. I'm pretty sure Gwen played, Sapi played, and they were like fully trained. And then you could end up going against a sick French triple stack in MM, and it was complete death. Because that was with a shitty point system back then. That was complete mud. Yeah, it might be that. Gwen, Sapi, Vulnera, Nexo, Nod. Yeah. That was it. Imagine seeing that when you're just playing the campaign a little here and there, not hunting. Fully trained Gwen on the campaign, imagine. Because back then, he still actively played the game, but there was nothing else to do. Because the World Cup was, I think, early July. Or late June, something like that. And then the next TMGL season was September. So there was nothing really to do over the summer. My memory is only good when we talk about Trackmania. Well, that's what matters here. Some people's memory is never good. I think back then I didn't care about campaigns at all. I would have definitely played more had the matchmaking system been better. Kinda like how it is today. It was always so miserable. Like, you had no chance if you were queuing alone.
PSG has won blue heart, white heart, red heart, 7 trillion dead blue heart, white heart, red heart. Paris has fallen blue heart, white heart, red heart. 143 nukes detonated by PSG fans, blue heart, white heart, red heart. Emmanuel Macron now generated by Google VO3 blue heart, white heart, red heart. Hello Dembele, how are you doing? Blue heart, white heart, red heart.
You missed Bradley Coca-Cola with that. But thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. Man, PSG winning means football won. They did deserve it. Instead of Inter, the football terrorists. France winning again, I guess. PSG carrying on Gwen's legacy. Wonder if he's gonna play stage 2. Actually, wouldn't be surprised if him and Afi went for it in stage 2. Because stage 1, as we've already discussed, doesn't really make any sense. Unless you're going for the number 1 spot. So him and Afi might actually show up for stage 2. I can't. I need 1 month of Chem 2. We need to do that at some point. What is this? How is this possibly better? Paco cheating again. I don't like that. I'm sure I can get it without that shitty line. That is so bad. I don't care. I'm not going for that. I haven't seen the sun in 6 days. The Trackmania ghosts, they whisper to me, go faster, faster. I blink and I'm in another map, another run, another 1000 off. My hands are shaking, my eyes bleed checkpoints. I see corners in my dreams and respawn IRL, please. Haven't eaten, my roommate thinks I'm a chair. Send help or WRs, either one. Yeah, you are mentally healthy. I've performed the mental health check. Everything is fine with you. At least you're committed to a video game. Wonder if Paco did this in Chem 1. That's shit. No, they just register for stage 1, but you don't have to play. You're also looking for a team. I know you had a bit of a rough situation in real life, so make sure that's alright first before you commit to competitive Trackmania. Stage 2, yes. I think it's from July to September. That was good. Ah, perfect. I hate this gear shift. Who calculated that? No, I actually had it with the 0.6. What a throw. I wasn't aware I was that close. Well, APEC makes sense, doesn't it? When you think about it. Because again, you just need top 3 to make it into global playoffs. I think APAC top 3 is easier than EU top 9, I think. I'm not sure. It's like top 8, 9, 10, something like that. I think 3rd in APAC is completely free. That's probably the easiest. Then there's top 4 NA, CSA, something like that. I think that's also easy. There's like 2 serious teams there. Europe is just more fun to play. They have Baywak and Brent team. Yeah, I think so too. I've watched 2 of those so far, and that's exactly how it's been. The gap is huge. Kind of same in NCSA, although Exotica and Charles came really close to beating Neil and Richie in the last one. That was a crazy match. Mahi top 8 EU, I don't think so. No chance. Who do you think Mahi would beat out of the top 8 teams from yesterday? Take top 9 even, with Dawn. I don't think Mahi beat any of those teams. Maybe Eterna? Okay, Wild. Okay, but Wild are random. Top 8 with a good day. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, Lion Coast is also there. But they're actually good. I'd say Mahi are around top 10 EU. They beat Sprout 2 years ago. Yeah, but Sprout are a bit different. They're both slackers. I don't think Sprout are that good anyway.
Good evening.
Good evening, Thomason. In APEC, they're full risk and jet lag and full safe against other teams, so they don't have a match with similar level. That is true, yes. The gaps are big. But I did see them struggle against Russian Mafia. Like, every time they play, it feels like Russian Mafia have a chance to get a map and then they just inexplicably crash somewhere. Somewhere where you really shouldn't crash. And then Mahi get an ace out of nowhere and close it. It's happened so many times. But yes, it is hard to judge. Because the skill gap is indeed big. Morning debuff. I just don't think they're that good in general. Skill-wise, yes, like mechanically, but I don't think they have the mentality for it. They don't train enough and kind of give up when things don't go their way and then cry about stuff. Yes. I think they could both do really well with a teammate who kind of forces them to train and be accountable. Because when you have slacker and slacker team, that's a really bad combination. But if you have a team of a slacker and a tryhard, I think the tryhard can change the slacker. Like, you need at least one person on the team to be very serious about everything. Because sometimes if you have a slacker and he sees that his teammate also isn't practicing, then he's not gonna try. Just Scrappy the Dexter would have been more disciplined. I've never got that from him. I don't really wanna bash anyone, so it's kinda hard to give my honest opinion, but from what I've seen from Dexter, he usually quits. Like, he's never even completed a season before that. He shouldn't have been picked anyway, because he wasn't qualified. But before that, he never completed a season of OGL, TMGLC, or whatever. Things always go bad for him and he just quits. I think he's the perfect teammate for Scrappy in that sense. They're both kind of quitters and excuse merchants. But if they play together, then there's no chance they can actually do something. Like, just purely Trackmania skill-wise, they're obviously top. That's never been a question. Did it work for you in AOPL? Were you the tryhard or the slacker? Imagine you have two tryharder alliance, and that's why they did so well. Well, that's the perfect combination. That's exactly what you want. Tryharder will burn out because of responsibility of other side. That's possible. The thing is, if you have one tryhard, one slacker, one will pull the other one to his side. It just depends who's stronger in that. Oh, we have like 5 more minutes. And then we're watching Nemesis, of course. The rematch from yesterday, Nemesis against Boca. I would only compete if I get invited to top team. There's a massive difference. The thing is, I actually earned my stripes. It's not about being invited. I just want a decent teammate who also wants to try hard. That's it. I don't want to play with a slacker. Mostly comes down to that. You'd be surprised how difficult it is to find a teammate like that. Yeah, I need a slacker that feels guilty, and that's the one good thing about Duo, because when he does feel like that, then he decides to stop being that way and actually try. There's an interesting interview about that with Complex. Was playing with Panda back then. And I think he said something like he flipped the switch when he realized that they can actually be the best team. He's also someone who I would classify as a slacker. But realized he had a good teammate who is practicing, locked in, and then they won stage 2. That's, I think, a great example of a tryhard pulling the slacker to the right side, and it paid off. Keep getting the gear, that's not good. I'll do up. I would try harder except the beacon because of burnout. I'll try hard map and push my limits. Yeah, that's why you're improving at the game. That's the right mentality. There's very few people who actually have it. Which is also why the same people have been at the top for so many years. I disconnected halfway through the match and didn't contact anyone until the next day. Okay, see, the thing is, part of it is your fault, and it's because you chose him. That's also why I don't want to play with just anyone, right? Because if I choose a teammate and then he's clowning around and acting like a jackass, that's also my fault. Like, I decided to play with him. That's on me. I should have done the research and known that the guy's useless. So I think, sort of, it is a bit on you. Because you chose him. Like, nobody forced you to play with him. And when you look at things that way, you realize you have way more control over what you do and what your results are. He single-handedly made the entire comp less than an hour longer. Yeah, well, hopefully you've learned from that experience. Oh, I should have got it before. Focus is kind of gone, because soon we gotta switch over. In PO mentioned again, there is no escape. They're everywhere. They're gonna be in our walls soon. I will watch Balka versus Nemesis. Maybe. Trust the process. I flew out a little bit. I got it. Yes! Just in time. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to get. Oh. Now we have 7 minutes. Perfect timing. Good map. What are you talking about? I was in PO, but I got banned because of a gang affiliation. Zesty Esports. Don't tell me you were in Zesty Esports. Isn't that the team with all the weirdos? With that info guy and whoever else was there. Why were you there? Yes. Ooh. Barely escaped with my life. Alright. So you didn't know what you were getting into. We'll forgive you. Let me just find the bracket. Now we forgive you. You just played EMC with them. Wasn't actually part of the team. Yeah. The excuses are coming in. Do we believe you? Well, Take it over to this monitor. Yeah, that's what they all said, exactly. Just put an LFD thing and analytics scouted me. Every German soldier after World War II. Yeah. Let me change the title. Your friend accidentally almost joined the Yakuza in Japan, so I believe it is possible to ignorant. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. I know it is possible indeed. Alright, so let's see if this is actually gonna work. Of course it doesn't. Now it should. Should be able to see this. So this is the winner bracket for today. And this, of course, is the match that we're gonna watch. The rest are, I think, pretty good. I mean, you never know what you're gonna get with Wild. And Big versus Lion Coast, I mean, Big were absolutely rattled yesterday about tiebreakers and everything, so maybe they're scared, who knows. And Eterna Blah, I mean, anything can happen here. It's Blah's first regional. And then in the loser bracket, we've got Dawn versus Molotov, Piwo versus Tapas and Dumpling, Brothers and Tasca. This could be a good match if Jaja and Yannick are practiced. And then Team Divergent, I think, and the Swifty, which could also be good. This is the biggest surprise for me, this team. But for now, we'll just focus on the winner bracket. Let's move that over. I think we can already join the server. What am I doing? Server should be ready. I'm gonna guess it's 3. It's either 3 or 7. What do we have here? Yep, that's the correct one. Let me just change the music. Lower it a bit. There. I don't know who that is. Zoo. Never heard of him. Hopefully we can watch Blah at some point. I think I did watch Blah yesterday. Yeah, there was one match for sure. And they won. Can't remember who it was against. Maybe Wild or a team like that. Cambo is good indeed. I saw that he had some really good times on NASCAR maps. Was on that NASCAR short. He did really well. And that Cup of the Day. Of course there's World Tour. There's World Tour every weekend. There's no break. There's World Tour everywhere. I just need something to keep the energy up. I found this new drink. I don't even know who is producing this. It tastes really nice. It's not like an energy drink, but I can feel a difference. Like it's not a typical energy drink, but it does says new generation of energy infused drink. Pro game. I did show it. Might be a Croatian company that made this. No clue. Yeah, it's pretty new. It's really nice. I bought it in Miller. I also didn't know the APEC one was on. Was out clubbing instead. The APEC had like 5 teams. They're banning Limbo against Nemesis. That's choice. It's some German thing. But not necessarily. Everything at the back is written in Croatian. There's nothing in English or German. I guess it's really called Pro Game. Yeah, you're in Zesty. Makes sense. It all checks out. I might just change this so you guys can actually see the respawns as well instead of me. There we go. Don't think it does. Doesn't say anywhere. Hang on. Oh, it's from Serbia. A Monster is decent as well. I've tried it a few months ago and I didn't get a headache. Like I did years ago when I drank it. But I tried Monster sugar-free. Maybe that's what made the difference. No, I don't regret buying it. I'm not like that. I don't really care where people are from or products or anything like that. Monster Ultra is the sugar-free stuff. Then I guess that's the one. It's too sweet. That's alright for me. This is a little less sweet, so it's definitely better than Monster. Every Monster Ultra and EMEA has no sugar. Okay, then those are the good ones. I think it's the sugary ones that make me kind of sick. Well, let's see if any of these can have a Monster Ultra performance here. This is the rematch from yesterday where Boca narrowly won 2-1. It was a pretty close match. And then got to Ascension where Boca took it. I remember Binks was the standout player on this map. And mine wasn't really having a fun time. He needs to play better than yesterday for sure, if they're gonna do something. So far, slow round. This is only the first round of the day, so you can understand why. Paco just trying to get into that top 2. Mime 0.25 behind. It's gonna be difficult for him to catch up. But we know that the box slide is still ahead. Then Paco crashes. Oh, bad start for Nemesis here. Mime needs to get some magic here, but no. It's not enough. And this is looking like an ace for Boca on their first map pick. This is also supposed to be the one and only best of 3 round today. And that's an online PB by Otak. So he must have had an insane second half, because the first half wasn't that good. This is a real drink that you can buy in stores in Australia and New Zealand. Yeah, I'll check it out later. Right now we gotta focus on Nemesis maybe having a chance on Ellipse. Because yesterday Binks was the hard carry here. I remember Otak also wasn't that good. But now Binks with a respawn. This is the chance for the counter ace. Again, Mime a little bit behind. Mime needs to go faster. Otak's so close to the hole there. He's just not making any progress here. Paco is doing a good job, but it's not enough. They gotta take advantage of Binks respawning. Again, he hasn't gained anything, and from this point on, it's just not possible anymore. The best thing to hope for is that Paco will get first. So that's 1 point back. That is good enough. Yeah, solid. Any 110 is solid here.
Victory.
So 4-2. Slow start by mine, but at least he's not crashing. He's staying in the rounds. That's what's often very important. Dodgy line there by Banks, but he makes it work. And Mime's angle slightly off there, so he will drop to last. Drops the gear as well. Okay, that's a good uphill, lots of speed. This is the best round so far. Super close, anyone can take it here still. Otek again, it feels like he's just a few pixels away from a respawn there. And look at this, all four inside of each other midway through the map. Super close, anyone's game, all to be decided in the box slide. And then the blue team doing the NASCAR part so much better. Oh, Mime trying, but the exit is just too wide. So Paco needs to stay in second at least. Binks is far ahead in first. Mime trying to attack on the inside. I think Otak has it. That's another ace for Boca. Great round. Worst time is like an 0-2. That's brilliant. But Boca just a little bit faster. And they're already on checkpoint. To be fair, this was somewhat expected. This is an incredibly strong map for Boca. But now it's Otak who's last, and he's been performing really well so far. That's also not a good uphill. Banks, how did he not crash? Oh, and Mime, I was just about to praise him and say that he's playing much better than yesterday, even if it isn't enough so far, but he's fully out now, and I think this might be over for Nemesis now. Oh, the clips, he should stay in third. Kind of same as Mime. And then Mime just got the gear quicker. Let's watch the fight for first. Paco lagging a bit. Yeah, Banks has it under control. Another 0.7, very nice.
Draw.
So draw, I guess not the worst for Nemesis, but not really clawing anything back. There's just always one blue player up ahead, and that's so important in 2v2. Whenever one makes a mistake, the other one is there to drop a 0.7 and win the round. Now it's Paco in first, but it goes very wide. Works out perfectly for him though. Oh, then Mime is dropping a lot. Paco is so far ahead, he's on an insane time. And now Mime needs to make his way into second if they are to come back here. The pace is still great. And Mime is coming closer. Once again, all to be decided here in the box line. It's too tight. That's just not gonna work. But he had to try. I think a draw at this point doesn't do anything for them. 9-4 means they would have to ace twice later. Oh, Paco. I mean, it would have been a draw, but I think 9-4 they lose anyway, so the fact that he crashed doesn't really make a difference in the long run. It's just the crash you don't really see often. Same as yesterday. It's still fine. It's only 1-0. Yes, 11-3 looks pretty bad, but it doesn't matter. We're going on to the next map. And they're playing the exact same maps as yesterday. So I understand from Boca's point of view why do that. They did win. Maybe Nemesis are just really bad on Sunburn, or they think that Boca are incredible on Sunburn. Because if you lose once, then maybe next time you should try to change something. instead of trusting the same process. Guess how many minus votes COTD has? I'd say 600. Oh, Paco already in the mud. And this is the map that Nemesis won yesterday. Bad start. Mime with a terrible crash. That is one of the worst places to crash. And Boca just look really good today. They look much stronger than yesterday. Strong start to map 2 as well. Has almost 800 mine. Yeah, deserved. Even if it hadn't been stolen, it's still a terrible map. Can Paco catch up 0.35? Banks and Otak pretty much the same drift. It's so nice to see them drive together. Oh, Banks, that's rough. No! Straight into the wall. There was a chance. Banks actually messed up. He would have had him. That's huge. They get an ace they shouldn't have. Obviously, Paco could not have known that Binks was gonna make a mistake there. So I think he was just very eager to turn and go as close as possible to the wall. That's an unfortunate one. Should have just been a loss. Binks is out, but Binks is not having a good time on Reunion. So there is an opening here. Previous map started off with an ace as well. And nicely done by Paco. Oh, he's out again. He should stay ahead of Binks though. But it's just not enough. A draw doesn't do anything for Nemesis here. Otak full Chem 3 abusing. Looks good, looks much better than Mime's angles. He's just gained another 0.1. Binks another respawn. Wait, Binks was actually in third for a moment because Paco made another mistake. Yeah, this looks very dodgy. And Paco so far not really on it. Because usually he is the carry player on Reunion. And yesterday he played amazing on this map. Won so many rounds. Until Mime kind of stopped crashing and then they were able to get to those 10 points. But today, 2 mistakes already out of 2 rounds. It's just not been a good start. Yeah, well, there's lots of Chem 3 players because you don't see the number on the car. It's actually such a big advantage, it's insane. Now, from what I've heard, you don't have to enable the TMWT mode in Open Planet to join these servers. So there is a chance that some players are cheating. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, I'm just saying that there is a possibility. Paco again. That's 3 in a row. That's heading towards another victory here. Otak just insane so far.
Victory.
You played all Regional 2 without World Tour mode on. Okay, you just admitted to everyone that he cheated. That's great. Thanks for being honest, I guess. But yeah, it is possible, and I guess that Nadeo have no way to verify other than to enforce it on servers. So again, there is a possibility that players are cheating. And we don't even know. But there's a mistake by Otak. This has to be it for Nemesis, come on. He's super close for first, but Binks has been a bit unstable. Paco again, no. Everything is going wrong. And this has just turned into possibly even an ace. Because that is a terrible drift. Mime gets very lucky there. He completely missed the turn, but Otak made an even bigger mistake. There is no next, that's the problem. Don't go next. Oof, this is rough. 8-3. I don't see a comeback. Paco has made a mistake every round. And it's been a big one. And now or never. This is gonna be the only best of 3 round in day 2, yes. After this, it's best of 5 everywhere. Both upper and loser bracket. But look at this, good start. There is a chance still. So close on the left. Yeah, they will go to loser bracket indeed. They are not out of the tournament. But they are running out of chances to stay in the upper bracket, unfortunately. Will Paco flip? No. Okay. This would give them one more round if Paco stays in first. Everyone getting the drift. Who gets it the best? That's really good for Otak. So both are overtaking Paco here. Who needs first? Come on, better angle for Paco. Who's back to first. Well, still fighting. This is super close, but Binks is too far ahead, and this might be over unless Otak wipes out. No. Great round, honestly. Insane round. 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Very strong. And Boca showing what they've got. And already getting it done. Damn. This is wild. This is Blah versus someone. Okay, Blah Eterna. Let's go Blah 9-3. So Blah very close to winning this, as expected. Not sure they could compete in the winner bracket. Unfortunately, I agree with you. Based on what I've seen so far. I think Swift look better, Boca look better, Big most likely, although I haven't seen Big at all this regional. I've seen Wild also perform very well, although they've also been performing very poorly. But we're just gonna watch Elcon secure this for Blah. They will go to top 4 in the upper bracket. Yeah, nicely done. Expected, I think. I thought Nemesis would be performing better in the whole World Tour. So did I. There is a chance that that tournament with me could be our best result, actually. Which is completely insane. What in the Clown Fiesta is happening here? Wizzy with a PB, nice. That's a great time. So Wizzy saves them.
Draw.
2 aces or bust. Listen, imagine if I was trained. Or replace Paco, why? We already have team chemistry. Unfortunately, it's Mime who has to be benched. I'm kidding. I've never played with Mime. Would like to try that as well. Me and Paco worked really well together. I'd like to have more of those shitty tournaments that we had last season. The ones where sometimes we had to wake up at 6 AM. Maybe I could play one of those in case one of those two don't really care. But those tournaments just aren't happening. Replace Paco permanently. Nah, calm down. This is over, by the way. It's Wizzy is dead. No, I played with Paco. Nice run, I think, by Stuft. But E-positive. Well, look at this. Imagine you win 106.6 and you just lose the match because E-pos exists. Well, that's it. Swift win. Insane round. Wait, this is Big versus whoever. Lion Coast. Okay. Okay, Cinema round. Here we go. Tona is in last, but this is good enough so far if Aurel stays in second. Come on. We're all hoping Aurel pulls this off, right? No, it's not good enough. Massa crashes. Yes, there we go. You love to see it. And Lion Coast get a map. That's sick.
Draw.
Let's see what the decider is. See, this is why Big were scared. They were actually scared of Lion Coast. Tona is a good player. He also used to be insanely good at mapping tech. And then he joined Nadeo and started mapping garbage for whatever reason. But some of his tech maps are legendary maps. When was the last time he even played comp? Probably before he joined Nadeo. Must have been way back in TM2, like 2017, 18. Something like that. And Aurel is obviously the GOAT. Massa down. And this is the ultimate cinema map, so anything can happen. I don't think it's crazy at all. He worked for Nadeo, so he basically worked on the game every day. He didn't lose any skill. If anything, he just got better. He just didn't have anywhere to showcase the skill that he had because he wasn't competing. But I would imagine he's an even better player than he was before. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's not good for Tona. Where's Massa? Too far behind. Aurel trying to compete for first. I think he might have it actually. All in NASCAR. Granati with more speed. Still with more speed, but it's gonna be down to the jump. Who gets the better jump? It might just be Granati. Tona went safe. I guess he clipped before, so he didn't have the speed to jump. It'd be funny if Big got kicked by accident their employee. I can tell you that it wasn't funny when Nemesis lost to them last regional. At least for me. But yeah, this one would be funny. No, better start for Big. And this is a map that Big can be really strong on, as we've seen before. This is a team that's capable of doing double 105 in rounds. Tona just losing more and more. I think we're waiting for the turnaround. That might be the best chance for Lion Coast, because this is where the mistakes happen. But both big players get it, and Granati falls off. Oh, pressure is on Massa here. He needs to make sure he doesn't fail. Granati 7 seconds behind. I think that's a terrible place to crash, because you can also get the checkpoint while half of your car is off the map. So then your respawn is awful. I think Lion Coast will be happy with a draw from this round. Xenogear came back like 2 years ago and I was expecting huge things from him, but sadly he's not that good anymore. But Xenogear played 20 years ago, almost. And he probably didn't play in between. And Tona played every day. Huge difference. Oh, Granati down. Doesn't have to mean much. Massa, that is a terrible angle, but he saves it. That's a crazy save, actually. I know he switches to Chem 2 there, so that must have helped a lot. It was like pixels away, both on the left and the right, from crashing. And this is a scary situation for Big. Because he knows that he has to get the turnaround. Here we go. Looks good. Otona is out, and Massa fully catches up to Aurel as well. So that's up to Aurel to secure the draw. That's a very low for Massa. Nice adjustment there. Aurel still in first. Looks pretty good for Massa. He can still win this. I think Aurel's jump is just better. Yeah, much better. Granati secures third. Good round after the initial mistake. I can't see the stats. Yeah, it was the same with Javi Flyer in 2021. He came back, people were hyped, and he didn't do anything. Just disappeared. I think he had like a top 5 on a campaign map, and that's it. Didn't do anything else. No. Oh no, it's all on Aurel again. Tona is not having a good time on Limbo. Don't know who that is. He won us a Raider Cup. One of the biggest talents of all time. He was almost the best tech player at one point. No. And they used to be teammates as well. Spanish guy. I think he could have been a world champion by now, had he just continued playing. Insane talent. Well, Aurel is in second at least. Granati cheats over the gap there. I'm not sure how he didn't clip. That really pays off. It makes such a big difference if you can go over the hole there and not get punished. It's a much better line. Does Aurel have it? No. Nice try. It's the line over the hole that wins this for Granati. And 7-3 is huge. Massa is playing really well. 37% in a top level match is always really impressive. The medication he's on is clearly working. Strong start again. I think Lion Coast just can't follow the pace here. They're completely relying on mistakes. And Massa just isn't making them. It works for everyone. Aurel in first, that's just not enough. Like, Tona needs to find a way to second. But Bigger not crashing. That's bad, he's out. His wheels will be too wet, and Aurel makes a mistake as well, and this should be it. They might know. I think Granati knew. Yeah. Nice try by Lion Coast. This is a very good map for Big. Maybe next time. Oh, Sunburn. Wait, Dawn 1-1 with Molotov focus. What is happening here? Don't look as good as in the previous regionals, not gonna lie. Oh, both going for the jump. They didn't have to, but it works. Massa showing Baywek, who's boss. That was a sick performance by him, based on what I've just seen there. At least on Limbo. I'd love to see a boxing match between those two. I don't know how built Baywek is in real life. Like, is he skinny? Is he a power lifter? I know what Massa looks like. It just depends how big Baywek is. Yeah, Massa is very skinny. Kind of same height as me, like 183. Looks like he's on around, I don't know, 65 kilos. He's a skinny guy. Baywak seems like the type of guy that goes to the gym a lot. Massa needs to be careful. Imagine Baywak makes the trip all the way from New Zealand just to punch Massa up. Baywak going to XP Evo under a different name. Massa shows up
Draw.
unknowingly. Yeah, we need to see that. We need a boxing ring there. Done 1 point away. There's a mistake already. Ooh, maybe there is a chance still. No, Granati is even skinnier. It's just a few centimeters taller, but he's even skinnier. And now it's definitely over, surely. Should be able to make it at least. No. Like, I'd say 185. No, definitely not 190. 185, I think he's barely taller than me. From what I remember. Depends what you consider tall. Oh, Jabzo. No, he's nowhere near 190. No chance. Good enough for Don. Oh, that was it. Why is the music so loud? Okay, that's much better. I think this should be done then. Husan and Birdie are both over... I never knew that about Birdie. I had no idea he was that tall. But let's check out the results. We saw most of the stuff that happened in the winner bracket. We actually caught all of it. But... okay, this is fine. I think it's gonna be fine. So this is it. I just need to refresh. Swift and Big, Boca and Blah. This is definitely gonna be closer. Or it should be. I think Boca just win this. Or? I'm not sure which one to watch. And then loser bracket. 2-1 here. Pivo beat Tapas and Dumpling. I can't believe this. I didn't expect this at all. This is a weird result. It's 2-0 as well. Brothers 2-1 expected. Swifty, okay, 2-0. So Divergent, not as good today. Then Swifty Eterna, this should be interesting. Brothers Nemesis, if they lose this, I don't know what to say. Pivo Lion Coast, this is interesting. I still expect Lion Coast to win. Dawn Wild is good. That's a rematch from yesterday. But we stick to winner bracket. What have I done? Let's just wait a bit. Fight between esports pros happens in tournaments for millions of dollars. Someone says something online. Well, these guys have definitely said enough. One of them 201 and the other 203. But he doesn't look that big on camera. And I guess it is hard to judge. But I just can't imagine him being a giant in real life. I mean, we're taking the piss with Pivo, but Pivo have been smashing. And you know what? I just have a feeling that I think Spam is also streaming. I think he's probably gonna take the big match, so I'm gonna do the other one. I think it makes more sense. So that there's an English streamer for every match. We just follow Boca, I guess. Whatever they do. Spam is taking Boca. Oh, okay, then I'll go match 1. Even better. I want to see Epos dominate. Oh, we haven't even seen Epos this weekend, other than him driving that 106.6 against Stuft and closing. Baywek would definitely be down to fight someone, but I don't know if Mazda has the balls. I don't think he would. But again, it just depends how big Baywek is. It's not a joke. It's hard to tell how serious it all is. Even if I hate someone, I wouldn't want to fight someone. Then you don't hate them enough. That's all I can say. No, we got yeeted out again. Unless it's complete self-defense. Sometimes you gotta strike first in order not to get struck yourself. Why is it so loud again? Ah, there we go. In Australia and New Zealand, lots of people fight for no reason. Yeah, because you guys live upside down, you're all insane. It's all the blood rushing to your head. No wonder you're fighting all the time. Anything juicy in chat? Nothing. Is this one Aussie guy that's been blowing up recently on Instagram and TikTok who runs fades with a random follower of his? Time for you to drop another name. Come on, give us his name. I know you love it. Just drop a random Aussie or a New Zealand name. A name none of us have ever heard of. They both rock up the location with boxing gloves, don't say a word to each other, and just start going ham. That's actually interesting. What I don't like about boxing is that there's too many rules. I think proper fights are when there's no rules. And whoever is left standing at the end is the winner. It's very simple. I hate that in a lot of fighting sports, there's judges and whatnot. There's a ref. Like, that's so dumb. When two people fight, one is left dead or unconscious and the other is the winner. I think it's very simple. He fought Andrew Tate recently. Isn't Andrew Tate in jail again? His name is Krogman. I never heard of him. I'm pretty sure him and his brother got charged with something again. But they're gonna get away again. Since the charges are probably nonsense again. In random pub, someone kills someone else by a single... That punch to the jaw. It happens literally daily. Fights where the training is lethal, literally, even if you're just 60 kilos guy, yes. That is true. But that's how you know who won. The guy who's alive is the winner. Very simple. None of this point scoring. Fighting his followers. But Andrew Tate knocked him out. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It wasn't he the kickboxing world champion. Of course he's gonna get destroyed by someone who actually knows what he's doing. But I guess that's an interesting way to gain revenue. You just fight random people and you get shit bitten out of you. And he gets beaten up for the love of the game. Built different, I guess. Why are we waiting so long? Maybe Epos went back to get the world record on summer 2107. Epos, the reactor player. Now we know that he's just spawned to the server. Is this right? Whenever this screen just spawns out of nowhere and there's a pick immediately, I'm pretty sure something goes wrong. This might have to be redone. But reunion against Big does make sense, so maybe it is right. Ah, the deliberation is taking so long. Fighter or a lover? I would fight if I have to. I've never lost a fight. I've also not been in many, but I've never lost one. It's more like if I have to, I will. But I won't go out of my way to fight someone. Because you never know what the other person is capable of. I take my personal health and safety very seriously. So if I'm fighting, I'm gonna find a way to win. But I would rather not. Because it's always a risk. Put a vid in Discord. Yeah, I'll watch it later then. It seems it's alright. Nobody's complaining, I guess. Lost one fight and won one. As long as the win-loss ratio is at least 0, that's good. As long as you're not getting your ass kicked on a regular basis. So let's see. I think at this point people expect Big to be bad on Reunion, but last regional they actually pulled off some pretty close wins here. The guy who won was 15 centimeters taller. Yeah, because it's not just about that. It's the technique. Never been in a full fight. You've been living a peaceful life. But I've also never been in one since I finished school. Look, that was just a school thing. It wasn't like a grown adult fight for your life thing ever. That's also an important bit of info, I guess. Oh, here we go. Reunion map number 1. Swift, definitely the favorites here. Let's see, Massa already in last. Hasn't really done anything wrong, which just tells you the level of the match, but then Epos touches just a bit. There's one player who can come back from a mistake like that. It's him for sure. Goes for a very low jump. Gap stays around the same so far. Very good start for Big. So far 1 and 3. They would probably take it for round 1. And then New Prime completely out up to Epos. But he's already caught up 1. And better turnaround for Massa. That looked really weird. It looked like a controller disconnect. We're gonna have to keep our eye on the chat. I'm not sure what happened there. I know that he uses a DualShock 4. What are you doing, bro? And that controller has a very poor connector. It still uses micro USB, so unless he's modded his controller, there's a good chance that... Okay, he clicked pause. What a guy. Okay, he's just giving Big a few points ahead, no problem. Okay, so it wasn't the controller disconnect, but it is a huge problem with DualShock 4. Just saying, because I used it before, and it does disconnect here and there. But Epos knows what he's doing. He's just gonna win every round from now on, no problem. And he's even laughing about it. He knows what's coming. Ooh, big mistake there by Granati. That's a strange one. So now Massa 1v2. He doesn't want to give away a counter race straight away. And Epos the reactor god, look at this. Look at Epos in the reactor up section. Just built different. Look at the gap he's created. And Massa is out. Massa, the tech abuser, ends up in the wall. And that is an ace back straight away. So Epos can't even afford to pause the game a little bit. Like, he's the next level gamer. When his mom says, Epos, dinner is ready, please pause the game, you can even do that in online settings. What a guy. And that's it, 3-3. Not part of Football Ultras, no. I think those people are idiots. I'd never hang out with them. Granati again. Mr. Consistent has consistently been making mistakes so far. It's not looking good for him, and this is already a pretty big gap. Catch up. Oh, no prime there, Clips. That's good for Granati. Only Epos left. Decent drift. Gap stays around the same, but Massa is still in control of the first place. Let's see, Epos on reactor up. Pretty good, but doesn't really catch up to Massa. Feels like Granati is just behind by the same amount the entire time. Oh, better drift by Epos. And Massa will not be happy about that. Slightly weird line for Epos, so both big players will catch up here, but it doesn't seem like it's enough. Epos manages to keep the gear, and there will be enough for first. A solid time, nothing spectacular. We've seen better. We've even seen a 0.1 by Otak. At a fight club? His senior high school did full-on boxing rounds, no gloves though. He just had to stop it when one guy had a seizure. Once again, you guys are just different. Granati with a slower start again. And yeah, we know that Massa is one of the people who flicked cars on or off to check what the situation is. So I guess when he saw the yellow car by Epos, he thought it was Granati. So Epos there, interesting choice of car skin to throw his opponents off. But unfortunately in this round he is completely out, doesn't even get to abuse reactor up. So it is up to New Prime, who usually does really well in these situations where it's 1v2 and he has to prevent the ace from the other team. But that's not a good exit. Has a better angle than Granati here though. Goes maybe a bit too wide. All in this turn here. Who gets to the reactor first? It is Granati, but then Granati drops the gear and New Prime saves the day. But I would say it's more of a Granati mistake, to be fair. Got some great stories from school. I bet you do. Someone needs to switch to their away car skin. A big have so many of those. Maybe it's all tactical and they switch for every regional. In case one of their opponents is also flicking cars on or off to throw them off. Oh, No Prime with the no drift. It's up to Epos now to defend, and they're already a point behind. And so far so good for Big. Massa has crashed, but at least he's ahead of No Prime, so we only have a 1v1 at the top. Again, this is a good situation for Big. Because it looks like it's either a draw or their victory. So as you can see, Epos can just go over the gap there like it doesn't exist. He never gets wiped out like Paco before. Some people are just reactor gods. Epos slightly better section there. It's still anyone's first place. Oh, he clips a bit, but Granati is going too wide. trying to come back, but the turn before just wasn't good by Granati, and that's really good round. Very strong. Big still stay 1 point ahead. So far, a very even match. Let's keep an eye on Granati, who's had some slower starts so far. Oh, that's pretty good. And Bigger right now in the lead. Oh, he is completely out of this. This is the chance for Swift. But then Epos immediately crashes. Now he is definitely going to stay out of Granati, because the crash is nowhere near as big. But now the situation is flipped. Now it's either a victory or a draw in favor of Swift here. But New Prime still has to beat Massa. This could be really important, honestly. Has more speed. Once again, Massa getting tech diffed. It's happened quite a lot in this match. Just can't get the exit speed out of the drift. And it's looking pretty good for Swift. This would be an 8-8 equal. New Prime is far ahead. There's just no way to catch up this much. That's a match PB for New Prime as well. Very good round. Yes, that is indeed the reason.
Victory.
That's why the tag is gray, gold, gray. I think it's S, W, and P. That's why the W is gold. Alright, decent start. Granati not in last for once. But unfortunately for him, it's his teammate. So any victory here means the map is over. And finally everyone survives this. Strong position here for Swift. And Big gotta pick it up. That drift is gonna be crucial. Unless someone flips over here. Now it looks good for everyone. It's Granati in last. But he can still win the round here. Amazing turnaround for Massa. Everyone gets the drift. Massa just 2 inside. You can see again he's losing speed compared to Granati, but New Prime has clipped. So this is very good for Big. Because Epos cannot sleep up. If he does, it's over. Both big players are alive. New Prime guaranteed. Last Epos is out, and that's a win for Big. That's an uncommon mistake there for Epos. He actually had a decent lead. But maybe he just wasn't aware of what the gap was. And Big, look at how strong that was. Double 0.3. Very, very good performance by Big. And I think the claims that Reunion is a bad map for them can go into the bin. Because that was a very strong performance. Some mistakes here and there by Granati, but pace-wise very good. And Massa was always there. His only problem was that, ironically, he kept failing the drift a little bit. Not entirely, but I think he's a better tech player than what he showed. Epos made a Massa clip. Epos just... I wouldn't expect him to make that mistake, but he's also human. Happens. Other than that, he played pretty well, I think. So let's see. This is another map that's very good for Epos. I mean, all of them are, to be honest. And we saw him drive a 0.5 in the previous regional. Let's see if he can show the same level today. Equal start. Absolutely nothing to separate the players. Oh, but then Epos kind of loses it. Pace is good, but Big are ahead. And so far, so good for Big. Really showing up. Also, we gotta remember, this is best of 5. So Big will have one more map to win if they win this one. But this is looking amazing for them. 0.2 of a gap. Massa clips. Fortunate one. Does he have enough speed for this? No, has to readjust. That's a bad crash. Turns into a draw here. And there's just no way to catch up in this ending. So Granati, very strong time. Epos and no prime. Also, like, this is solid. 0.0. But it's slowly getting to a point where on this map you gotta drive 0.7s against the top teams. Those times that were really good for the first regional are mid at best right now. So Big are looking good indeed. Maybe Swift are just a little bit rattled by losing Reunion. Gotta keep in mind, that was their first pick. Amazing start by Massa. Low 0.4 is crazy. And again, it's Epos in last. Not really what we're used to. But the pace is just insane. And Massa is also the online world record holder here with a 0.408. The crashing first round, this is looking really good for him. And the gap is only growing. Nice bug slides by all four, to be honest. Can Granati maybe overtake both here? He's trying his best. That's very tight. It's just not gonna be enough. Crazy round, 0.65 by Massa.
Draw.
This is an insane round overall. A 65 in match is just next level. Massa is playing really well today. And Granati, again, slower start, just like on Reunion. He seems to be having trouble with starts more than anything else. He actually did lose a lot in the end. He was on an incredible time. Potentially the best match time we've seen in any regional. Granati not really coming back, so maybe this is the chance for Swift. And again, the pace is crazy for the top three. Epos drops down just a little bit. It's up to Massa to deny. Because Granati just keeps losing, but then Epos with a slowdown. I'm not sure what he crashed into. But either way, that's a new prime mistake. And looks like Big might be in control of Ellipse as well. Massa is just too far ahead, and Epos is also around 0.2 behind Granati. He just cannot catch up this much in the end. Even if Granati crashes into this wall, he's still gonna be ahead. That's a 0.56 by Massa. Insane. Absolutely insane. MVP of day 2 so far. How do you even beat this? The broken rib is not stopping him. Maybe he did get punched up by Baywak, and that's why his rib is broken. But it doesn't seem to be affecting his performance whatsoever. Until this round. Yes, Epos. I said it before. Like a 55, 56, I think. Previous regional. Slightly slower round. Maybe the chance for Swift. Granati has been the weaker of the two so far. So I think they'll be happy that it's him they're fighting against rather than Massa. That's a terrible turn by Epos, who is just not on it right now. And Granati even goes up to first. Again, he's doing his job. That's exactly what he needs to do. And Epos clips, so all of a sudden this could actually be another victory for Big. From potentially an ace for Swift, a victory for Big. Because No Prime just cannot catch Granati here. That looks good. Massa makes it as well. Slightly slower time, but still very good. Big 7-3 up, so far dominating the match. One ace away. Swift in desperate need of an ace of their own. I saw Granati does this on keyboard. That explains a lot. It's not easy to switch input devices mid-run, I can tell you that myself. But Epos again with a mistake. Not enough reactor practice. With 50 hours on that map, I think he would have survived the start. But that's a crash by No Prime, and it's all crumbling down. Surely Big don't throw this. It's almost 0.4 of a lead. And this is one of the easier maps to keep a lead on. If not the easiest, actually. There's just no place where you can make that big of a mistake when you're trained, other than maybe the bug slide. Epos has caught up a little bit, but it's just not enough. And now the gap will be even bigger, because his exit was very wide. Big absolute smashing. Yeah, just no problem. They're too good in these situations. They know exactly how to play this. Just insane. 9.7, both of them played really well on Ellipse. Granadi also stepped up compared to Reunion. They look like the best team so far. And Boca showed some signs of weaknesses here and there. Binks with those 7-second respawns. Otek with a few mistakes here and there. Big look even better than that. And I think some of these Swift mistakes are down to them just not being able to keep up. The mistakes are being forced out of them. Maybe Sunburn will be different. Apparently Epos is insane here. We just don't get to see him very often because everyone bans Sunburn. Let's see, Epos already behind. He is not having a good match. Now needs to catch up, and we know he has that very risky waterline that sometimes causes jumping out. Well, barely makes it, but that's actually really good. Gap is around the same still. Can they all make it? Yep, no jumps. Looking pretty good. No crashes as well. This is a very solid round. Epos is coming closer, just a little bit. That's a great jump as well. Now it's only 0.2, and now he's fully caught up. But is this angle good? Both him and Massa stumbling a bit. Will lose compared to Granadi and No Prime. Nobody can afford to go safe, other than maybe Epos if he wants to. Good jumps, both. Massa makes it. Epos as well, very strong time. Low 106 is what you're looking for here. And this is very hard to beat. We have seen a few 105s, I believe, from Epos and Binks here. But if you're driving those low 106s, you're almost guaranteed to win rounds. This time it's Massa who crashes where Epos crashed before. Will be a little bit behind, but his teammate looks very strong on Sunburn. Let's see if Granadi can defend this 1-point lead. And I like these turnarounds by Swift. It's so good. They have the exact setup that's needed. Oh, huge mistake. And this has been the best opportunity so far for Swift to get an ace. Both big players with big mistakes. They can save everything from this point on, but will they? 360, Epos makes it as well. Weird camera there. And they should absolutely go safe here. They haven't had a good match so far, so just take what you've been given, and that's exactly what they're doing. No Prime. Interesting, but the gap was big enough. And Swift finally in the lead. For the first time in the entire match, I believe. They've only been equal so far. So maybe the fortunes will change on Sunburn. No mistakes in the start this time. Just No Prime slightly behind. And guess the drift has to readjust. Oh, he's just losing more and more. Great chance here for Big, but once again Epos with the best turnaround. Can Granadi make this? Went off the side a little bit. Still enough, and there's no way it's gonna be the counter race immediately. That is one of the worst things you can do on this map. Because you basically got no speed, but I think Granadi makes a mess of it, and No Prime will welcome this with open arms. He's struggling a lot. He is in a position where he can go safe. Massa and No Prime definitely have to go risky. Although actually No Prime should go safe here. If Massa messes up, he takes advantage of it. Decides not to go for it. Yeah, Grenadier as expected, smart. I think No Prime should have gone safe as well. Because he had the gap over Grenadier.
Victory.
But had he messed up the jump, it would have been an ace for big. Is this big spick as well? Yep. Interesting that they're not picking Limbo. Even though that could potentially be their best map. Maybe they're just leaving it for later on purpose. A decent start. Once again, such a good turnaround by Epos. Always gains there, but No Prime is out, has to respawn, didn't make the jump. So far, nobody has jumped out. Was that Massa, I think, ping pong into the checkpoint. Quite far behind. And Grenadier is just losing more and more compared to Epos, so it's looking like a draw, but Epos still has to make the jump. Now the gap will increase. He can go safe, but does he know? I don't think he checked. And he makes it. The thing is, you don't really have a lot of space to check the splits if you're relying on that penultimate checkpoint there. You almost have to know from before that you can go safe, because if you check there, there's a good chance you're just gonna mess up the beam. Gotta keep your eyes on the road there at all costs. Epos is kinda good on Limbo. Epos is good on everything. I think at this point you just pick what you're good on, because you can expect him to be strong everywhere. So he defends that round, and again, better start for Swift. Big always just go way higher there, and they're losing half a tenth there just by doing that. So it does look like Sunburn is definitely going into Swift's favor. They just gotta get over the line though. Massa so far nowhere near his level on the previous maps. Clips there as well. Maybe the chance for Swift to get another ace, but then No Prime very slow. Massa with a respawn. Oh, Grenadier clips, but they're not gonna know about it. Can they make the jumps? Yes, there it is. Second ace on Sunburn. And Swift are mounting a comeback. 9-5 is pretty big lead. Simply because Big just don't look like they can get 2 aces in a row, and that's already a mistake there by Massa. It's not the biggest one, and Sunburn is kind of crazy, so anything can happen still. No Prime is struggling on ice, not for the first time. And they still cannot afford to go safe, that's also really important. But Massa needs to stay under 1 second away. That's gonna be crucial. No jumps. Grenadier touches a little bit, doesn't hurt him at all. Massa has made it. And at this point, Epos could go safe, but he makes a mistake, same as Grenadier. And just like that, No Prime is in first. Epos all of a sudden in last. Oh, he is jumping. He is fully relying on No Prime. Now he's way too far behind to do anything. And the gap is big enough to go safe. But he needs to do it well. He's not doing it. And he will make the jump anyway. So Swift starting the comeback there. Once again, whenever Epos makes a mistake, No Prime gets it done. Very nice team chemistry. So Limbo is last indeed. And we saw in the previous match that time by Epos here. But Big are also very good. judging by their performance from the previous regional. I remember against Boca, there was one round where it looked like they were gonna get the ace, Boca, and then out of nowhere, Massa just prevented it and just swung the momentum of the entire match Big's way. Pretty sure if he just didn't prevent that, they would have lost 3-0 to Boca there. And in the end, they went on all the way to the final. So both teams very strong here. A decent start by everyone. And now the real cinema part. Can everyone make it? Very safe. It's Granadi in last. Doesn't even attempt no slide here. Interesting. Everyone still very close to each other. And the biggest difference maker usually on Ascension is that ice slide and then the exit. Oh, No Prime is out, has to do the standing respawn because he crashed into the checkpoint. It's very unfortunate there. Whenever you crash there, you're always gonna get the checkpoint, so you gotta do the standing respawn. That's slightly questionable mapping, but it looks like Big will secure the draw at least here. It doesn't matter that Massa made a mistake. And that will be it.
Draw.
Again, Massa with the mistake after ice, and that seems to be the most difficult part of the entire map. Swift still looking to win their second map, and then we'll have an insane match on Limbo. But No Prime is losing it. Pretty good save, I'd say. Could have gone worse. But at this point, he is fully relying on opponents' mistakes. And there goes one. Up to Massa to defend. That mistake by Granadi is pretty big because you're so slow on the penalty there on the sides. Let's watch this fight for first. Epos with the better line. The more inside you go, the riskier it is. And then Massa with a much better uphill. Barely avoids the wall. Onto the ice. Who can get the better exit? It's all about that. Seems kind of the same, so nothing will change here. Epos looking at his second round win here on Ascension. No Prime very safe, and that is an incredibly strong time. He's had the world record, the online one at least, for a while now. And I'm pretty sure we haven't seen a 0.5 in rounds yet. So any 0.6 is very impressive. Victory for Swift, and that's an early mistake there by Massa. Now, pretty much the same gap as in New Prime's the round before. We'll have to fight back from behind. Now Granadi clips, and this is really bad for Big. 1 second of a gap between Massa and New Prime. They should be able to save it from this point. And the comeback could be fully on here. Well, that's very conservative there. Let's see how the gap changes. Yep, he has lost quite a bit. It's all on this ice. He just needs to survive. Massa touched. So now it's Granadi, the closer one. That does look good enough. Just can't afford to crash. Very safe. Very nice and controlled. Epos third round win in a row. Another 0.6, and Epos is an absolute machine on Ascension. This is the Epos we know. This is the Epos that hunts 40 hours on a reactor map. 6-2, very strong position for Swift. Want to send the Massa gravestone image? Not yet. They can still turn this around. Ooh, not with a start like that. Definitely not. What? They're both out. This is the freest ace of all time. Granadi completely in the mud. To the point where... Oh no. And Massa has made it. What a shit show of a round. And I think Epos' performance isn't even gonna get appreciated here just because of how many mistakes we're seeing. So the focus is there instead of watching this man drive consistent 106.6. Let's see. Looks pretty good. I don't really know the checkpoints on this map, so it's hard to tell what the pace is. Yeah, 0.7, slow for him. Kind of disappointing, honestly. Epos was training like a freak Ascension last night. Well, that looks like it, yeah. So far, he's won every single round here. And it's been dominant. Like, how do you even beat these times? 3 times in a row now. Indeed. Massa just can't get through the start. Awful time, I agree. Very disappointing for a player of Epos' quality. Well, Massa finally makes it through, but it might be too little too late. However, that is a mistake by New Prime. Can Epos the machine do it for the 5th time in a row? But, I mean, at this point, he can win the map on his own, of course. That's how 2v2 works. If he just gets 2nd in the remaining 2 rounds, or 1st, of course, it will be enough for Swift. And so far, he just looks unbeatable. I am indeed an Arsenal fan, yes. That's a mistake by Grenadi, and this should be very easy for Epos. Has a 0.7 lead over Grenadi, and that's what matters. Massa isn't even relevant here. Epos just needs 2nd. Let's get 2nd here. Get 2nd in the last one. And that will be enough, but he doesn't even care about 2nd places. Look at him go. And this will be 0.44. This is just next level.
Draw.
This is the single best Ascension performance we've seen in the entire World Tour. Absolutely unreal. This is better than most players' PBs. The pressure gets bigger, Epos gets better. Seems like it. Performs very well under pressure. And big 2 aces or bust. And Swift have Epos, so is that even possible? There is no way. I just saw COYS in my chat. I see why Massa banned you. Honestly deserved. You win 1 trophy in 17 years and you think you're Billy Big Bollocks. Unbelievable. But the machine has broken down. Just like Spurs will next season. And it's up to New Prime, but we know that New Prime usually plays well in these situations. Whenever Epos is really far behind, New Prime does finish in the top 2. So far, so good for New Prime. That looks good enough. Grenadi is sliding a bit. New Prime is in 1st even. Safe jump. That is good enough. And Swift will win. I mean, that was an insane time, actually. Insane round. 0.6, 0.7. That's really strong.
Victory.
Yeah, No Prime has that clutch factor. Whenever Epos makes a mistake, he levels up. I've noticed that No Prime makes the most mistakes when they have a free ace. It's like he overthinks and then just does something stupid. But whenever the situation is where he either needs to get top 2 or they get aced, he always makes it. It's like brain off and he plays well. When he has time to think about maybe safing, always dies. So map 5. And this is where Swift won Regional 2 last time. Well, we saw good performances from all 4, to be fair, on this map. Oh, Epos in last now together with New Prime. Very strong start by both big players. That's a really nice turn, so he will catch up to Massa at least, and Grenadi is just on a monster start. It's not that others are playing bad. No Prime losing even more now after the drift. We'll have to pull something special in this turnaround, as the other three are quite close together. All of them getting it, nobody falls off. So No Prime cannot really make any progress here. But Epos has gone from third to first with that. Then Granati fighting back, still super close, could still be an ace for big even. That looks good. I think Epos has slightly more speed, maybe one more than Massa, all in this jump. Epos versus Massa, Epos gets it, that's a double point. 105.9, insane. Low 106. Just incredible round. And these might even be the best two teams on Limbo. So No Prime's round wasn't even that bad. It's just the other three are driving insanely fast. Reminds me of Alliance. Soldier always was clutch when Mada crashed. Yes, that's exactly the same dynamic that they have. Got a very good start by everyone. And same thing with No Prime in last and Big looking at another victory. Yeah, No Prime also same mistake there. Will lose more because his drift wasn't that good. Onto the turnaround. Slow for Granati, but Massa stays ahead, so it's still looking good for Big. Just No Prime cannot catch Granati. Oh, he is coming closer. We have two 1v1s here. Granati has to lift. Chance maybe for Swift. That's poor from No Prime there. And look at the time by Epos. Online PB, 0.8 in rounds. Massa drives an 84 and it's just not enough. Absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy that it wasn't enough for Massa. I think Epos is the best player in the world at the moment, not just EU. So this is maybe the chance for Swift, because Massa is the slightly faster player, but we know Granati can also drive a 105. Pretty good start by No Prime. A bit slower one for Epos and Massa especially. And we haven't seen this one yet with No Prime in the lead. Usually it's the exact opposite of this situation. Let's see what he can do now when he's first. Has a pretty decent lead, but anything can happen here. And look at Epos just shooting up ahead of Massa. And then Massa fighting back. Super close yet again. Nice above by Massa too. Will extend his lead slightly. And Epos comes back with more speed. Then better transition for Massa, who goes a bit wider. Granati still in first, No Prime in second, and that's another victory for Big. And there it is, Granati with a high 105. This is a crazy match on Limbo. Mistakes aren't really happening anywhere. I mean, they're losing 0.3, 0.4 here and there, but even with those times, they would still be beating other teams. And that was Granati. Seems like whoever wins the round has to have a slower start, and that is the biggest mistake we've seen so far. Chance for Swift to fight back. It's only one player they have to fight against, but then Epos with a strange mistake there. That's not one you see often, but he will at least stay in third. So No Prime versus Massa for first, but that's another weird mistake. All of a sudden, after all of those clean rounds, it's the weirdest mistakes that are happening, and No Prime is the only one immune. Ace for Swift, maybe. Epos gets it barely. So Massa just has to do something in this end. Risk as much as possible, otherwise he's just gonna lose. Oh, good angle. Overtakes. Better than Epos here. Has more speed even. That was really good by Massa. Epos has to lift. Massa will get second. Very slow round compared to all of the other ones.
Victory.
And Massa there again, getting the job done. Epos just picked the wrong round to drive a bit slower. That was the one they really needed. Yeah, it's crazy that he actually almost even got the draw. Crazy comeback from him. From third all the way to almost first. His entire ending was insane. When he said it yesterday and he got clowned on it. It's because people are delusional. You have to appreciate how well he has played in the first two regionals. Even today he is doing quite well. It's just Massa is also the same level pretty much. And all four are very close to each other, all in the turnaround again. Epos again does it the best. It's like he has a rocket there. Epos turning on the cheats fully, and it's up to New Prime to get second maybe. Granadi out. New Prime versus Massa. Massa out. This could be 8-6. Oh, he has to release, and Epos gets a 105, even with a high jump. Who is the most overrated player in the world, in my opinion? This isn't gonna go down well, so I'm gonna keep it to myself for now. There's a few. Swift are one victory away. Here we go. Big, slowly falling apart. It's like they just can't keep it up. No Prime with an amazing start. Oh, there's a mistake there. And it's by Massa. This is it. And Granadi has to get first here. Or just rely on a mistake, which is never a good idea. Massa is 2 seconds behind. Swift should know this. But they still need someone to win. Oh, Epos. He doesn't get the reactor. Can't even make this. Does Massa catch up? Maybe. But we'll stick with the battle for first. So this is actually looking over for big until Granadi crashes there. So New Prime is in first. This could still be a victory. And should be, because Massa is just too far behind. He makes it. And that is it. Swift will win this marathon of a match. It's the second mistake by Massa that kind of gave it to Swift. He was 2 seconds behind. And when you don't take the reactor, it's always over 3. So Massa must have made an additional mistake. And that's what gave the win to Swift. And that was the last match. As expected, to be honest. There's no way another match lasted this long. Elkon is overrated. As an esports player, for sure. As a fast learner, he's unreal. For sure, big wins. Yeah, big wins when they're 2-0 down. If they're 2-0 up, then they lose. That was crazy. Let's check the other results. Very quickly. So I expect Boca 3-0. I think this was expected fully. I think they're a much better team. And then here, okay, Nemesis won. It's fine. Swifty won, also expected. Nemesis versus Swifty is a good match. Lion Coast expected. Wild absolutely destroying Dawn. I don't think this was expected. So Wild Lion Coast, this could go either way. Nemesis Swifty. Hoping for Nemesis. Of course. No, this one. I guess we just watch Swift and Boca. Neon has been quite overrated. He's not good at all, in my opinion. Just some weird, arrogant kid. Big kind of overrated? Don't think so. I think they've been the second best team so far. Only Swift have been better. And it's mostly because of Epos, if I'm honest. I've been very impressed by Massa's performance last 2 regionals. I think he's been playing really well. He's talking shit a lot, but he's actually backing it up now. Donny Shambles, Don Fan Spirit riding a regional 1 win. I guess they were just the most prepared team for the first regional, and that's it. They fully took advantage of nobody else being prepared. because I would have expected Big and Boca, I guess, to be better prepared, but Swift only had one trained player. I don't think either of us was trained. I definitely wasn't. I think Paco wasn't either. There was just nobody else to really compete with Dawn back then. See, I don't actually believe that he didn't practice at all. He just wasn't practice as much as he would have liked. And it's quite clear to see. Like, the difference in performance, original 1 to 2 was massive. But I still think it's a bit overblown. Hard to judge any of the Puff Bros or jet lag. Exactly. It's much more difficult when you play against someone on your level. Although it can actually help sometimes. It can help with focus, especially when you're playing against a team that you expect to beat. Maybe you're not fully focused. Then when you play against a top team, then you're like fully on it. But I wouldn't draw any conclusions. Cross-regional, that's way too far for now. We'll see what happens in playoffs. Nemesis' biggest disappointment by far, yeah. They don't look anywhere near the level. Just pace-wise, consistency-wise, nowhere near. When I look at Swift, when I look at Big, I think Boca are not consistent, but they're much faster than Nemesis. So far, those have been the clear top 3. Now Dawn, we're also kind of with them in the top 4, but they've clearly fallen off. It's gonna be interesting versus Swifty. I think Nemesis could lose that if they're not on it. They did lose to Lion Coast before, so... Puff Bros don't train as much as they would for playoffs. Yeah, of course. They don't have to. I'm pretty sure Pac just trains in that week leading up to the tournament. He doesn't train for all 3 weeks. And I think Carl trains a bit more. From what I heard, like, Carl actually takes all of this seriously, always. Always makes sure he's ready on every map, knows every respawn, knows every strat. People just assume that he doesn't train as much because they don't see him, but he's serious. Always on it. Always ready. Puffboro's scariest team by far than Swift and maybe Big and Boca. For sure. I think those are the top 4 teams so far. Mad Online, some kind of crazy buff. I don't think he is that good with the wheel. I think on Red Bull, he just had like 100 hours more than everyone else. So the muscle memory almost made him robotic there. He's still nowhere near the same level as before. Don't think Jetlag qualify format is global instead of regional? No, I agree. But they will qualify because it is regional. They're clearly the best team there. So they're guaranteed, them and Puff Bros. Best work ethic, Mada for sure. Yeah, I'm probably Carl. But that's also hard to say because Mada is full-time, for example. I can guarantee you that Epos also has it. That's also why I wanted him as a teammate back then. He also trains a lot, like a lot. But he's not full-time, so it's just impossible for him to put in as many hours as Mada, for example. That's why this comparison is hard to make. I also think Big train way more than they say. I think they have amazing work ethic as well. They just try to make it seem like they don't. So they lower the expectations on them and the pressure. Yeah, Mada is full-time. Full-time streamer. But he plays Trackmania full-time. Like, still for Comic-Con Baltics, I don't remember. I mean, he always lies, so I don't take anything he says seriously anymore. He always says he has like an hour on each map. I don't believe any of it. But that's a thing all Trackmania players do. Pretty much all. It's hard to find someone who doesn't lie about that. Everyone always says they train less than they actually do. But anyone who goes far in these tournaments has a lot of hours. And I mean top level tournaments. Maybe not necessarily in these regionals, but global playoffs, LANs and all that stuff. You have to train a lot. Okay, so we're starting off on Sunburn. This is the map that started the comeback. So Otak crashes, but No Prime still stays behind. But is he not getting paid in jet lag? I'm pretty sure he is. And obviously in Alliance he did get paid. I'm asked, so I train a lot and still suck. It's the only way to improve. Otak with the ping pong. No Prime promoted to third. But Banks must be on a monster time. Epos is jumping. The Otak will be able to come closer there. Oh, Banks crashes. No Prime all of a sudden is in first. From last to first, so many mistakes in this round. Can't go safe yet. And he makes it. Binks gets the slowdown. That's really unfortunate. He actually makes it, but
Victory.
pixel clips maybe. That gets the slowdown and he has to respawn. Slightly unfortunate there for Binks, I think. You can't just play maps you like. You'll never get better then. You need to get over that. Indeed. It's the only way to improve. Well, let's see Swift with a slightly lucky victory there. But sometimes you need that little bit of luck. Oh, No Prime in the mud fully. And so far we haven't seen anyone jump out. It's very interesting. But Epos is back at his best. With a pretty big lead. Otak drops the gear, just loses more compared to Epos, who cannot go safe yet because Binks is right on his tail. Nice bob by Binks. See, Fireline, you can learn from Binks there. This is how you play Bob. But it's just not enough to catch Epos. Great round. These are the times you want to drive.
Draw.
It's these 106 lows. It's so fast. And it really shows how difficult this map is in rounds because the world record is a 105.5 by Lingo. And it's so difficult to come even close to this in rounds. Oh, there's a mistake again by No Prime. He's really struggling and it's putting a lot of pressure on Epos, who pretty much has to win every round. But if there's anyone capable of doing that, it's definitely him. Because at this point he can win this on his own. He just needs to win 7 more rounds. Oh, Otak, again, same mistake. No Prime too far behind to do anything, and Binks too far behind Epos. But if there's any place where Epos has been struggling there, it's maybe there. Makes it this time though. Oh, better for Binks. Goes to first even. Binks has had a massive start to this match. Again, Binks, the Bob God, makes it. Look at the lead he has made for himself. Solid again. But No Prime actually gets third.
Draw.
Who do you think is a very underrated player in TM Esports? Nobody, because as soon as anyone shows any promise, everyone just hypes them to the moon. It's almost impossible to be underrated. If I have to pick, then it's Aurel. Because he doesn't get anywhere near enough respect for how good he is. But No Prime is down again. No Prime is really struggling with the start. But Epos again loses to Binks in that section. But everyone makes it though. And No Prime with 0.5 behind. It's very hard to come back from when the level is this high. And Epos just can't beat Binks every round. Binks is too fast. Oh, nice one by No Prime. Catches one and is closer to Binks. Oh, Binks messes up the bob for the first time, but then No Prime flies out of the map. Go safe. I saw that happening straight away. And that's an ace. Oh, he didn't react. He just trusted the process. He clipped right before he had to go safe. And he would have prevented the ace. Just unfortunate there for Binks. That's what happens when you don't react quick enough. 7-3 for Swift. And right now things are just going for them. Because No Prime is failing to start every round. And yet they've been able to create a 4-point gap. Disappointing Worlds and then nothing 2024. He has... I can't really speak about this publicly. But sometimes playing a video game is not your main priority in life. So you should give him the benefit of the doubt. He has had some things to deal with, and that's the entire reason why he had a disappointing qualifier back then and then took a break from the game. So this could be the start of maybe a comeback. Binks makes it this time, No Prime makes it. Both of these are so far behind. But they both make it.
Victory.
Insane time by Binks. Would have said Tona. I mean, it's only been a couple of regionals so far. I think there needs to be a more consistent level of performance before you can make those claims. I don't think it's really fair to call people overrated or underrated on the basis of just a few tournaments. It needs to be over a longer period. A good jump by Epos finally here. A nice turn again. They're so close. The 8-5, but it doesn't seem like it's over at all. I mean, Boca look like they're capable of acing here. The clip by Otek will allow No Prime to overtake. If Epos wins this, it could be over on Sunburn. They all make it into the jump. Epos is in first. And it's actually an ace. What a round. Incredible performance by Epos. And I think Binks' performance will go under the radar because of it. He actually played really well on this one. It's just Epos was slightly better, and No Prime, I think, was slightly better than Otak. That's what made the difference. It's mostly that ace before that really swung Sunburn Swift's way when Binks should have gone safe. Yeah, Swift 1-0. And I think they're very evenly matched on the lips. But even before, when Aurel was really active and played World Tour and everything, he was still underrated. Like, people have never given him his flowers. But he also had that dynamic with Afi, where whenever Afi failed, he was always there to prevent aces. Same as Epos New Prime and Mada Soldier. He was so good that one season. And there's a mistake by Binks. Oh, Otak clips now. I've seen him going so close that even before against Nemesis, he's always on the edge there of clipping. And it just had to happen at some point. It was just bound to happen. And Binks is closing the gap, to be fair. Needs an insane bug slide here. Will catch up to Epos, but not to New Prime. The mistake early on was too big. You just don't catch up on Ellipse. Nothing he can do. Ace for Swift. So far, so good for Swift.
Ace.
But Otak is literally a world champion. I think they're always in those conversations. Well, for me, they were the best EU team coming into the season. Before anything happened, I expected the most from them. And so far, they haven't won a single one, but maybe today is the day. There's a mistake from Epos. This is the chance. Oh, but then Banks with a very poor uphill. Insane pace for the top two. So far looking much better for Swift, because Banks once again has made a mistake. Too far behind to catch up. It's highly unlikely Epos will make another mistake, so Banks most likely tied to last. Best they can hope for is a draw here. Oh, much better by Otak, pulls away. Banks, another mistake. Decent turn by both, and both will make it. 1:10.49. And this is the fastest round we've seen on the lips by anyone. It did look like an insane first half, but seems like he kept it up for the rest. And it just feels so bad that he drove so well, but it's only a draw. It's the first point for ever, and he only gets 1 point for it. But an early mistake for Epos once again opens the door. They gotta beat New Prime now, and they definitely have the pace. What is the best time New Prime has driven? 0.66. Not necessarily in a match, and that's a respawn by Epos. Again, incredible pace by the top two. Otak needs to catch up, 0.15. He is trying though. He's made a little progress there. Was 0.14, let's see here. Now it's 0.19 because of a bad exit. Just didn't have the speed. Then he comes back, now it's 0.11. Who gets the better box slide? That's really poor for Otak. And he is gonna be out of this one. But a victory does close the gap by 1 point. Oh no, never mind. A very rare mistake there in the ending, and New Prime actually wins, and that just shows what kind of time Binks was on. Even New Prime drove a 0.7. But once again, as usual, Epos with a respawn, New Prime is in first. So the gap will stay the same. Nice start there by Banks, but Otak at the back. Epos then had to release. He's risking a lot. It's not paying off so far. He's not been performing the same on the lips today. He's been very, very strong on the other maps, especially Ascension and Limbo. And Sunburn, to be fair. But on Ellipse, he is not showing the same level as the previous regional. And so far, New Prime has been the better player. But then the Boca duo is in front. Could this be enough for a comeback? Boxlight's coming in. That's poor from Otak. Again, he clips and goes down to last. So once again, Swift looking to secure another draw, which definitely goes into their favor. Good time by Binks. Otak just struggling a little bit with the Boxlight. He always lands too far on the right and clips the hole. You want to land left and then full speed very tight. That is the best possible outcome. Oh, there's a mistake by New Prime. Maybe another chance for Boca. But can Epos level up? And show that he is also capable of doing those 0.5s. He is in first right now, fighting with Otak. Decent checkpoint time as well. Pink's probably too far behind to do anything here. And so far, that round where Otak clipped is proving to be the only difference between the teams. So that's a really good turn. So Otak up to first. Epos trying to fight back. It's a nice setup for Epos. Otak again, he is so tight there. This time he makes it work, but he was a couple pixels away from disaster. It feels like even Binks has caught up a little bit to the leading two. Nice time again.
Victory.
Yeah, of course. You would expect the pace to be much better now than it was before. Swift still with the advantage, but they cannot afford 3 more losses. That will not be enough. Oh, Banks clips. Chance for Swift now. Can they ace? That's a big mistake. You can't really come back from that. It's way too big of a gap. Good uphill for Boss. And I think it might be over. He is on an insane time. No Prime is on a decent time as well. It's 2 seconds. It should be map 2 for Swift. This has to be it, surely. If they survive the Boxlight, there's nothing else that they can fail. And that's it. Very safe. You can see how far away from the gap they landed. That is crucial. You can go over the gap later on when you're already turning right. Just really important that you don't land anywhere near the gap. Then you're kind of in the mud. And that is it. Another ace when both Boca players make big mistakes. And Swift has just been more consistent. It's not like they've been faster than Boca, but they're just not making big mistakes. And even if one makes a mistake, the other one is there to cover him. Time on weekly short map 1, 47 or 48. One of those. I haven't played since Monday, so I don't remember. I think it's just you, Fireline. I think everyone expects them to do well. For me, I still think they are the #1 contenders to beat Puff Bros this year. Although Swift also look very good, but I think No Prime will have to step it up a bit more. Epos is definitely good enough. Well, a chance for Swift to maybe clean sweep this. This is a map they lost to Big. We gotta keep that in mind, but maybe that was just a poor performance. It was the first map of that match. Maybe they just weren't warmed up. Look at this. What a round this is. Everyone within .067. Can't be closer than this. Well, good section by everyone again. It's all gonna be in this drift. I don't even know who to watch. They're all driving together. Oh, No Prime gets it the worst, but Epos is in front. So far, it's still fine for Swift. Could be another draw. Otek is trying, and he is close enough. He just does this turn better. Can make it. Binks, what a risk there. But it's not enough. Epos is holding on, and Epos barely. Look at the round by the top 3. Crazy round. Only New Prime with a mistake. I think Boca can gain some confidence from that. They're still not out. Although Epos' best maps are left to play. And that's the scariest part. Binks is out of this one. Terrible place to crash. He has no speed over this long section into this PF ice section. Chance for Swift to pull away. It's all on Otak, who has made a few mistakes here and there. No Prime holding strong in first. Reactor expert Epos at it. He has caught up a little bit. Decent turnaround. All in the drift. Epos a bit wider. But Otak still gets more exit speed. And there is no way that happened again. And that's a free ace. We saw Binks make that mistake yesterday. And it's a really strange one because it's not that difficult to aim there. And I don't remember seeing top players crashing there in the previous regionals. It's a Boca thing, I guess. Nobody else is really crashing in that sign. Strange one there, and just like that, Swift are 4-1 up. So it's the same story. They're not lacking in pace whatsoever. It's just those mistakes. Oh, and that's a double kill there. Could be 7-1. We are looking at a Brazil scoreline. Binks with a respawn, but it doesn't matter. Again, this map is quite easy to save when you've got a lead of over 1 second. Then you don't have to risk this gap here, just like Epos is doing right now. This is very smart play. The only thing you really gotta do is just make sure you don't get a no-slide here. Everything else is extremely easy when the gap is that big. So they're just not even making Swift work for it right now. Yeah, they're doing way worse than Nemesis, but the difference is this is a much faster team than Nemesis. They probably feel like they gotta push way more. And that's where the mistakes are coming from. Especially those weird ones. Because the only reason why you would maybe crash that sign is if you're trying to absolutely max that section there. Maybe they feel like they gotta get the best drift, the best bulb entry, the best everything in order to stand a chance. And they're just pushing over the limits. Because Nemesis played well, but they're not scary good. That's the thing. They're good enough for Boca to be fully focused and not take them lightly, but they're not good enough to the point where Boca have to full risk every turn. That's the difference. And here you have Epos, who is probably the scariest player right now. So they're probably just pushing too much. Look at this. Epos just always makes it in the reactor section. He goes fully over there. But now we know the lore. Now we know why he's so good with the reactor. Otak again had to readjust. This is still looking very good for Swift. Highly unlikely they get aced from this point. Even if No Prime gets last, Epos, that's good enough. First is great. Very strong time. And I think this is exactly it. Like, this is a good round. A good duo round. 0.3, 0.4. That's good, but it's not good enough to get the ace. So they feel like they gotta push too much just to beat Epos, who is now giving them a chance. Early mistake there. So it's up to New Prime. And this is where Boca have to shine. Probably now or never, but I guess it's never. That could not have happened at a worse time. I just don't see how they survive a 9-3 scoreline. Well, they'll probably be lucky to even be 9-3 down. Otax, he was almost on the side there. Because if No Prime wins this 1v1, it's over. So I think 9-3 is the best that they're looking at. He has more speed. It's all in the ending. That's really poor from No Prime though. I think Otax should have it in the bag. So they live to fight another round. Being 16 seconds behind. 9-3. 2 aces or nothing. So they need to beat EPOS twice in a row. Both of them.
Draw.
They do have the pace. But the pressure is massive right now. So far it's been Banks who's crashed twice in the same spot. Crashes right at the beginning of Wood. And it's just a terrible spot to crash into. It's over. He gets the nose slide. And it's just over. It's just a really bad place to crash, and they keep crashing there. Oh. Yeah, I saw it immediately. But you can't even blame him for that mistake. I mean, what is he supposed to do? His teammate is out. And EPOS is already a million miles ahead, so he has to risk. Like, you can't even say anything about that. In the end, this has been a complete demolition by Swift. None of the maps were really close. I don't think they ever got to like 7 points Boca. This is 12-3. It's actually been very one-sided. But it's the consistency that made the difference there. I clicked on the wrong one. It's 1-1, but I don't care about this. Oh, so there was 6-0 up? What? Bro. What? I did click on the right one. I wish I hadn't seen that. 12-3, 3-0.
Ace.
9-0. What? It's like Liverpool against Bournemouth. 9-0. It's actually over already. Stufs has crashed. What are Lion Coast doing here? Let's see the stats. Look at this. 22% first. 0% crashes. Now Tona is hacking. He's installed some hacks when he was working there. That's why he's so good. Stats are insane. Let's see. Stufs quite well, but Wizzy very uncharacteristic for him. This should be it. I trust in Orel. Boca clapped 3-0 against Swift again. Yeah, that was the winner bracket, so it's still fine. They will have another chance. Most likely. Oh, 12-0, no way. No way they got 12-0 on Reunion. Wow. Well, the only thing I can say about Nemesis is that when I played, we got our best result. And I wasn't even trained. That's all I'm gonna say. Just let me play again. Oh, while they're good here. This could be 2-2. I don't know what the last map is. But they can also be random on any map, I guess. We saw some really strong times by Stufts here. Wizzy is usually the consistent one, even though he's not having a good match. Maybe this is where he steps it up. Good chance for Lion Coast to go very far again. A better start for Wild. But this is where things get truly wild in this match. And there it is, the first mistake. He might be fast, but he's not immune to mistakes, Stufts. Nobody drifting, I like that. Oh, he's coming back though. He will lose a little bit compared to Orel. Tona is in first again. And I believe it's also Tona's birthday today. So he has that birthday buff. Everything is flipping around. Can Orel maybe get second? Nah, third was enough. Slightly slower round though.
Victory.
I don't know what's going on with Nemesis. I think they also fully expected to win Beacon. I know they did really try. And then they lost to Losa and No Prime. That was unexpected. I think everyone expected them to win that. They didn't. They didn't win Comic-Con Baltics either. Something is off. I don't know what. You could say that maybe these regionals don't really matter anymore. It's just you need to win at least one to keep up with the pack. I think now it's got to the point where Nemesis just can't really qualify directly to the World Cup by winning the region. They will need a monster performance in the global playoffs and maybe win the last regional of stage 1. That's the only way, I think. Because there's just a massive difference between winning and getting second, and even second and third. So you gotta win. Because right now it's... Well, now it's gonna be Big, Swift, and Boca who are fully gonna pull away. And Dawn, I think, are kinda dying. They've been up there with those three, but they're gonna fall off. Nemesis are just nowhere near those three. It seems like it's gonna be one of those three who's gonna qualify directly. Yeah, Lion Coast not looking good here. What happens to points next stage? Well, for that regional qualifying, the points stay, that's the whole point. You collect points over both stages and then whoever has the most in the end will qualify. But the one thing that I'm not sure about is whether for global playoffs stage 2, do the points from stage 1 count? It would make no sense for them to count. I think for that you should collect points from 0, but you never know with Nadeo. I think for their overall qualifications they should stay, and for stage 2 it should go to 0. But you just never know. You can't even trust the rulebook at this point, because they change it so often. Sometimes they change the rules without even changing the rulebook. And you just gotta assume that something changed. So it's just hard to say. I will ask about it. Because if the points go to 0 and you can make it into stage 2 global playoffs by only playing stage 2, then I am very interested in playing again. But we have to see. That while so far as expected in the lead, I did expect this. They are playing better than before. They look much better this regional. A lot less random, despite Stufts just crashing there. Bro. Who would the teammate be? And that is the ultimate question, right? I gotta go searching again. That's the biggest problem. I don't know. It has to be someone who wants it as badly as I do. If it's someone who wants to slack, then I'm not gonna play again. This is still fine for a while.
Victory.
2-point gap is okay. Lion Coast just aren't fast here. That's the main thing. Tona has never even driven a 106. As long as Stufts can drive maybe 2 more 106s, that should be enough. Oh, Tona is out. Strong start. Okay, Wiz is slow, but a victory is good here for a while. I don't think they care about the ace. And that should be the ace or Rel definitely out. He didn't even respawn straight away. I think that's the moment when you know, oh shit, it's actually over. Going away to respawn as well. They have around 5 seconds. They can even slide out. It wouldn't be the end. That looks good. Nice and safe. Just jump high. Yep, we are going to the decider. It's already 4 o'clock. Still haven't had lunch. Probably gonna go eat something after this. Try to make it quick.
Ace.
Let's see what the last map is. Please be Sunburn. Yes. We are in for a treat. Now, let me see the other result. Is there any other matches? No, actually there were only 3 matches, right? Yeah. It was only this match, the one we watched, and Nemesis. And then let me quickly check for the next round. It's big, I believe, and whoever wins this. And then Swifty against Blah, I believe. Oh, this could honestly go either way. I think I remember Lion Coast destroying someone on this map before. But it's not looking like that right now. But if there's any team that can throw this away, it's definitely Wild. It's a pretty big lead. Tona also with a respawn. No jumps. Nice and safe. I'm betting on Stuff's jumping and Wizzy safing. That's a good setup. Could have gone for a 360 as well. Oh, they have 5 seconds. They can even afford a respawn. The gap is just too big. Or Rel also with a respawn. I knew that would happen. I just knew. I know these guys way too well. Maybe I need a break from the game. It's getting to the point where I even know what they're gonna do. A great start by Wild. Is this the end of the road for Lion Coast? They're gonna be gutted with this, because they had a 2-1 lead. Okay, very close this one. Wizzy in the lead, but not by much. So Rel in last. And Wizzy only extending and makes it. Ooh, Stoofs is in second even. How do you crash there? So this is what I mean with wild. It's a PF section. Oh, complete mud for Wizzy here. Stoofs needs to make the jump. And he does. Good job. The team name really fits them.
Victory.
4-2 still good. Again, the times are nowhere near what we see from the likes of Epos and Binks. Stoofs, very nice start. Also great angle there. Makes it very safe for him to make it. Going a little bit behind. Oh, struggling there also. Looks good. Wizzy again. That's a more likely mistake to happen. This is one of the funniest ones. Aurel should be in third, no problem. Following Wizzy going to the International Space Station. Yeah, Wizzy is just not himself at all in this match. Like, he's usually the consistent one. And Stoofs is the one who's flying everywhere. Can he make it? I mean, this is fine for Wild if Stoofs makes it. Nice job. Aurel didn't have to jump, but makes it. Why is the World Tour the day before your bio exam?
Draw.
Because World Tour is more important. Schools should adjust their schedule for World Tour needs. Not the other way around, obviously. Don't care about bio. Yeah, neither did I. Such a dead class. Aurel in last. Again, it feels like it's been like this every round. Wild always have the better start, and then Wizzy finds a way to make a mistake. And then Stoofs wins. So far, so good. Strong position. Very strong. F.2, it's only really the ice they gotta survive, and then they will have to go for the jump. Wild just seem like the outright better team on Sunburn. Okay, Aurel, okay. He is fighting back. This is crucial for Aurel here. Better bob for Stoofs. But then he clips from second to last. But Wizzy makes it this time. Everyone else makes it. Now when Wizzy finally survives, it's Stoofs in the mud. So it's another draw. 4 exams next week. And you're watching World Tour. Priorities. Well, Lion Coaster just hanging on. I mean, there's a good chance there's gonna be a round where both Wild players are in the mud. But again, this time it's Aurel who's dead last. Oh no, at least ahead of Wizzy. Every round it's a red player lagging behind. That looks good. Wizzy with the riskier strategy there. Could still be an ace for Wild. Aurel is just losing more and more. It's up to Tona to try and defend. Nice turn by Wizzy. Up to second for a moment. Let's see. Tona safing, the other two risking, and it's all around equal. All gonna be decided in the end. Different bob approaches. Tona lands earlier. Tona has to risk this. Tona is still behind. Will they make it? Both make it. Strong ace when they needed it. 106 mid double. That's pretty good. Very strong team round. And now Lion Coast need 2 aces. And it just doesn't look likely at this point. It's clear that Wild have been the better team on Sunburn. But you never know. That doesn't have to mean anything as Stoofts is out. So it's up to Wizzy. And Orwell has clipped, so Wizzy has a bit of a lead. It's all on Wizzy now. And if they don't get it done now, they could get rattled. Because it is Wild. Here we go. Nobody has jumped yet. That's insane. Wizzy with a quite strong lead, 0.75. He should be able to get it done. And Orwell has been really struggling on this map. His best online time is only a 0.74. Also goes very high. Has caught up, to be fair, like 0.25 compared to Wizzy. That is just not enough. And it's all about this man right now. Can he just make the jump? Can he make the jump and secure it? Yes, he does. And Wild win. Nice match. Ah, he's even apologizing. And the birthday boy is out of the tournament.
Draw.
Nice. So let's quickly take a look at the brackets once again. So here we go. Big will play against Wild, who just won. And then you have Blah versus Swifty. Why did that happen? So this is what? Bolkar's still alive. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. This is top 6 now. Yeah, so Nemesis got 7th again. For the 2nd regional in a row. That's crazy. Alright, so Blah, Swifty, Big Wild, surely. Surely we watch Big Wild. I think that's a way more interesting match. Do I have enough time to eat something? I really hope so. Just wish I can join the server at least, so if it starts while I'm not back, that at least you guys have something to watch. Instead of looking at the menu. Just hope I don't get yeeted out of the server. Which is kind of likely. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes at most. Seems like I'm back just in time. And in addition to the weird drink from before, I've also found some weird food. There's some Go Fitness protein pancake. It's actually pretty good. Had a blueberry one yesterday, and now there's a vanilla one. Interesting that neither of them want to play limbo against each other. I think big might be too strong. If they play against wide like they did against Swift, this is gonna be over quickly. A nice start by Stufts actually. Massa still in first. It's nice to see Wild getting better with every regional. And Wizzy just can't keep up with his wheel, bro. Stufts has gone up all the way to first. Look at this fight here. I think Massa has a slightly better turn. That's very strong.
Victory.
Double 0.7. Massa is just continuing where he left off before. He's been playing so well. Stufts again, kind of random, one incredibly strong round and then back to last. Massa is just alone in first, 0.25 ahead of second. Different level completely. 0.35! Okay, this is world record pace. Can he keep it up? This could easily be the best time we've seen on Ellipse in a match. It's just, can he keep it up? I think he's dropped off a little bit. I forget Wild, let's just focus on Massa here. That looks pretty good again. Oh, but then he clips later. That's so unfortunate. He's still in second though. Still an ace for big. That was 0.4, no doubt. Ace for big, 5-1. And I think this is probably gonna be the most one-sided map out of all of them. I can see Wilder putting up more of a fight on the other four. Oh, that was Stufts again. Had a really strong first round and then the next two rounds just nowhere near. Oh, he's fully out. It's up to Wizzy here. That's another crash. Might be over for Wild. Because Big is the worst team that you can do this against. They're always aware of what's happening. They're always talking to each other. They're very good at safing and not giving away free aces, not failing when their opponents give them a free ace. Even their Massa almost fails, but keeps his composure. That looks good. 8-1. And Wild might want just to get out of this map as soon as possible. Of course, fight till the end, but as soon as it's over, just forget it ever happened and focus on what's next. Because Stufts, once again, has made a little mistake. It is possible to come back from this. But it's highly unlikely. Because at this point, they need aces. Nothing else is good enough. American schools are so easy, it's a joke. Because I know some people who went to school there. And they told me it's... What? A mistake by Massa. They told me that it's a joke compared to what it is here. It's also all of it based on credit, so you can actually finish your school year like a month before everyone else. So one guy said that he just finished a month before and then spent the rest just traveling around the country. He was on some student exchange program. Massa clipped the hole there. The one that Otak clipped in the previous match. But this is just nowhere near good enough, so it's easy for Granati to win. Yeah, that's why Americans always have jobs when they're in high school. That's how they find the time, because the school is actually a joke. So they have enough time to even work part-time in addition to going to school. You know that badly, because he just hit exactly the edge of the hole. Well, so did I, but at the same time, just the amount of homework, the amount of classes we had, it was a lot. Nah, this is over. Like, there's just nothing to see here. Big are a few levels above Wild. Plan on working part-time next year? Well, if you need the money, I guess. For us, it was always from 8 to 2 or 2 to 8 p.m. It was always 6 hours every day. There were no free periods. Easy for big, this one. When doing 4 compared to 10. Yeah, we had like 15, 16. Like, the school system here is absolute nonsense. Imagine having 16 different classes. 6 hours at school every day. No free periods. There's just no chance you can work part-time even with that. And then you also have homework and you have to study for everything. When I did 4, the school system is completely different here. University is more like that, with like 6 or 7 classes. Way more difficult, but more similar to that. So the more you drop some, then drop more after GCSEs. Oh, well, if you can, it's just, I think that's a much better school system. Much more manageable. Let's see on Ascension now. Can Wild fight back? This is the one map where they definitely have the pace. But again, it's too many mistakes. What Nemesis, also, hello Spider again. Nemesis are dying. I don't know what's wrong. Massa also a bit shaky. He started off very strong in this match. Since then, a few mistakes, including flying there. Oh, he's able to catch up to Stufts though. Really important, this second place. That's better for Massa, I think. Yeah, he has more speed. Who can jump lower? I think Massa has it. Barely, but he has it. Another ace by Big. And Wild are just getting destroyed at the moment. So many aces by Big. There's just too many mistakes from Wild. I'm sure Big expected it to be this easy. You never know. Wild can still turn it around. This is also Wild's first pick. Oh, that's much better. And now they're both alive still. Massa just struggling a little bit, bouncing around. No one drifting in this match either. Stufts is on a solid time, I'm pretty sure. Massa with the tech diff. Great uphill as well, nice line. Grenadic coming closer to Stufts. All in this ice exit. It's not a good one by Massa at all. Oh, so it's up to Grenadic to get second here. That should be good enough. Wizzy just not able to do anything.
Victory.
That's crazy. my fault for being born in the wrong part of the world. Makes sense that you can then work part-time if you only have a few classes per day. So while clawback 1 point, still a lot of work to do. Stoves again, very strong start. Oh, okay, Granati is just losing more. It's up to Massa here, and Granati crashes even. Maybe that round 1 was just a blip, because Wild did look very good here before. Massa has now fully pulled away from Wizzy, but this would mean he loses yet another point of advantage. And Wizzy with the drift, and all of a sudden it's Granati in third. Stuffs will remain in first. No, he actually loses. Victory for Big. Great job by Massa.
Victory.
So once again 3 points, and that ace could prove to be decisive. Nicely done there, Berg Granati. Very close, but makes it. That's the difference. Even when Big make a mistake, it's not a big one. Like Wizzy's here. Of course, as soon as I say it, Massa is completely stuck. But Wizzy has to respawn, and Massa is in third yet again. Very lucky there. So Stoof's the best he can hope for at this moment is a draw. And that doesn't really help his cause at all. He's been playing very well on Ascension. Not just this match, but today in general. That's good enough for Granati. He just needs second. 7-4 is a good scoreline. And Stoof's another 106, but his teammate just isn't there.
Draw.
It's mostly Wizzy who needs to step up. Look at this, 44% crashes. Hasn't won a single round so far. Wizzy is just not having a good day, unfortunately. Happens to everyone. He still has enough time to turn it around though. Even this map is not a lost cause. Just one ace and they're fully back in it. That looks good. Nobody even trying the no slide here. And this time he makes it, gains 2 positions even. That's good. This is the chance maybe. Massa again with a better drift than Wizzy. And Massa even goes up to first just for a moment. Look at how close it is between top 3. Massa now back to down to third. All in the ice exit. That's a good one for Granati. Bad one for Wizzy, who will go all the way to last. And out of nowhere, this is a victory for Big. It looked like they might even get aced, but Wizzy even misses the finish. Can't make it. It's a bad respawn, I think. It only goes to show how good of a round that was, because Massa was third.
Victory.
And that's a 0.7. But Wild just couldn't complete the round. And now it's 9-5 for Big. But at least they're making Big work for it now. Was a bit too easy in the beginning of the match. And now Big just need 1 more point and Wild need to be flawless. It's a good start by Wizzy. Everyone makes it. Granati a bit slow, but then Wizzy messes up. Still fine though. Actually a really good recovery. And that's the second time he's done it. And now it's too much. Big will know. And the lead is just too big. They can completely ignore Stoofs here. They just gotta make sure they don't lose 4.5 seconds. You can see Massa slowing down, but he doesn't care at all. That's a strange one by Granati, but it doesn't matter actually. He's still far ahead of Wizzy, and Massa makes it. Stoops, very good time. Very well played actually. I think Stoops is the MVP of Ascension in this match,
Draw.
but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Both the big players played quite well. And Wizzy, just too many respawns there. He missed the jump twice, or crashed right before rather. Messed up the ending once. Just no clean rounds. Simply not good enough to beat a team like Big. And we are going on to Sunburn, where Wild did completely dominate against Lion Coast. So they will have some confidence going into this. But this is a completely different team. And this is one of the smartest teams who will know when to go safe, when to risk. And this is a much tougher animal to tame here. Double mistake already. Stoops and Granati did it together. It seems like Granati has recovered much better. And once again, it's not looking very good for Wild. Because Granati is actually catching up to Wizzy here. And Stoops just isn't coming any closer to Granati. And that looks much better for Granati than for Wizzy. And he has done that before. Wizzy once again crashes there. He's now crashed so many rounds in a row. And this should be another almost free round for Big. Massa can go safe if he wants to. Granati still has to go for the jump. Because Stoops is within range. Let's see. Oh, Massa goes for the jump anyway, he makes it, and both will make it. Nice time by Massa. And that's another ace. Once again, Big start off the map with an ace and put themselves in a very strong position. Wild just haven't been good enough so far. They gotta do something about this. But it's mostly Wizzy who's crashed, I would say, with more than half of the rounds. I think the stats there have been very generous to him. It definitely feels like it's been more, and there's another one. And he cannot make it, there's another respawn. It's just one of those matches. It happens to everyone. There's just nothing Stoops can do here. Even if he gets first, it's only a draw. And it fully goes into Big's favor. What? Why did he even clip? It just looked like he stopped dead. Well, out of nowhere, Stoops isn't dead first. Massa can't really drop down further. And Stoops goes for the jump, will make it. Granati is safe, Massa safe as well. Match PBs for Stoops. And I have to say, he's been playing really well. Especially Ascension and Sunburn.
Draw.
Maybe could have done a bit better on Ellipse. But he is really putting up a fight. And he is definitely keeping Wild alive so far. But Wizzy needs to step it up. Have a good start for Wizzy, and now it's Stoops who is a bit behind. Maybe too tight here, we'll have to release quite a lot to not slide out. He is still doing alright. Didn't have to respawn. Is within half a second, so he can catch up. Oh, but then he clips. That's an unfortunate clip, so it's up to Wizzy now. Nice jump. He needs to get first here. Cannot afford to drop another point. Nice one. But it's Stoops with a respawn, so once again, at best, Wild can only get a draw. 360. Massa versus Wizzy. Can they both make it? Yes. Granadi's safe as usual. Not a draw. Just not good for Wild. Yeah, Stokes has actually been playing really well. And not just this match. It's Wizzy who is not really doing his job. Wizzy has crashed over half of the rounds. That's a mistake by Massa. Here is the chance for Wild. This has to be it. Granadi still in first though. Not easy to beat him. He's a very consistent player. Let's see. And there's Stoots in the wall. Massa is still far behind. Stoots can at least have that third place. But Wizzy should really win this in order to have some sort of a chance. So far, they're just not making any progress towards negating that ace from round 1. Into the 360, slightly better by Wizzy, I'd say. And Granada is just too fast. Creates an even bigger gap. Has to go for a jump this time, makes it. Wizzy makes it as well. Stoops has actually lost out to Massa. And that's a victory for Big.
Victory.
Is Stoops really a pro in Fortnite or just decent? He's decent. Alright. He's investing a lot of time. I mean, in this regional, he's been playing so much better than before. It's just when you joined the stream, he started doing that. But before that, I'd say he was maybe the best player in this match overall. It's just Wizzy crashes every round. But they've completely swapped places since then. Now it's Wizzy who's doing better. And this could actually be the end. If Wizzy throws this, it's the end, it's over. It's most likely gonna be over anyway. Because the gap is massive. 7-3 looking to be 9-4. And players aren't really failing the jump anymore. Everyone makes it. Wizzy can't really catch Massa here. And that is indeed gonna be 9-4. So 2 aces for Wild. Or it's over. And we know that Big is a team that is definitely gonna go safe if they have to. So just one mistake from either Wild player and it's over. Well, that's not a Wild player. That is Massa. So maybe there is still a slim chance that Wild can do something here. But they are quite far behind already. This time Stoops makes it, but he's losing quite a lot compared to Granadi. Needs to find a way to gain half a second. So far no jumps either. Very strange. That's great exit speed. Overtakes Wizzy, but that's not really the objective here. And Wizzy going under, Massa also going under, and Wizzy has self-destructed. That was not worth it. And Granadi should know this. Now it's definitely over. But even without the Stoops mistake, I think Big knew, and of course this is exactly what I would expect from him. They both make it, another ace. And overall very, very one-sided match. It was always looking like a 3-0 for Big. Wild never really had a chance. Stoops showed a pretty good level, I'd say. But Wizzy woke up too late. Let's see the other one. Swifty versus Blah. Swifty 2-1 up. Alright. Let's see the stats quickly. Ratchet, 64% top ones. So Ratchet, the best player so far, has crashed. Another crash, but it's not really getting punished for them. Let's see if his teammate can save him now. He is catching a bit. That's 0.1 down. Kind of same. Solid pace by the top 3. But Ratchet then fails the tech part. Mr. Tech player can't get it done. Bosba still in second, which is very important for Swifty. Coming up to this crucial box slide here. Can they all survive? Oh, that's really bad by Josh, and Ratchet just like that is third. It's up to Alcon now. He has to defend first. Try to get at least 1 point out of this. But Ratchet with a respawn there. Very strange one, gotta say. Respawns in the end. I don't really see many mistakes there, but that's a victory for Blood then, who are in desperate need of a map win. This is a very technical map as well, so you would expect Ratchet to do well. Chooses to go for a drift there, interesting. Most players opt to just release simply. Now it's Elcon who's a bit behind. Chance for Swifty to come back. Maybe even ace. Elcon there with the Neo. Pays off, I'd say. But it really doesn't make that big of a difference. Gap still around the same, but now he has caught up a bit. And Bosbez is losing speed rapidly. So it's looking to be another victory for Blood. Josh is so far ahead, but Elcon is jumping around. That's not a good box slide either. We'll lose the third place, and Josh crashes. So it's Ratchet and Bosbez now in the top 2. Trying to get the first ace of Ellipse. Looks good for both of them. And now Ratchet survives, and that will be the ace. Quite a slow one, you have to say, given that we are in the top 6 right now. So these are the best 6 teams of this regional, so getting aced with 0.3 and another 0.3 or 0.4 is kind of poor, I'm not gonna lie. Given the times that we've seen here today, we even saw 0.4. Like 110.4. So the pace just wasn't there, but it was enough for Swifty to get it done. A nice box slides, everyone keeping the gear. A good uphill for Josh, but not for Elcon. And once again, strong round for Swifty, who already created a 0.1 gap. And Bosbez has to lift just a little bit. Allows Josh to go up to second. Finding now with Ratchet for first, and Ratchet just has a little bit more speed, but still super close round. Bosbez coming back, Josh is dropping. This could still be an ace for Swifty. Into the box that Elcon crashes. Bosbez kind of alone now in second. And this could be another ace. And all of a sudden, Swifty could be turning it around fully. From 2-1 down to 2-7 up. That is it. Good time by Ratchet. And just like that, they have a 5-point lead. Josh and Elcon giving it away with 4 mistakes in 2 rounds. And it's really now or never. They gotta step it up. Swifty are on match point. 1 ace away from going to the next round and facing big. This is, of course, for top 4. Whoever loses will get 5th/6th. That's a bad angle for Bosbez, so it's up to Ratchet, who is 0.5 behind. So it really is now or never for Blah. If they throw this away, then might be too late later. Seems like the gap is staying around the same. And the main thing they gotta do right now, just keep it together and not fail the bug slide. The rest is all fairly easy. Still 0.5. It's looking good. Josh is losing just a little bit, but that's really bad by Ratchet. Completely messes up. So even though Elcon also messed up, and there definitely was an opening for Ratchet, Might have just risked too much, and Blar back in it. 7-5. Loads of mistakes so far in this match. And it could still go either way. Elkon has a weird line on that plastic sausage at the end. We'll keep an eye on him this round. Well, again, Vatchet, that always looks so scary. The line that he takes. There's a much easier line that doesn't lose anything compared to that one. But it's Bozbez again in last. When Ratchet with a mistake. Could Blood turn this around with 2 aces of their own? Great pace shown by Elkon here. Again, Ratchet is a little closer than the previous round, but not close enough to really attack either blue player. It's not really coming any closer though now. But we've seen Elkon make so many mistakes in this box slide, so this is maybe the chance for Ratchet. That's okay, but just not good enough. Yeah, Elkon is jumping there. That's very strange. But it seems to work for him. And that is the second ace in a row for Blah. I mean, he's driving a .75 with that jump. Seems to be worth it, I guess. And just like that, from 5 points down to 1 point up, 2 aces for Blah. Crash for Elkon. Ratchet again barely avoids disaster there. Could it be Swifty's turn now to ace? Bozbez again, a weird line. He's failed this 3 rounds in a row now. Bozbez is really struggling here on Ellipse. Fully relying on Ratchet. That's a nice lead. 0.1 lead on this map is actually quite decent. It's not that easy to catch up. Now it's a 0.2 lead for Ratchet. And he needs this draw, otherwise it's over. Bozbez way too far behind. Weird box slide by Elkon again. He always loses here. Now you can see that he is jumping a little bit and he's trying to keep grip by air braking there. So he's trying not to, but if he does it badly, then he does jump a bit.
Draw.
It's a very strange line. So only a draw. Blah are 1 point away from winning the map and forcing a decider. Swifty need at least a victory to go into overtime. And this would be the first overtime we've seen the entire weekend, actually. Strong start by Ratchet. But it's really about what Bozbez does here. Looks good. Even keeps the gear. By far his best box slide so far. And this is looking good for Swifty. Elkon kind of misses the turn. We'll go down to Josh's position. So right now 0.1 lead for Bozbez over Josh. And that's what really matters here. But we still have the most difficult part of the map to come. So far so good for everyone on NASCAR. Elkon jumps a bit. That's only gonna lose him even more time. And here we go with the box slide. It looks weird for all players, if I'm honest. So nothing really changes. And then Elkon with his different strategy, I feel like he only lost even more now. So it's up to Josh really. Josh needs to get second here somehow, but it's not happening, and that is gonna be it for Swifty. Their third ace of the map. And this one, they got it done. They are into the top 4 and will face big. So many aces here. If Big just saw what happened, then they're definitely picking Ellipse. So we have 3 more matches. Yes. First is Big against Swifty, then the winner against Boca, and then the winner of that against Swift. So I'd say it's highly likely we have the exact same top 3 as last time. And those 3 have really been the best so far. Nobody else seems to be able to do anything to them. Oh, maybe Swifty now. I'm not sure how they've been playing on other maps. I haven't really seen much from them. Right now, that was good enough to beat Blah, but not sure a performance like that would be enough against Big. We'll see. Just speaking about the lips. Have no clue what happens on other maps. Could easily be the same final as the last regional, honestly. So far, I think Big and Swift have been the best teams. Just waiting for Swifty to join. Let's see if there's been any drama on Discord. Oh, everything has been calm today. Unlucky. Let's see what they're gonna pick here. Is this maybe the match where Big go with Limbo? So far, they've always been leaving it for the decider. But it could just be that they think their opponents were also really strong on the map. So let's see. Feels like we haven't seen Limbo that much. And it's Ellipse in every single match. Somehow it's always picked in the first 3. I have no idea what this means. Unlucky. No more complaining. What did they pick? Of course. Well, that's expected. I fully expected that to happen. Maybe sunburn. Surely limbo here, yeah. Actually, fully expected lineup. Because Ratchet is really good on Reunion too. So we get to see Ellipse for the millionth time. German's going wild with the chatting. I say he's complaining for playing the same 2 maps always. It's not like he gets to pick the maps or anything, right? Let's see. The winner goes on to face Boca in the consolidation final, whereas the loser will get 4th in the EMEA Official Tournament number 3. It looks like Ratchet is the only one who's drifting in that turn. And as you can see, it makes no difference pretty much. It's just personal preference. Just do whatever you feel more comfortable with. And again, Bossbez is really struggling there. And you can see the big smelt blood with this pick. They're definitely the stronger team on Ellipse on paper, but then Massa has done it again. And this time he flies vertically. The previous time it was more diagonal, but now it's going directly to Jupiter. And it's up to Granati to try to get second. Oh, and Granati clips. So this is actually going to be an ace for Swifty. Just nice and easy into the finish. And there we go. Strong time by Ratchet, who is definitely the carry player here for Swifty. Because Bossbez is struggling a lot with that one bug slide in the first half. And Big starting off on the wrong foot here. Now good start. Let's stick with Bossbez. Another player who's using one of those royal skins. Seems like they're very popular. And now Ratchet has crashed, and that's really bad for Swifty. Might be they get counter-aced straight away. Because Bossbez has to defend now. Very wide drift, but still safe enough. Bossbez and Massa fighting for the second place. Granati has a nice 0.1 lead. And now that's a very good exit by Massa, who is only extending his lead over Bossbez. Into the box slide. Strange one again for everyone. Bossbez out of nowhere is in first. Even though he didn't do it amazing himself. And Big unable to get their ace straight away.
Draw.
And they're gonna be kicking themselves because both of them dropped the ball in that box slide. Could have definitely done it better. Huge opportunity missed, with Ratchet being over half a second behind. So once again, the mouse is not mousing in the start. But he is close enough to the rest that he can maybe mount an attack later on. Into the box light, drops the gear, but doesn't lose that much. Looking good. Pretty fast round so far. Oh, Clips. That's actually a crazy reaction. Could have easily gone completely out of the map. But even like this, he should be dead last. Ratchet still fighting, however. Trying to defend that first place, which he really needs here. In order to stay 3 points ahead. That's a good box light setup. But this time, the big duo also had it really good. Into the ending, I think Ratchet can maybe get second at best here, and he will overtake Granati. No, but then crashes into the last possible wall and gives away the ace. That's a deadly mistake. He actually had second on lock, but then tried to finish too far on the right. He obviously didn't know exactly where Granati was, so you can understand why he risked that much. And it feels like the momentum might just swing Big's way after that. That's a huge ace. Again, Bozbez in last. That's not a good box slide. He's even sliding after. And it's all falling apart for Swifty now. They are in desperate need of salvaging something for this round. Just don't get aced. That would be devastating. 2 rounds in a row, and Massa is already too far ahead. So it's only Granati really who can be caught. Into the box slide. That's a good one for Granati. Much better than Ratchet. And Big are looking to get back-to-back aces. Once again, a very strong round by the blue duo. Massa with 110.6. Insane time. Bigger 7-4 up. 1 ace away from winning map 1. And it feels like a bit of a missed opportunity for Swifty here. Nice start for Ratchet. Bozbez, I think, has been last every single start. And he will have to get into the top 2 somehow with Ratchet. Otherwise, this might be going out of their hands. Too wide of a box slide again, so he will lose even more. But Massa, full crash into the wall. Has to respawn even. So it's only Granati standing in Swifty's way of getting another ace. And Granati knows exactly what he needs to do because he knows that his teammate is super far behind, but he also knows that he has a .75 lead over Bozbez. Good box slides by both. Granati will just stay ahead by a little bit. Ratchet is trying to secure at least a victory, which would be pretty big for them in this round, and Granati crashes, leaving Ratchet alone in that first place. So 8-6 now for Big. Swifty are not out of it yet.
Victory.
And Granati so far with very interesting stats. No crashes, no round wins. But he's doing his job. As Bozbez has again dropped over 0.2 in the start. Now it's almost 0.3. Has to get this box slide. Looks better than usual, although still a bit slower compared to the rest. And Big only need a victory here. Right now it's looking very good with Massa on an absolutely unreal checkpoint. I have never seen a 0.2 there. So this could actually be a world record. Can he just keep up the pace? This is definitely 0.4 at least. And it just goes to show how well even the others are doing, even though it doesn't look like that because of how far behind they are compared to Massa, but this is still looking to be an incredible time. Bosbez just not able to do anything. Ratchet cannot take over first. Could this be the end on ellipse? Massa managed to stay in first, and that's the 110.53. So he actually slowed down a bit later, but that's still one of the fastest times we've seen here. And he ends ellipse in style. In just insane round, because even Ratchet drove a pretty good time, and he was 0.26 behind. So next up, Ascension, and doesn't really feel like we're seeing the same maps all the time. Let's see if Swifty can put up more of a fight compared to Wild. Seems like a decent start. Granati's struggling a little bit, but it's actually Ratchet who has to respawn. And now it's all up to Bosbez to try and defend. He is doing well so far. That slight little mistake there on Wood will drop him down all the way to third. And nobody is drifting. Bosbez able to come back to Massa with a better jump. But Massa completely misjudges the turn and loses a lot compared to Bosbez. Clips even, he might have to double respawn here because he cannot make it. And just like that, Ratchet isn't even in last anymore. So Big might just have to be happy with a draw here. Oh, Bosbez with a slide out, and who knows what would have happened had Massa just kept it together. Solid time by Granati. The other two just finishing, and Massa will feel like that one was avoidable. Why didn't he instant respawn? I think he hoped he could still make it. That's not a common mistake, because usually if you crash there, you're immediately out and you gotta respawn. Or you just make the turn. You don't usually crash and still have some speed, so he probably wasn't aware that he didn't have enough speed to make it. He just took a risk. And it backfired. Again, everyone's surviving Wood. Very nice turn by Bosbez. Goes up to third even. Massa doesn't look as good in this match, I have to say, compared to some of the previous matches. At least the consistency-wise. The pace obviously is there, as we saw in the last round of Ellipse. But there Ratchet goes, and that's exactly what I meant. Usually if you crash there, you're completely out. And you don't even have the chance to continue. Usually you just don't have to think about it. So now it's up to Bosbez to prevent the ace here by Big, but he is maybe too tight. Jumps a bit, has less speed, but can he hold on? Oh, Massa makes a mistake. He doesn't have enough to overtake, and neither does Granati. So Bosbez actually really good ending. Had less speed, but the lower jump saved him. So 2-2. Quite a few mistakes so far. But a good start. And it's Bosbez in first. He is playing so much better than on Ellipse. Seems like this map might be favoring him a lot more. Now he is 0.3 behind, but that's still fine. He can definitely catch up. Good jump. Again, Massa with a little mistake on landing. I think he released just a bit too much. One has to readjust. So Massa just not playing well on Ascension whatsoever. Feels like every round it's up to Granati to do something. Both bad players surviving. Trying to stay ahead of Massa. and just lying in wait in case Granati does exactly that. And that is it. It should be the ace for Swifty, but then Ratchet clips, allows Massa to overtake, and Massa will deny the ace. Swifty had it right there. But then Ratchet just too eager to turn. Touches a little bit and it costs them the ace. They waited for a mistake from Granati, it happened, and yet they couldn't take advantage of it. And Big will feel like that was a huge let-off for them. Could have definitely gone worse, and now it's Ratchet with a mistake, but actually good recovery. Doesn't even have to respawn, and it's only like 0.2 behind. That's pretty good. But then Bozbez slows down. Big are in top 2. But can Massa just have a clean round here? Into the jump. This time no slowdown. And the gap is growing. Everyone survives yet again. Into this very important drift. Everyone gets it around the same. So the gap is just not changing. It's been 0.3 for a while now. Big drivers driving together. Good exits by both, and look at this, they're together hand in hand. And they will get the ace. Really strong round. Low 0.6, 0.7. That's exactly what they want to drive, and it's so hard to defend against that. And that's why that previous round was so important. That throw by Ratchet is gonna be massive in the grand scheme of things. Exactly the same as on Ellipse. Ooh, big mistake there by Massa. But it's the second map where Ratchet just could either prevent the ace or get the ace, and he makes the mistake in the last possible moment. Now it's Massa with a respawn. He's definitely out of this one. Up to Granati to get at least second. It's a decent lead over Ratchet, but we've seen him make that mistake on ice. And that is definitely the hardest section left for him. Makes the drift, but feels like Ratchet has caught up a little bit. But then Ratchet masses up grass part completely and now drops down even further. Onto the ice part. Can Granati just survive? That's all he has to do. Avoids the icy wheels. Nicely done. Good jump. And second will be good enough. And that's a match PB for Bozbez, who has been doing quite well on Ascension. Swifty come a little closer again. They've been racking up these victories here, but just unable to get that elusive ace.
Victory.
Maybe this is the round. An ace here by Swifty would force sudden death. Oh, that's a mistake there by Granati. Still fine, but Massa also had to slow down to avoid crashing on the left. And now this is a real opportunity for Swifty. Big have just been very inconsistent here. Only really had that one round where they aced. That was like proper. But they are coming back. Oh, Massa again with that mistake for the third time in this match. But then it's Bozbez who crashes and Granati from last to second. And I think at the moment he would even take a loss, given how bad it could have been. Ratchet is way too far ahead. So the only way he loses first is by making a mistake. Massa also too far behind, relying on others' mistakes. But Granati crashes, and this should be the ace for Swifty. Pretty much the same mistake as Ratchet's before. It's a 106.6, incredibly strong. And it is gonna be sudden death. Ace for Big, or it's over. And simply too many mistakes by Massa. Feels like he only had that one clean round. And there was that one other round where Ratchet crashed and he got second. Other than that, he just can't drive a proper round. A Swifty looking to tie up the score. And Big gotta get the ace. Now much better start for Big. Finally, completely clean. And they are doing very well in this round. It's Bozbez who's in last. Had to lift off just a little bit, so he will lose even more. But he's still in it. Can Massa avoid crashing? Yes, and Massa is doing alright this time. Fighting with Ratchet for first. And Ratchet is out. It's only Bozbez who is already 0.2 behind. This is huge for Big. Can they once again get the ace when it matters the most? How is Mouse on ice? Let's see. He's just losing more and more, and now it's 0.25 compared to Granati. He just needs to get second here. He does not need to get first. Looks good for both big players. Bozbez maybe with more speed, but is it enough though? Has to go full risk. That's a good jump. Bozbez is coming closer. Can Bozbez make it? No, misses out by 3.5 hundredths, and big ace when they needed it the most. 10-9 big, and that is huge. 2-0 overall. Another opportunity missed by Swifty. And we are going on to Sunburn. Maybe this is the start of a comeback. Now look at the stats by Bozbez. This has to be wrong. I mean, he could barely survive the first bug slide on ellipse. Says he's on 0% crashes. This is why you should never trust stats. Here we go. Possibly the last map of the match. And Big did fine here before. Nothing extraordinary. Let's just see how Swifty can do. Keep in mind, this is their second pick. Ascension was their first. That's already a mistake by Bozbez. Up to Ratchet now to get first, or at least second. Still looking pretty good for Big. Get different approaches, and Ratchet is in the checkpoint. This should be another ace for Big. It's all falling apart for Swifty. Simply too many mistakes. Grundy with the 360, Massa with the normal safe way. They can both go safe if they want to. And they definitely should. You can see Massa saving so much, already setting up the safe way into the finish. Very smart. They're 3-0 up. They didn't even have to push. Swifty made it very easy for them in this round. 7 points away from facing Boca again in the consolidation final. Just like the last regional. And this could actually be a really quick one. Great turn by Massa. Goes up to the lead, and everyone's super close now. Bozbez fixing his mistake now. But it's Ratchet who has to respawn. And yet again, Big on their way to get some big points. Bozbez, good turn, but has less exit speed than the Big duo. Still has a lot of work to do here. That's decent, but it doesn't really help his cause. Needs to get this. Different approaches. That's an amazing one by Bozbez. Goes up to first even. Still has one no brakes section and one jump. Bozbez trying, but he falls off. And where is Massa? Massa will have to go safe. And Big are actually getting an ace out of this. Despite the mistake by Massa, it actually makes his job even easier. Because he didn't even have the opportunity to jump. He knew that he had no speed. So he had to go safe. And due to Bozbez's mistake, going safe was the correct call. So, and I guess lucky there that he fell off a little bit, but not fully like Bozbez. So his mind was made up. The 6-0, huge lead by Big. And right now everything is just going their way. But maybe not this round. Little mistake by Massa. But it is only half a second. It could have been worse. Gap stays the same. And his teammate is in second, but then he clips again. Anyone crashing into the checkpoint? No, looks good for everyone. And the players are quite far apart from each other. Now it's Ratchet in the lead, Bossbez in third, but is it maybe too little too late? Oh, Granati clips the hole. This could be huge. He misses completely. And this has to be the ace for Swifty. And now it's Big who've fallen apart in this round. And Swifty can go safe if they want to. Ratchet doesn't, Bossbez doesn't either, but both make it. Insane time by Ratchet. Huge match PB. That's a huge counter race for Swifty.
Ace.
So far, 3 out of 3 rounds have been aces. Let's see if Swifty can keep this up. They need another one. Oh, Ratchet mistimes the turn completely. Will crash again. Now, this is a big chance for Big again. He crashes for the 3rd time, but doesn't really get punished. And it's Massa who also clipped just a little bit. Massa even has to respawn. What is happening to Big right now? It's Granati again. 1v1 against Bossbez. All 3 make it. Still looking good for Big. This would still leave them with a 3-point advantage, but Granati has to avoid making that mistake, and he does, but he's going really high. Strange line there, loses so much compared to Bossbez. Has to concede first place. Just needs to make the jump, cannot afford to go safe. That looks pretty good. Looks good as well. And that is gonna be enough. But Granati's hating ice right now. Really hope not, because that was entirely his fault. But that is another early mistake by Massa. He just didn't have the speed going into the turnaround. So he misjudged it a bit. Didn't adjust for the lack of speed. Still okay for Big. They just need one more victory at least. And then a draw. That looks good for Massa. And it's been pretty clean for everyone this round. But this is where the mistakes start accumulating. And Massa only extending his lead. What a sick start. And still nobody has jumped. Amazing turn by Ratchet. It's Bossbez who's left in the dust. Way far behind. Trying to catch up. They need to get at least a draw from this. Ideally something better. Onto the ice. Really nice 360 by Ratchet, who goes into first place even. This is still fine, but he cannot afford a mistake here, otherwise it's over. How did Granati save that? He was almost off the map. And Ratchet does get first. 8-6 now for Big. A victory would be enough to go into the consolidation final against Boca. And Swifties survive, but they need a victory here. They really need a victory at least. Was already a mistake by Bossbez. And now they're in a real dire situation. Massa somehow avoids clipping the edge. I'm not sure how. That's a great readjustment. So Bossbez not really able to catch up. If anything, he's even losing more. Bit of a weird entry. Doesn't really help his exit speed. And Big would be okay here with a draw. Would mean we are once again in sudden death. So far, so good for Big. Both will make it. Bossbez again not making any progress whatsoever. Exact same situation as before. It's Ratchet who has to get first. Makes the no brakes section and makes the jump as well. Exactly the same. Just a little bit faster even. Very nice time.
Draw.
And it is 9-7. Only this time is for Big, who are 1 point away from securing the match win. And it's Boss Bez who needs to step up the most. This has to be an ace for Swifty, otherwise it's over. And that's already a mistake by Ratchet. He is a little bit behind. It's still fine though on Sunburn. He can make up this sort of gap, but then double crash. He has no speed. Can he adjust here? I'm not sure this is enough. I think he's in the mud completely. And that's it. That's exactly what I was talking about before regarding Massa. If you crash before, you need to adjust for the turnaround because you will have less speed. And he's even given up. He writes GG in the chat. It is over, so Big will play against Boca in the next match. 3-0, and it wasn't even that clear cut. It feels like Swifty had a chance on all of the 3 maps. But Big were just a little bit better and won the rounds when it mattered the most. Solid time by Massa as well. I'd say that's a pretty good performance overall by Ratchet. Feels like Boss Bez was maybe a bit too slow in some situations. But Big are just too strong, I think, for a team like this. They're clearly a top 3 team together with Boca and Swift. There's a very clear separation. So let's see, will we have the exact same final as the previous regional? Or will it be Boca against Swift this time? Just waiting for the server to be created. Why does this always take forever, man? What if it is this? If you click on ranking, is it with the players who are still left in? No? Why is Poopor here and Nitek? What is the point of this ranking? Last year this made sense when it was solo. Maybe they're just too lazy to even remove a button, and then it's just some random ranking. Who even knows with Nadeo at this point? And it still doesn't work. I think this one will be very close. This one could easily go to map 5 again. How are they ready already? How did they join so quickly? I just hope we get to see some Limbo and Reunion. It feels like it's been Ellipse and Ascension every single match. And lately we have seen a bit of Sunburn, which is really cool. But I think it's now time for Reunion and Limbo. Especially Limbo. And I believe we will be done around cup of the day, which is not that bad. That would be 6 hours in total. It's much better than when it's 8 hours. Still 3 more minutes. I guess everyone is here. I don't know why, but this countdown at the beginning of every match always feels like eternity. Feels like we're waiting for an hour and not 4 minutes. Once again, it's gonna be actual hours for Swift between their matches. Must have been like 4 p.m. the last time they played. We're finally in the pick and ban. Let's see. I have no idea what they even want to pick here. Maybe Ellipse again. As always. Reunion maybe. Oh, they want to go with Limbo. Limbo and Sunburn. Crazy picks from Big. Boca just didn't look good on Reunion at all today. There's been too many mistakes from them there. But I guess they still feel better there than on Ascension. Alright, well, usual Ellipse match, and then later it gets a bit more interesting. It could be anyone's game on Ellipse. This one should be really close there. Why is Massa already giving up? It's the same match, that means nobody is guaranteed grand final. Surely you'd want to win through the winner bracket. Feels like we've had these maps forever by now. And there's still one more regional rotation to go. Honestly, I cannot wait for a new map pack. Banks has a 46, Otak the 49 that he drove earlier. Granadi 54 and Massa with the online world record. So pace-wise, very even. All of them extremely fast. And there's Otak with the first mistake. Already over 0.1 behind. It's 0.3 even, that's crazy. But then Granadi with an even bigger mistake. And Massa is just out. Full stop into the wall, and the thing is, that wall there is plastic. That's why it looks so funny. And this should already be it. This should be the ace for Boca here. Granadi has made 2 additional mistakes. It's almost 2 seconds now. What a start to the match this is. It's already GG for round 1. And Boca didn't even have to do anything. Perfect start to your own pick. Yeah, that's a dodgy box slide, but it doesn't matter. It just needs to survive. Looking good. And that is it. That's the first ace. Big just falling apart in the very start. Very unlike them. And we did notice that Massa was a bit more inconsistent in the previous match compared to those before. So maybe he just can't keep it up anymore. That's 2 crashes already in round 2. He is fully in the mud. Maybe the medication is really leaving something on him. He is struggling with a broken rib, so you can understand that maybe he's not at 100%, but then again, some of the matches that he played before the previous one were top quality. And right now, Boca again looking poised to take another ace. Granadi just can't do anything. He's 0.3 behind still. Not really making up any ground. Not able to catch up whatsoever. Onto the box slide, but Otak into the pole. So looks like they will at least get the draw here. Binks with an amazing start so far, 0.8. This one might be even better. Oh, it's only 0.9, but very good by Binks either way.
Draw.
And Otak looks just a bit unstable there in the box slide. First one he barely survived, second one right into the pole. So maybe that's something to work on for next regional. Right now, not much he can do about it other than do what he practiced. And hope that it works in the next round. Finally a decent start for Massa, and he is already in first. Looking to get another insane time. As Otak goes very tight, only causes him to lose the gear. Slides out a little bit. This is another monster start for Massa. That's a 0.39 there. He is looking to drive another 0.4. It's actually a really fast round. He just makes everyone else look slow. And he's pulling away even more, but Boca are trying to get a draw. Binks there with a crash that will put him dead last. What is this setup by Otak? I don't get it. Massa messes up, but he was so far ahead it doesn't matter. And Otak again just drops the ball in the box slide, and I don't really know what he's trying to achieve, but that's not the setup. He is too close there to the pole. And with that setup, you're most likely either gonna slow down a lot, or you're gonna fall into the abyss on the right upon landing. There's just no way you survive with decent exit speed with that approach. And now Binks crashes. And all of a sudden, it's actually looking good for Big. Maybe these marathon tournaments are leaving something on players, as it is quite difficult to be focused for such a long time. On Massa there into the mud straight away. It's Binks overtakes for third. Up to Grenadi now. Very chaotic match so far. Oltek trying to attack. This could be pretty important, this victory here for Boca. Needs to get a much better box slide. Let's see if he can do it. Goes up to first. That's a much better approach. And there he goes. And this should be another ace actually. Grenadi now with that mistake. So Banks, despite the early mishap, is up to second with his teammate in first, who's finally survived the box slide. Is another ace for Boca. Times are nowhere near what we're used to in matches of this level. There's only one player with like a 110, the rest 111 mid at best. Otak with a little mistake in the start, but it's gonna be fine. Very strong comeback, almost to first even. Looks pretty good, very even start. Big looking to get an ace of their own. And it's Massa who drops down yet again. Very slow round for his standards. He's quite far behind the pack. There, Grenadi almost making that Massa mistake. Massa has caught up a little bit, it's just not enough, and now a bit of a worse exit compared to the rest. And it's Binks failing the NASCAR section just a little bit. Into the box slide, that's very good for Massa, who is almost first now. And look at how close this round is. So Binks is in last, but even he is only 0.1 away from the rest. Oltek in first, Binks trying but can't really do anything, and that is the round that we expect from these players. Insanely close, and it's a draw in the end. Definitely going more in Boca's favor. So as usual, Otak's just a little bit behind the rest. But he seems to be able to find a way back. Despite having slightly worse first box slide. Seems like Massa is on one of those incredible starts, as Otak keeps losing more and more. Now, that was a very poor box slide, poor uphill as well. And it is now a crazy start by Binks, who needs to win this round, since Otak is already 0.2 behind Big. Seems like Grenadi has fully caught up now. But Binks again trying to build up a lead, and it's because Grenadi has slowed down just a little bit. And right now it's not good enough for Big. They need more than a draw for sure. Good box slides coming in. Let's see if Massa can maybe do something here. But the gap is 0.2. There's just nothing he can do, to be honest. And Binks makes it 0.59. What a time by Binks. 9-6, 1 point away. And how do you beat Binks when he's in this form? 50% top ones. There was only one smaller mistake so far. And it was in that round when he was able to get second. So far, so good for Binks. And it's Grenadi who's a little bit behind. I cannot really afford this. He has to get second here at least, with Massa in first. But Otak and Binks look really strong. Otak has just cleaned up those box slides. And now they both look like they're ready to win map 1. Very strong start by everyone. This is it. The players seem to be fully warmed up and fully in the match now. Super close. Binks again in first. Definitely the standout player on the lips, as Otak has dropped down to last, so Binks has to make sure he gets at least second. Into the box tight. Again, much better setup for Otak. Will be able to overtake Massa. Binks has pulled away even further. And this should be over. Massa is just too far behind. And Binks is too far ahead. Nicely done. And there it is, 0.6. Insane performance by Binks.
Victory.
Fully deserved. No, this is the match before the grand final. Whoever wins is in the grand final against Swift. Now we go into Limbo. A map that we know Big is very, very strong on. But so far today, they've been leaving it for the decider. And seems like they feel like this is the moment. They gotta use it as their first pick. Let's see. We know how incredibly fast they are. They are definitely a team that's capable of doing double 105s. And that might be what's needed in a match of this quality. But it's once again Binks in first. Really continuing where he left off as Granati makes a mistake. Very, very strong start yet again by the standout player of this match so far. Otak is just chilling in third, and this is so far so good for Boca, because all the pressure is on Massa. He knows he cannot put a foot wrong here. Amazing turnaround, to be fair. Pulls away even further, but there's still quite a lot of the map left to be played. Yeah, good bob into NASCAR. Well done by Massa again, and that should be a very strong time. As long as he can just make the jump. He goes low, Binks went high. Exactly 105.78.
Draw.
An incredible time. That's actually a pretty solid round by Boca, but Massa is just too good. Massa on this map is next level. Let's see if he can keep it up, because we know Granati can also drive times that are almost as fast. Oh, that's a mistake by Massa now. And he's completely out. He's not even driving anymore. Finally decides to respawn. I have no clue what happened there. Why did he not respawn straight away? So now it's up to Granati to defend. And Boca also look very good here. They look consistent as I say that Binks is in the mud. But he should have third at least still. Oh, Otak risky, but makes it. Every point matters here because both teams seem extremely strong. Granati just does that a little bit better. Otak with a little bit more speed, but then Granati with a better transition. Otak trying really hard. Why is Granati jumping high? That is a strange decision there. So I guess he decides to concede at one point just to make sure he doesn't concede the ace. I guess that's the thinking there.
Victory.
Interesting. We'll see later if this comes back to bite him. Because he must have known it was really close and he just decided to take second. It's gonna be interesting. Now Binks again in first. Has very strong starts. And Big are finally both alive after this point. So it's Otak in last, even though his start isn't that bad. It's just the rest have it really nice. Great section by Massa, again pulling away in first. And Otak is climbing his way back to third at least. To the turnaround, Big get it better than their blue opponents. Seems like a very good situation for Big right now, as Granati can still go up to second here even. Kinda mistimes the turn, so it might just be another draw. Oh, Granati too high, has to release, and everyone makes it. Another 105 from Massa.
Draw.
So far, all or nothing performance by Massa on Limbo. And that doesn't really get him anywhere because Granati got last. Boca just chilling. They're just collecting the draws, getting the one victory here and there. So far, so good for them. Not really made any bigger mistakes. Super equal start here. Everyone within 0.06. Going into the second half, which is always decisive. It's only Otek who's just a little bit behind, but this is nothing compared to what you can gain in the second half. Into the turnaround, Otek completely dead. And both big players have made it, but they are behind Binks. So this could be another draw again. Binks cannot put a foot wrong here. He is slowing down, but then Granati crashes. It's Massa versus Binks. Massa has to lift. So it's Binks allowed to take a lead into the end, and Binks barely survives. Granati stumbles into third. That's the third draw right now. Otek just not able to survive the turnaround.
Draw.
Again, the top two, pretty good times. Luckily for him, he didn't have to finish. Makes no difference in that case. And once again, equal start for everyone. So far, this is by far the closest map. Oh, and then Massa full into the wall. Again, another great opportunity for Boca here to get the first ace of Limbo. But it's all in this turnaround. Granati has to make it. And he does. Binks struggling. Did Binks get the checkpoint? Yes, he did. So he cannot go back. Cannot get the reactor anymore. That is a very costly mistake. Now it's a question of whether he can even stay third. So Granati versus Otek for first. Granati very low. Can he make this? What a jump that was. So Binks goes high and Massa barely in third. That's actually
Victory.
an online PB for Otek. But the jump by Granati was just next level. And that's crazy how quickly it can go. And now there's a mistake by Binks. And an even bigger mistake by Massa. Look at the respawns coming in. So only 2 survivors so far. Actually 1 survivor. Because even Granati has made a mistake. And what is happening here? Binks! Still ahead of Massa somehow. I don't even know who to watch. Otek the only one who's made it this far. Binks somehow holding on to the third place. And this is actually good for Boca still. This would be a victory. So I think the closest fight actually is for third place. Otek doesn't have to do anything special. The lead he has is massive. Granati has dropped down a little bit. And Massa is coming closer to Binks. But let's keep an eye on Otek first. He's going low even. That looks good. Granati second. Looks good as well. Binks has created a gap once again. Will be enough for third. And what a shit show of a round that was.
Victory.
And I think Boca will be happy to get the victory out of it. Once again, 1 point ahead. 1 victory away from securing the second map win. What is happening with him? That was so weird. He just didn't steer left. He went straight into the pole. I have no clue what's happening there. That looked really weird. It almost looked like a controller disconnect. He didn't even try to turn left. I wonder what he's gonna say after the round, but now we gotta focus on Granati trying to prevent the map win by Boca. And he has quite a nice lead, but there is no room for error here. He's being hunted down by both of them, as Massa is almost 18 seconds behind. That's an amazing turnaround by Granati. It's up to Otek here. I think Granati might be too far ahead. Otek is trying. He can't afford to fully push this. Granati cannot go high. Has to go low. Otek 4-1. Granati makes it. And Binks dropping from the sky like a grenade. I don't really know what's going on here, but Big live to fight another round. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Massa is on some hard drugs.
Draw.
Because that was extremely weird. He doesn't even say anything in chat. So it's not a technical issue. Let's keep an eye on him. Nah, that looks much better. That's the normal start that you want. That was very strange. And Boca just looking for a draw here. Slow down for Binks, leaving it all up to Otak. I mean, it doesn't have to be the end. It's his limbo after all. And Otak is in first. Massa a little bit behind, but Granati has been so strong so far. Massa again loses a little bit. Yeah, they are. So Massa's and Binks' stats are mirrored completely. And so far, Granati has been having these amazing turnarounds, and as I say that he is out of the map, and this should be enough. Binks has made it as well, and they just need the draw. Massa, I think he might have run out of juice. That is it. That's the ace. I mean, that looked crazy again. Although this is, I would say, a sort of common mistake. This used to happen a lot in the first regional, where you don't get the proper line, you drive too wide around the hole, and then you end up crashing into the wall on the right where the checkpoint is, and then you just get swatted into the wall on the left. So that used to be a common mistake. You don't see it as much anymore, now that the players are a bit more practiced. But now, seems like Massa just doesn't have any energy anymore. It's 2-0 for Boca, and they look a bit better. Just more consistent. Usually they're the less consistent team, but the faster one. And now they even look more consistent. They're simply making less mistakes. And even when they do make a few of them, it's not as drastic. Like Banks loses 0.5, 0.6 here and there, but it's not respawns. So now, it's really now or never for Big. And Massa again is in last. He has completely fallen off a cliff this match. So nothing is working for him. That's also extremely slow. Granati is out. So Massa is still the closer one, even though he's 0.7 down. Well, 0.5 down to Otak, to be fair. And he needs to find a way to get second here. Tries to go under. Makes it. So he's caught up quite a bit now, to be fair. For the 360, that's a pretty good one, and will fully catch up to Otek and even overtake. It's a great job this first round. Binks might be too far ahead, but there's still the ending left to be driven. Otek has to go save. Binks makes it, Massa makes it as well. 2-1 lead for Boca. And you wouldn't really expect a wheel player to make a mistake right before that jump, because it's very easy, obviously, on wheel to adjust. But either way, once again, stronger start for Boca, and this could really be a 3-0 ass whooping here. Let's see if they can maybe step it up round 2. Oh, big mistake by Otak now. And Banks is also a bit behind, but Massa... I have no clue how he didn't get stuck. The entire wheel was off the map. And usually on ice, that spells the end. What is he doing? He just went to the moon there on the turnaround. I have no idea what's going on with him. That's also a very strange mistake. It's like he forgot he had to drive backwards or something. So once again, it is up to Grenady. Oh, Banks with a much better spin. Could be another victory for Boca. And with Massa in this state, it's gonna be very hard for Big. Banks survives. Grenady has to go safe. Banks misses, so Grenady actually wins the round. This is a victory for Big. How quickly it can turn around. One finish missed by Banks. And I feel like he's the player who's missed the most today. Now, we have watched their matches maybe the most, but I remember there was another match where he also missed because he pixel clipped. Had to respawn. Other players have been quite consistent with the ending jump. That was Grenady with a slower start. Let's see what Massa is doing here. He's already made a mistake. Yeah, that's better. Otak has to respawn. So Big just don't look anywhere near 100%, but Boca also don't look that good on Sunburn, and Massa is jumping. Now that is just unlucky. You can't even say anything to him about that. That's just unlucky. And he's actually still ahead of Otak. So I think Swift will be licking their lips, looking at Sunburn here. What is Grenady doing? This is a complete and utter mess. I just don't see how Swift does absolutely destroy whichever team wins. On Sunburn, I mean. Overall, who knows what's gonna happen, but this has been an absolute mess on Sunburn. 3 mistakes now. Banks, very good time, but again, the only survivor. He seems to be doing extremely well here, except when it comes to the ending jump. That is his only problematic section. Everything else is doing really well. Everyone's still together. Let's see, Massa is in first. That's a much better turnaround. Manages to stay in first. So it's Otak now who is in last. No jumps. Everyone survives. Otak with a bit more speed compared to Grenady, but cannot make it count. Tries to go under. That's a really nice attempt. Actually overtakes Grenady even. That was pixel perfect. Oh, a poor turnaround. Massa somehow saves it, and once again it's Binks in first. But Massa with a much better approach. Binks completely fails the bob. Could this be the ace for Big? Oh, and yes, it will be Grenady in first. So Big, 7-4 up. So after all, Big might actually be able to take Sunburn. Clearly a weak point for Boca. But that is a lovely start. And it's Massa who is super far behind now. It's gonna be difficult to catch up this much. They don't want to give away an ace straight after. And Grenady already 0.3 behind. It's all on him. Massa is 1 second behind. But we've seen Otak crash here so many times. Not this time though. Oh, 0.28 between him and Grenady. 0.22 now, Grenady coming closer, and that is just not worth it in this case. So it is up to Massa now. He's around 0.7 behind Otak. He's just looking to get this second place, but that's just not good enough. He loses even more. And now they have to make it. They have to get this ace. That looks good. Only the jump left. Can Binks make it? Yes. New PV for Otak. Very nice time. That's an ace for Boca straight away. 1 ace away from winning the match. And Big are in the mud now. It's now or never for Big. Slightly slower start, but no mistakes. That's what matters. It's actually Otak who's fighting with Massa for third. But we're gonna stick with Massa here, see if he can get through this entire section. That's actually really good. Probably does the best out of everyone. Oh, Binks! Too low. He cut the ramp a bit, couldn't make it. But Otak with an amazing turn. And he needs to deny here because Binks is fully out. Otak going under. He knows what the situation is, makes it work. That's an amazing drift there. Massa still trying. Otak gets it really nice. Massa kind of the same, but he was ahead before even. So Massa seems to have restored his energy somehow. Can he make it? What a turn that was. Massa will take the round. So Big again. 1 point away from winning. But anything can happen on Sunburn.
Victory.
Big just looking for a draw. Boca just want even a victory here. Just to equal the score. And we still have not seen a single overtime today. Oh, that's a bad one. Really bad start for Massa. There is no way they're gonna throw it away just like this after all that good work. It's really up to Granati. I mean, 0.7 is a big gap to overcome. Granati too high. He also makes his job a lot harder by going so high. When you have too much speed, it's much harder to survive there. And everyone survives now. Massa not really catching up. He's only losing more. Otak this time goes around, knows he doesn't have to full risk. It's up to Granati here to win. Binks can tie up the score, goes way higher. And now Otak trying to take Granati. This is it. This could be the end of the match. Who can get the better ending? They're equal. Otak maybe with a bit more speed. Otak or Granati. And both make it, but Granati stays in second. Saves Big for at least one more round. It's the first overtime. What's happening with Massa?
Victory. Overtime.
It still feels like this is Boca's to win. With Massa being so random. You never know what he's gonna do. Oh, Otak with a mistake. That's a pretty bad one. Already has a big gap to overcome. He is trying though. It's 0.5, so less than Massa's gap last round. It's up to Binks really to get first here. Makes the jump at least. Any jumpers? Nope. Just Massa in that one round before. Otak is fully out. It's up to Binks now. Can Big actually start the comeback? Binks goes around. Decides not to full risk. So it's Binks versus Granati for the first place. Massa might be too far behind. That looks really poor for Binks. And this should be enough. But they gotta go for the jump. They make it. Granati goes safe. He does have the gap, to be fair. Massa makes it. And that is it. Big actually win a map. Definitely a weak spot for Boca, this one.
Ace.
Nah, it's not gonna be a 3-0 for Boca, but maybe Big can fully turn it around. Because they played really well on the reunion before. And Boca were not good here. There were so many mistakes right before Wood by both Binks and Otak. So if Massa can just keep his head straight, then I think Big have a chance here. They are gonna have some ammo after this match. Oh, you know that. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. Well, let's see. We know that Boca can also be strong here. A good start. Everyone making the drift. Massa risking, and he's out. There's no speed there. There's absolutely no chance he catches up. Unless someone makes a mistake. Up to Grenadi. They don't want to get a straight away, but Binks, I have no clue what he's doing. He might actually stay in third, to be honest. Yep, good enough. So Otak's still strong in first. Grenadi with a decent drift. Binks should be able to stay in third. Or exit, but it's gonna be very difficult for him to lose this advantage compared to Binks. So Boca looking only at a victory. That was so dodgy, but he stays in second. Pixel away from disaster.
Victory.
That's a joke, the wrestling thing. It's just a joke. Let's see if Massa can have a clean round. That's a good start. Yep, so far so good. Hey, Binks is always so close to the wall. You can see why he crashes there. Oh, nice turn by Binks. Again, it's Massa way too far behind. Seems like he just cannot keep up. Nice turnarounds into the crucial drift. Kinda equal between Binks and Grenadi. Otak drops a little bit. Does Binks try to win this here? Slightly better approach than Grenadi, but is it enough to overtake? He goes for the full inside line, and that is an equal. But Grenadi gets the win. Insane time. So Grenadi was ahead in the final checkpoint. Therefore, he gets to keep the round win. So still 1 point lead for Boca, but Massa has made the third mistake in a row. And once again, the pressure is all on Grenadi, who has to survive this. At this point, he just has to keep winning rounds until the Boca players make bigger mistakes than Massa. But he's over 3 seconds behind. Otak with a strange mistake there has to respawn still ahead of Massa, I believe. So it's to Binks who can try to win this, but Grenadi has way more speed. I don't think this is gonna work. And right now Grenadi is just carrying hard. And that will be good enough, and that's an actual match PB. Grenadi is peaking. And you could say that Binks is very unlucky to not be winning rounds with these times.
Draw.
Says it's his actual PB. So even offline, his time is not this good. Very impressive. So Grenadi really stepping up when it matters the most. Crazy start this one, and it's actually Grenadi in true Cup of the Day style. After winning a round, completely falling apart from first to last. And this is really bad for Big, because the carry player is in the mud. I think Boca could smell blood here. Now he is coming back bit by bit. But it's just not enough, and now he's completely out. Now it's Binks and Otak versus Massa. And Massa could implode at any moment. Oh, Otak has more speed. He is coming closer. That's a really bad exit by both, actually. Too wide for Otak as well. He's messed up everything. Luckily for him, Binks has been performing really well. And finally gets his deserved first place. Pull round by Grenadi, but at some point this had to happen. He's been carrying really hard. Maybe the offline times are good, but just not by everyone.
Victory.
Grenadi is not the fastest player. I would imagine Binks and Otak have insane offline times. Massa probably as well. And Grenadi is the consistent one, not the fastest one. You can root for Big, of course, or Boca. You can do whatever you want. You are free to root for whoever you want. Nicely done by Banks. Now, 2-point lead is pretty big at this moment in time. Because it seems unlikely that there's gonna be an ace. You just gotta create the advantage 1 point by 1 point. And again, this looks okay for Boca. Though much better turnaround there for Binks. Could go up even in the lead as Otak is in last and he's losing a lot. Oh, maybe this is a chance for Big to completely flip it around. It's a 2v1 and Massa is doing well. Massa has stepped up a bit, but as you say that, he is out of the map. And from potentially an ace, it turns into another victory for Boca. The third one of the map. I think Bayek pulled him down.
Victory.
So 8-5, just one victory away. And with Massa playing like this, and Biggs especially playing insanely well. I feel like he's got either first or second every single round. And the only times he didn't get first was when Grenadi was peaking. Swift lost in the first regional. I don't know who they lost the first time, but then they lost in top 4 to Big. They got 4th in the first one. And then since then, they've won every single match, yes. And this is over as well. That is it. They just gotta get the job done. But it looks like it will be Boca versus Swift. Oh, close to the sign again. We have seen that sign claim both of these players so far. But this time they avoid it. And this is gonna be the second time both of these teams are in the final. With Swift being in the final in the second and third regional, and Boca in the first and third. So it feels like Boca have been close. So far, both times. Is it third time's the charm? Well, back when they didn't train, that's just a narrative. Epos was fully trained for the first one. It's just No Prime didn't look like he was. But he wasn't fully untrained either. You don't get fourth by being fully untrained. Even in the first one, Epos looked like the best individual player. So he was definitely trained. Now they're just called official tournaments. It's not monthlies or even regionals. It's actually called official tournament. No, that's just how everyone calls them. They're actually called... This one, for example, EMEA Official Tournament number 3. Not a regional. Are they homologated? Of course, everything is homologated. It's all about the homologation. It would make sense, but officially, very few things make sense in this game. No mama homologation, please. There's been very few tournaments this year. It's so weird. They love that homologation word. But outside of these official ones, we've only had Comic-Con Baltic so far. Pretty sure that's been the only other one. And then we're gonna have Spammy of the Day homologated tournament. Which is somehow part of the World Tour. Other than that, there's been nothing else. It actually is fast learn. That's gonna be such a shit show. That could actually produce some weird results. Like, Blah may be doing really well because Elcon is a fast learn god. That could help him more than anyone else. It's the next Bonk Cup homologated. Wouldn't be surprised at this point. I think it's really sad that tournaments like that are homologated. It's just, it's great that they exist. It's a fun community thing, but I think esports should always be about peak performance instead of fast learn on shitshow maps. He can, of course, but that's not what Spammy of the Day is about. I think Spammy of the Day is supposed to be a shitshow. Yeah, homologate on TOTD. Homologate first of the month, couple of day, and make them count. Yeah, I know, it's the same with me, Xeris. It's not about spam, it's about the fact that that type of tournament should, in my opinion, not be part of the esports scene. Nothing to do with spam, of course. No, it's fast learn, that's the problem. I think they're gonna have 20 minutes per map to learn. So it's, I guess, kinda like that tournament Big hosted. I don't remember what it was called. It was a 2v2 tournament. It was hosted in September, I believe. Same weekend as the September monthly. Just fast learn and duo. Yes, Volvic Duo Dash, that's the one. I think it's the same type, like it's 2v2, it's fast learn. It just depends on what maps he builds. Maybe he wants a shit show. I guess that's allowed because it's down to him. One of the very few creators whose chats have never been banned or no. Maybe that says more about you. What do you think? You've been banned in others. It's impressive you haven't been banned in spams. What, really? I think others have more strict chat rules. Pretty sure. It's very easy to be banned in Modas, for example. Scrappies as well. Probably Masas and Grenadis, as long as you make fun of them. I think that one is actually quite difficult to be banned in. A Sunburn, see, what did I tell you? They saw what was happening and immediately picked Sunburn. That's smart. Boca, Ellipse makes sense. Reunion, okay. And then here I would go Limbo, maybe. Ah, there you go, Ascension. Yeah, Mades is a bit extreme indeed. They get sent to the gulag immediately. What in Simply Nick's chat? Is it him or the mods? Because he seems like quite a relaxed guy. Not someone who would care about what people say in chat. For calling it soccer instead of football. Even here I haven't timed the out for that. Hella toxic? Nah, he used to have a billion viewers back when we played the RPGs with spam. That was way back in the day. Not sure that's about bans. But I never knew that. So let's see what happens here in the grand final. Who will get banned from getting 1,000 points? Will Boca get their first regional win? Or will Swift get the second one in a row? You only get timed out here for mentioning old games not banned. Let's not lie. Facts don't care about feelings. But let's see what's happening in the match. Because I think if Boca played like they did in the previous match, Epos and New Prime should have this. But there's already been a mistake there by Otak. Oh, Bing's still doing well though. Kinda same story as previous match. What is Epos trying to do there? Cutting it a bit too much. New Prime is fully out. So Otak versus Epos, and this could be massive for Boca straight away. Where is Epos? What is happening here? Otak! I can't believe what I'm watching. Can even get third here. Let's just watch Binks. Like, this is good gameplay. Nice. What is Epos doing? He's actually getting second with this. Yeah, good start to the grand final. Very nice.
Victory.
Well, somehow after all of that, it's a victory for Boca. Can't believe what I'm watching. Like, how did Otak even end up going backwards there? But either way, good start for Boca. And maybe it was too long of a break for Swift. Otak again is out. Otak is really struggling with the start. And I remember Binks playing better here than him. It's just Binks has some issues with the final jump. Different approaches. Binks with the no slide. So Binks versus Epos for first. Here we go. He's going around. No need to go under. Very nice jump. Epos trying to win here. Trying to equal the score. He clips. So no prime now. Closer to Binks. But this is Binks' round to lose. He just has to avoid clipping that last jump. Makes it. Binks again, same approach. That looks very good. Strong time of Binks.
Draw.
Good start for Binks. 2-2 round wins. Good times. We might actually have a match here if Binks continues like this. Slower for New Prime just a little bit. He is struggling now, but can Otak survive? Alright, best round for Otak so far. Looks good for him, even though he is losing a little bit, so New Prime is coming closer. And once again, we have Epos versus Binks. And Binks coming out on top so far. Different approaches. Epos has lost quite a lot compared to Binks, who is on a mad one right now. Could make it 3 out of 3 round wins. Just needs his teammate to step it up a little bit. Oh, good spins by everyone. Epos actually gets it the best. But it still could be another victory for Boca, as long as Binks can make the jump, but Otak is dead again. No Prime also makes a mess of that. Binks makes it again. What a time that is. Otak and No Prime are both struggling. And what is happening right now?
Draw.
Binks with the peak Sunburn performance. Epos is just doing alright, and the other two are fully in the mud. 100% crashes so far for Otak, and Binks with exactly the opposite stats, but now Binks is crumbling. I mean, at some point he just had to make a mistake, he's not a robot. And it's actually mad that given how well he's played so far, they're only 1 point ahead. It's really up to Otak now. I mean, he has to pick up the slack. Nobody jumping out. That looks very good for Otak. Epos is out. Even Binks, I think, can overtake. And this is looking really good for Boca. Is Swift nowhere near the level? Why is Otak going under? What is Otak doing this match? That was so unnecessary, but maybe he didn't know that Epos is well behind. Strange decision there. Looks like it might be another draw. Should be easy enough for New Prime. That looks good. And both Boca players making it. So far, very chaotic.
Draw.
Very, very chaotic. Boca somehow still in the lead. Epos so far hasn't won a single round. That's not what we're used to. Alright, No Prime, just a bit behind. Still pretty close. Going onto the water part. Again, clean for everyone, but then Binks with the second mistake in a row. This could be the opportunity for Boca. Otak again going under. This time makes it work. Fully pays off. He is in the lead right now. No Prime trying. Gets too much hang time. It's Epos versus Otak. Otak trying to preserve that 1 point lead. It's just a little bit in the lead right now. Epos clips. Can Otak make it? Yes, he can. Match PB for him. Second time today.
Draw.
There's been so many draws. It's actually crazy. Just one victory for Boca and the rest have all been draws. And as soon as Bing started making mistakes, it's Otak who's started driving clean rounds. I can't... Epos probably having his worst match so far in a long time. So this is a pretty big opportunity here for Boca, at least to get another victory. Maybe... Oh no, he jumps out. Epos should be able to overtake. And you just hate to see it. Was gonna say that maybe the Sunburn pick is not gonna pay off, but this could turn everything around. So once again, it's up to Otak. Looks pretty good though. We'll come a little bit closer to New Prime. Looks good for both. Both make it. Epos as well, and the scores are equal. But I would say this is quite fortunate for Swift. You hate to see it happen. But now it's Otak, back to mistakes. Are they swapping places again? Both blue players are in the lead. Binks trying his best. Goes a bit higher than the blue duo. So has slightly more speed. And he is coming back. Can he avoid jumping? There is no chance it happened twice. And they might just lose the map because of it. That is so unfortunate. And feels like even the universe wants Swift to win. Otak is dead. This is over. They can't just save it. There is no way it happened twice. I really feel bad for him. Because he played so well in the beginning. I just hate to see it. They're both jumping. Great time, Banu Prime. Swift take a 1-0 lead. But it feels a bit weird. So far, we've only seen Massa jumping out and out Binks twice in a row. It's so unfortunate, and it has to take a mental toll. Well, let's see if they can bounce back. This is where you see who's a top player. If you can just forget about all of the unfortunate things that happened and fully focus on what's up ahead and what's happening right now. Let's see. Binks also played really well on this one in the previous match. I think it was Otak who was usually slightly behind everyone else in the start. And once again, it's the same thing. Binks has to stop steering just for a moment. He was on the edge there of falling down into the abyss, but makes it. And now Epo's struggling just a little bit. Great start for Binks and New Prime. Super close. Seems like Binks has not been affected in the slightest by the water nonsense. Still extremely close. Oh, but then a mistake by Otak, and once again it's up to Binks to defend. Nice box slide. Should come closer to New Prime even more. Better approach over the plastic sausage, and is even in the lead right now. Has way more speed than New Prime, and Binks will win the first. No! He messes up, he actually hit the finish.
Victory.
All that good work. And he drops it in the end. Was that Otak again? He's a little bit behind. As so far, Otak just isn't on it. I think Binks has to do too much. Oh, Epos. Strange line there. How did he survive that? I have no clue. But great adaptation. And Binks is out. And it's all falling apart. And it's not the first time that the final match is not the best one. Seems like just playing for so many hours is really taking a toll on all the players. The best match is usually like the second match of the day, second, third or so. And later on it becomes very difficult to keep the focus. That's a lovely bug slide by Epos. Trying to get another victory. And I think No Prime has also been playing extremely well this grand final. Might actually be the MVP so far. A good time by Epos. That's another victory.
Victory.
Oh, it's Binks with another mistake. He is a bit behind. Also chooses to drift there. Now he can't overcome this. That is an amazing bug slide, even though he dropped the gear. The line was just too good. He is up to second, but New Prime looks so good in first. Double mistake by Boca, and this could be the end. New Prime so far smashing everyone. Very few mistakes. Has won so many rounds. Almost half of the rounds. Easily the standout player. It was Binks in the beginning, but after that he is... Once he started making mistakes, he just can't stop anymore. And this should be an easy ace for Swift. And they're very close to winning their second map of the grand final. Very nice time. Yeah, New Prime really showing why Swift are so good. It's not just EPOS. 7-2 is a massive gap. And this is Boca's first pick. Nice turn by EPOS. Super close start, but this is usually where the mistake starts creeping in. In this box like here. Onto the uphill. Again, it's Boca losing just a little bit, but there's the mistake by New Prime. Right after I praised him. And Boca will be desperate to get the ace in this round. But they've still got EPOS to beat. Who has a lot more speed compared to Otak. Going into the NASCAR section, that is very clean. And the situation does not change at all. Oh, a decent box slide. Otak just loses even more. He's just way too far behind. Can EPOS maybe even win the round? Looks like that wasn't enough, but he's gonna be happy with a loss here. 8-4, still a very, very good situation to be in. For Europe, it's 9 teams that qualify. 3 from APAC and 3 from the Americas. 4 from Americas. So 7 those and then plus 9, that's 16. Should be like that. Look at this start by EPOS. He's already so far ahead. Looking to wrap things up here quickly. Spinks, who is somewhat close, but the rest nowhere near. Yeah, this is an insane checkpoint by EPOS. And given Otak's mistake, Spinks has to win this somehow. Otherwise, it's over already. This might be a quick one, I guess. He is trying, and this is the battle that matters. Binks somehow still alive. Into the bug slide, that's quite wide for Binks. He's just not making his way closer to EPOS at all. The gap is simply too big and it's just growing by each checkpoint. And that's 110.5. Driving the best in the most important round. And that's 2-0 for Swift. I think Boca had their chance on Sunburn. Might be too late now. Going on to Reunion. Well, this is where they closed it against Big. But this is a completely different team. Well, last chance saloon for Boca now. They have to win this. There is no other choice. Actually, a pretty close start. Very bumpy for Otak, but that gives him first place. Everyone going over to the right side of the sausage to make sure they get the drift. A very good start for Boca. EPOS actually in last despite not really doing anything wrong. trying to fight back. Onto the reactor. And Epos, the reactor god, actually gets it, but it's New Prime who gets wiped out, even has to respawn. That's a great drift by Epos. Goes all the way up to first. Looks like he will be able to deny this ace from Boca. Banks way too wide, he will not do anything here. But Otak is still in first. Epos trying to go tighter, but that's gonna be enough. Great times by the top two. And a good start for Boca. They will absolutely take a victory here. Just 8 more points. And that's Banks out straight away after going 2-1 up. Again, the mistake is too big. He's not gonna be able to do anything here. But Otak is still fighting. Gets the turn much better than New Prime and is pulling away together with Epos. If Otak can get first here, that would be huge for Boca. Oh, all of them risking a lot. It works out. Binks keeps losing more and more. Oh, and Otak is out. And this could be the beginning of the end. They probably know they can save the rest. It's nice and easy. They weren't anywhere near the edges. That's actually a really strong round. The pace on this map has lowered quite a lot. Like the times, I should say, the pace has increased. We are now seeing quite regular point twos and point threes. Now it's No Prime with an early mistake, but he has a 2-point lead. And he's not out of the round completely. He can still snack on any mistake from a red player. So this is still fine for him. And it's Boca really who need an ace here desperately. Risking over the gap. All three of them make it work. Epos goes quite far back, which will give him more speed. Again, better drift for Otak. And Boca are not done yet. It's actually New Prime who's fully caught up. Made it all the way up to third. He was 0.5 behind at one point. But he cannot do anything about this, and Boca respond with an ace of their own straight away. Just a slightly slower round by Swift, and they're punished immediately. Let's see if they can keep it up. They need 2 more rounds like that. Decent start for everyone. Well, No Prime, they're losing a little bit. It's Epos who has to readjust. Out of nowhere, it's actually New Prime in first. This is super close. This is grand final level of performance by everyone. Headline always looks so crazy, but then he loses it completely, same as Binks, who's gonna respawn quicker. Binks has to do the standing respawn and it's completely in the mud. And I feel like Otak has just a bit more speed compared to New Prime. Binks there actually very unlucky that he touched the checkpoint, then New Prime crashes right before engine off, but luckily for him, reactor with engine off works. And in the end, it's Otak, the only one with a clean round, who will secure the draw here.
Draw.
1 point closer to getting at least one map win. Still anyone's game. That's just 6 start by No Prime. But then gets the no slide. Huge opportunity for Boca. Even a victory would be amazing here. And Epos cannot do anything wrong here. Otherwise it might be over. He is going in the lead. Good turn once again. It's so crucial that he denies the ace and the victory here. Oh, Banks with a crazy drift there. And it's even Otak who is catching up to Epos. Right now it's looking like an ace for Boca. But Epos is not making it easy. Once again overtakes Otak for the 2nd place. It's all in this turn here. Epos makes it. And this should be good enough at least to prevent the ace. Again, very strong time by Banks. It's 8-6 for Boca. Great position to be in.
Victory.
Right now, they only have to make sure they don't get aced. Everything else is acceptable. But look at this start by Epos. Oh, but then he makes the mistake. And this could be it. It's only New Prime, and New Prime has to get first. He has no other choice. But this has been a great performance on Reunion by both Boca players. Oh, and New Prime is out. That's it. They should know this. On this map, there's multiple places where you get to check the splits. And you have enough time to think about your next move. And No Prime is actually 11 seconds behind. Epos only one. But that one is more than enough because only one of these players needs to finish first. The other one will definitely finish ahead of No Prime. But this is gonna be enough. Despite Banks flapping around a little bit, he's still fast enough to get first. So Boca pull one back.
Ace.
But we still have a Limbo and Ascension left. Can they beat Epos on Limbo? Because his pace there is just next level. But first, Ascension. And let's see what they can do here. I remember from the previous regional that Otak was struggling a little bit on ice. A lot of his exits weren't good. There were a lot of times where he actually had his position wrapped up and then out of nowhere he just fails that exit, crashes, and gives away an ace or a victory to the other team. So let's see if he's cleaned that up. That's one of the most important sections on Ascension. But maybe it won't even matter because he's already in the mud after a few seconds only. And look at Swift go. What a start that is. All of them making it through wood. Otak loses even more. And Epos so far up ahead. And it's a great jump by Banks. Goes into 2nd at least. But how does he catch Epos at this point? Or does he only 1 second? Very safe drift. Doesn't even try to attack the inside, but then No Prime with a respawn. And all of a sudden, this is gonna be at least a draw. I think Boca will be very happy following Otak's early mistake. But then Epos struggling. Binks also struggling. And out of nowhere, it's actually Otak in 2nd. And I think Epos might be surprised that he was able to stay first after that dodgy ice section.
Draw.
And you can see that it's a section where most players struggle and a section where players mostly struggle. It's very, very difficult to make sure you get the grip And he also got a nice inside line. So 1-1. Boca just trying to get their second map win. And if they do, we will have the resolution on Limbo for the second European regional in a row. So Ota slightly behind, but this is still fine, especially compared to his previous round. But he's gonna have to mount a comeback somewhere, and then Binks crashes. And Swift have 0.3 lead, but then Epos has to respawn. And he recognizes that he has to respawn immediately. However, the gap is just too big, so he will be dead last. This could be another draw as long as New Prime doesn't make a mistake here. It looks pretty good. Makes the jump as well as do the others. And good job by New Prime. 2-2. Neither team able to create a gap. His stats are still pretty good, but following their performance on Reunion, seems like Binks might be MVP right now. It's Epos who's made another mistake. Just doesn't seem to be on his usual level. How did he not slow down there? It really feels like he crashed. But somehow he is still alive. Almost caught up to Binks. And that's a better landing as well. So he will go up to third. This could be another draw very easily. Different approaches. New Prime with way more speed, and it will pay off in the long term. Maybe their first victory, but look at this. Binks and Epos both coming back. And we have a three-way fight for second. It's only New Prime up ahead in first, who's losing a lot of speed, but then Epos separates himself from the rest, and this should be the first ace for Swift. Sick ending by Epos. And that is 5-2, making huge strides towards getting the second regional win. Huge end there by Epos. Only 5 points away. Nice start. Binks super close to the wall, and he cannot afford a mistake at this point. Goes a bit too high up, and gotta say Swift look a bit better on this map, and now Otak is out. That's actually a pretty big disadvantage. It's over half a second. And now it really is up to Binks to deny here. He needs first even, maybe second won't be enough. On the edge again of dropping into the hole. Goes for a rather safe drift, which is just not enough. But there's Epos with the respawn. Giving the chance to Boca to maybe come back. Still New Prime in their way. And Otak is not that far behind anymore. So maybe he can snack on a New Prime mistake in the end. But no, New Prime actually keeps it together. Concedes first to Binks, but second is really important here.
Victory.
And it's 6-4 still for Swift. That's another mistake for Epos. We're still waiting to see him in his full Ascension form. That's actually a really good save. That could have gone way worse, but he reacts quite quickly to not have to respawn at least. But it is another mistake by Epos. And once again, New Prime in a 1v2 situation. And New Prime is out. And Boca should wrap this up. Should be 7-4, surely. Very nice section by both. And look at how safe the drift is by Binks. There's no chance he's ever gonna crash that. Very smart driving. Nice section here as well. It's only the ice that can foil their plans. Looks good for both. And this should be good enough. Just don't turn too early. Very nice. Epos is coming closer, but not close enough. And that will be the ace for Boca. fully taking advantage of what was presented to them.
Ace.
Could they get their second map win? Let's see, only 3 points away, but nothing is settled yet. They are a little bit behind once again. But Epos once again crashes. He's just not having a good time on Ascension whatsoever. Once again, New Prime has to get, well, first here. Second just isn't good. Second would only force sudden death. Oh, but he clips. And this is even worse. Not only is he not second, he's actually last. Even Epos has come back. And he needs a massive comeback here. Full risk, full inside. It does work. And he has caught up a little bit, but it's just not enough. All in this ice section. Still 0.14 of a gap to Otak. Looks better than Otak's. It could be good enough, and he will make it. Even New Prime maybe. New Prime fighting with Otak for third place. No, it will be a victory for Boca, and someone will win Ascension in the next round.
Victory.
Ace for Swift, or anything else for Boca. And I think this grand final isn't going the way most people expected it to go. That's an early mistake there. I believe that was... Who was that? I think it was Otak, just a little mistake. So a red card there. But he's still fine. It's only 0.15. Everyone survives. But it's still looking good for both teams. Anything can happen from this point. Nobody has made a big mistake. Still looking good. He was so far ahead. And he has already driven his best round when it mattered the most before. On Ellipse to be specific. And right now Otak just keeps dropping further and further. It might be Binks versus New Prime for the map win. So Otak isn't really making any progress here. And this is the fight that really matters. Epos might be too far ahead. Oh, that looks good for Binks. He's jumping a bit. Can New Prime make it maybe? Better jump. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Binks. And Binks forces the decider map. Look at the time by Epos. 106.55. Every time both teams are on 7+ points, he just drops an absolute bomb. Crazy time by Epos. But it just wasn't enough. He made too many mistakes before. And now the decider, the most chaotic map out of all of them. Who's gonna take it? In the regional number 2, it was Swift who beat Big on Limbo to secure the win. But now it's 2-2. And once again we have an insanely close regional, just like the first one, where Boca were actually 2-0 ahead of Dawn, but then got reverse swept, I should say. Can they do their own reverse sweep here? Epos in first. Great start by all the top 3, but then Epos too wide. Will have to concede and drops down all the way to third. Together with New Prime, and it's a much better start for Boca, who are really excited at the prospect of getting their first regional win. New Prime coming back, who gets the best turnaround. Looks like everyone makes it actually. And it's Epos kind of left in the dust there. But New Prime, luckily for him, is in second. Has to fight off Otak, and this is really important. The second place. How did New Prime not crash? I have no clue. All of them have to go low, surely. All of them will make it. And New Prime just barely survives by 100. Prevents the ace. And Pink serves a personal best. Insane round. Like, even the round driven by Epos was very, very good. It would have been enough to win even against most teams. But not in this match. And after a very slow start by both teams, to the match on Sunburn and a bit on Ellipse. This is once again an insane level now. And super close, but Binks is out fully. So Otak needs to deny here. But it is gonna be a tough ask. Both New Prime and Epos are playing really well. All in this turnaround. Let's see who gets it the best. Epos has to readjust just a little bit, so we'll lose. Otak, that's an amazing one, and goes all the way up to first. Nice one yet again. Otak looks very strong in their first place, makes the turn as well, has more speed than New Prime, and Epos is too far behind. So Otak now drives a PB. Another 105. And Baka just refused to lose.
Draw.
Actually peaking on Limbo. One ace could be the deciding factor here. Once again, good start by everyone. 0 mistakes. It's Epos in the lead. We had the best one. Really clean round so far. Great turn by Otak. All of them are within less than 400. It's only Epos just a little bit ahead now. Super close still. Seems like New Prime has once again dropped down just a little bit in the NASCAR and tech section, but everything will be decided here. New Prime misses the reactor completely. And now it's up to Epos to deny, which would still leave Baka with a 1-point advantage. But it's better than a 4-point advantage, of course. Let's see, that looks good. Just has to make the jump. He is going low, Binks going high, and Epos makes it 105.83. Crazy time. And no Prime in last, so yet another draw. Neither team giving away an ace. So next round, and that is the end of the round for Binks. That's plus 4 seconds. He is fully in the mud. So once again, it's up to Otak to deny. It's even more than 4 seconds because he respawned quite late. No Prime is already far ahead, and Otak just needs to get at least second here. Can forget about first, just beat one of them. An ace for Swift here would be massive. No Prime again, he always loses in the same section there. Had a massive lead, an insane start. Then drops to second. It's a good turnaround by all of them. No Prime actually gets it the worst and Otak the best. So this is once again going in Baka's favor. But No Prime is catching up. Coming closer and closer to Otak, who is having a really good match on Limbo. Has to go low, makes it. No Prime barely makes it, and Epos from the sky in second. So Binks in last will be very happy to see his teammate in first. 5-4 now. 1 point by 1 point. Was the 10-point threshold. But then No Prime, a weird early mistake. This could be very costly. At least he doesn't have to respawn. So now it's up to Epos to deny. This is a very bad situation to be in because he cannot catch up to Baka's 5 points. The gap can only stay the same and he needs to win the round for that to happen. So it's a tough position for Epos to be in. But what else can he do? So far, so good. Because the gap is growing. Then Binks with a better jump. Into the turnaround. Binks with a much better one. Otak doesn't get it anywhere near as good. And New Prime with another respawn. Not that it matters in this case. So So this could be another victory for Boca, who are coming closer and closer to their first regional win. Binks has a little bit more speed here, but Epos decides to go high. Can Binks make it? Yes. It's a very solid time. Also smart by Epos, because he knew he was gonna beat Otek anyway. And that way he would have taken over first had Binks messed up.
Victory.
Well, Boca are on match point, and who would have thought after the first two maps that this is gonna be the situation on map 5. One ace away for Boca. But Swift are one ace away from taking control of the match. So this is a massive round. And this is a great start for Swift. It's now Binks who's made a little mistake. But he's still fine though. It's 0.4. He can definitely catch up. Into no breaks. Nicely done. Not a big difference made there. He's only lost another 0.1. Now into the turnaround. Will everyone survive? No Prime messes up yet again. He's just made too many mistakes here. And once again, the pressure is on Epos. Binks somehow makes it into the bob block. Binks, big mistake, but he can't really move up or down, so it doesn't really matter. Epos has to finish this. And he will just barely... What a time that is. 105.69, and that is by far the best time we've seen so far. And that is the level he needs to be at right now to deny Boca from winning.
Draw.
Because No Prime has crashed a few rounds now in a row. Keeps missing that reactor. 8-6, now a victory is enough for Boca. But it's gonna be very difficult. Oh no. Yet another early mistake for Binks. Same as a few rounds ago, where he has to respawn and it's 4 seconds down. So once again, Otak has to clutch. Otherwise, an ace would be massive here for Swift. But Epos is a bit behind. And now we're going into the section where Nuprime usually makes a mistake. And there he goes again. So Otak has a pretty big lead. And if he wins this round, we are going into the last possible round. As it would be 9-7. He is pulling away from Epos. Has to readjust a little bit on Bob, but the gap he has is quite nice. That looks good. He just has to make the jump. No, he crashes. Can Nuprime overtake? Yes, he can. And out of nowhere, Swift are actually in the lead. That could have been 9-7 for Boca, and they would have just needed 1 point. And now they're behind. Now a draw goes into Swift's favor. And so far, we've seen an insane performance from Epos in this situation. Both teams are on 7+. This is where Epos usually shines. Can he do it just one more time? He is in last right now, so the time will probably not be insane. But he can still be the hero and get that first place. This is so close. 0 mistakes so far. And look at this. Epos from last to first in 1 turn, but that's just how close it is. Otak trying to come back. Can they all get it? Yes, Otak gets it the best out of the red duo, but Epos is in first. And this could be it. Epos could get it done yet again. Binks in second. It's just not enough. They're not close enough. He has to go low here. He cannot afford to go high. Epos jumping. Epos! He makes it and he wins by 9 thousandths. And that is it. It cannot be any closer than this. He clips the end. Wins by 9 thousandths as Swift win their second regional. What a finish that was. Absolutely clutch. And it seems like every time there's this situation, Epos always wins. It's absolutely crazy. Every single time. Just always wins the round. So impressive. Thank you, Korean Zombie. What an ending that was. Kind of feels bad for Boca. They did an amazing job to come back, and they just cannot win the regional. So far, I think they've got third, second, and second. So it should be very exciting in the last one. I think between Big, Boca, and the Swift, I think they're actually very evenly matched, and any of those could take it. So that's gonna be it for today. Thank you guys for watching. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, so I'm just gonna go and do something else. And I hope you have a nice Sunday, whatever is remaining of Sunday. So I'm not sure when I'm gonna stream next. Either tomorrow or on Tuesday, but either way, I will be back soon. And see you then.